Just you and me.
It's day 3 here in Sweden and the penultimate day of group stage action. Who will make it through to finals day on Friday? Still 2 more days to bring you before that here on the European Cricket Network, and the action starts right here, right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
A very good morning and welcome back to Sweden, where we're into day 3 of this ECS here in Landskrona, and we've got a beautiful day in store and 5 more exciting matches to bring you. First match is also going to be the last match of the day. It's Ariana CC against Malmo. And before we talk about what happened yesterday and the action to come, let's go into the middle for the earlier coin toss.
Malmo to call. Heads is called. But it's tails. What would you like to do? To bat? Yeah, good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Cheers, guys. Ariana have won the toss. They're batting.
So there you go, Ariana. They won the toss and they will have a bat, and they're looking to make it 4 wins on the bounce, having won 2 of their games yesterday and 1 on the first day. And it was a great day we did have yesterday with 5 games. There was a final ball finish. There was a couple of 4-0 victories. So we had it all. And of course, there's still 2 more days to come before we go into the finals day on Friday. Of course, Peacock Friday as well.
Heads is called.
The coin toss was so exciting. Have a look at it again. But it certainly was Ariana CC who will have a bat. As for Malmo, their opposition, well, they lost all of their games yesterday. In Game 7, they lost to Hisingen by 30 runs, and Seaside beat them in Game 8 by 19 runs. It was back-to-back defeats for them. So they certainly want to get back to winning ways early this morning as we go into what is match 11 here in Sweden. And glorious blue pitch is back out. I can give a bit of a weather report, and it was a bit chilly this morning. The clouds were out. I've got my winter coat on, but the sun is doing its very best to come out here and say hello on this Wednesday morning. Just a recap then of what happened yesterday. Maybe the graphics will join us at some point, but we had 3 games and an exciting 5 games, sorry. And it was first up. We had Seaside. They had a triple header, didn't they? Played against Ariana. And I thought, well, Seaside, they won a couple, they lost a couple. Hissingen's there at the moment at the bottom of the table. They had their first 3 games of the series yesterday, won 1, lost 2. And they're currently on the bottom with 4 points. Of course, they've only played the 3 games. The likes of Seaside and Malmo both playing 5. Ariana Kiffin, second place. They've only played the 3 games, won 2, lost 1. And Ariana CC, the team out there in the middle now, they are sitting pretty at the top of the table, played 4, won 3 of them, lost just the 1. Of course, they've picked up a few bonus points as well. So if Ariana CC have a good day today, very early on here as the throw comes in and they're allowed to run through for the overthrows. Pretty much in the opening ball for Malmo sums up their troubles yesterday. They're a man down as well, so there's going to be more gaps in the field for Ariana CC. Coming forward to start off sloppily, and that's exactly what they've done on ball 1. Scamper through for a couple. That one's gone high up in the air. There's cause of capture. There's several men converging underneath it, and it is a good catch in the end. It's Haida Ashtam underneath it. Takes a grab, and it's an early fizz for the Sprite bottles as they manage to pick up early wicket of Ariane Saweri. They ran through for 3 on that first delivery with the overthrows. Ariane, on his very first delivery, goes for a golden derrick. So he has to walk off. Saklen Karamat into the side and immediately into the wickets. Nice grab from Haida Ashtam. Easy, very early in the morning. And that one was just chipped up in the air. Not quite sure what he was trying to do with that one. Certainly wasn't trying to hit it straight into the hands of Haida Ashtam. That's the end result. Ariana CC after 2 balls, 3 for 1. That brings Isanola Wafa to the crease. Probably the way into the offside. We'll run through for a single. Get Sami back on strike, who wasn't really in the runs as much yesterday, but scored 32 off 16 in game 3. That was actually Ariana CC's first game, and until now their only defeat. They lost that one in the Ariana Grande to Kiev by 8 wickets. But since then they've been pretty dominant, beating Seaside by 74 runs. And then again by 19 runs. That's a big hit. That's an early good morning to the builders in construction corner. As that one tumbles away down the mud and up and away into what we now know is going to be a new retirement village. So the pensioners of Sweden will have cricket for years to come. But for now, that one's rolled away into the foundations. It's a big 6 for Sami Ibrahimkil. Of course, the left-handers on this pitch will always be aiming for that construction site into the cow corner. A puff of dust there as it lands on the wrong side of the fence. We'll have to go on a grizzly hunt. Good first over, despite that big 6 from Saklen Karamat. He picks up the early wicket at the end of the first. Ariana 10 for 1. That's the scoreboard just having a bit of an early morning snooze. I hope we'll be catching up sooner rather than later. 10 for 1 off the first over for Ariana CC. And 10 games played so far in this series. You can see run rate for the average just over 120. Sneaking towards 200 fours and 165 maximos so far. Interestingly, we had 116 wickets as well, so averaging over 11 wickets per game. We've had a couple of all outs as well. We can see Sweden just about below the average for the run rate after we had an absolute run fest over in Jersey during the Liberation Series. Malta, a bit more of a quiet affair. Jersey certainly delivered. First time ever the European Cricket Network has been there, and historic final of the men's series, the highest ever chase on the network, 200 plus chase, which was a fitting end to what was a brilliant week. And then of course the women continued into the weekend with some brilliant hitting, brilliant bowling on display. It's not quite the brilliant bowling that was on display in Jersey here in Sweden as Haris Aziz bowls the second over, and just a bit of fancy footwork on the boundary avoids too much damage. It's a wide and they do run through for the single. Keeper there, Abdur Sadais, who does have his gloves back on. We saw him bowling yesterday. We've seen him batting as well. He's an important batter in this Malmo lineup. He's normally a keeper and he's back with his gloves on here. He says he's just struggling with the left-handed batter here. Sami Ibrahim Kil, who usually opens the batting for Ariana CC. Certainly eyeing up that construction corner again. Haris has just started with a handful of wides here. Delivery, he's worked away into the offside. Should just be a one, but they're going to turn and run straight for a two. It's actually a brilliant piece of running here. As soon as Sami hit this, he knew he wanted to run back for the second. Take a look here. He actually turns blind, which is not always the best idea, but he takes a look. And as soon as he taps his bat down, he's ready to go. Gets home comfortably in the end, even though the ball didn't actually go out of the inner ring. Some early intent here from Ariana CC. Good running from Sami. Bang. That is huge. And Bob the Builder's there. He's going to have to throw that one back. Landed somewhere, well, there's the sports all there, just the other side of the construction site. Sami was quick as a flash on that one. Slightly dragged down there from Haris. Sami doesn't need a second invitation, so he's certainly awake here on this Wednesday morning. That one just gets pumped into leg side boundary. That one just missed the construction site. Yeah, I think it was more towards mid-wicket, went knocking on that sports hall door. Sami, he's leading the charge here for Ariana CC, 17 off 6. There's only 2 balls gone in the second over with those 3 wides to begin with. He finally gets one through to the keeper. Can he just get a couple balls? Well, I was going to say get a couple balls through. This time he goes to the boundary, and Sami, he's a real 360 player, isn't he? A couple leg side, a couple on the offside, and then goes to the rope. So this over is already worth 16. It's a big over for Ariana. Not too much width on offer there actually, but Sami's got a brilliant pair of hands. It's not all about the power. He's got a bit of flair as well, just knocks that one away. This one's, wow, a combination of power and finesse. And this over will go magical. 22 runs coming off. It's still a ball left as well. After Saklin Karamat, when he put in a good first over, picked up a wicket on just the second delivery, but just let it slip here, have Malmo. Haris says he's not quite finding his radar early on. It didn't quite go all the way, so 20 already off this over. Final ball. Can Aziz finish strong at least? And it goes up in the air. There's a chance for a catch. There's a man underneath at a point. But he gets there eventually. While it was in midair, I was thinking, oh, I'm not fancying this one. He didn't look the most confident under it in the last minute. He had to just leap forward. But he does a brilliant job of holding on to it, and it's a big wicket for Malmo as Sami Ibrahimkil does depart. 25 runs he scored, but in his 10th delivery, he goes for one big hit too many. And it's a good grab there. It stays in the air for a long, long time, but just that little leap forward at the end saves the catch. A smile of relief more than anything. Well, it was an expensive over, 20 runs coming off it, but it finishes strongly for Malmo as they pick up their second wicket. Ariana 30 for 2 at the end of the second. The third over. Oh, okay, that one was the final ball of the second. Some correction there. I had it all that over, didn't it? A couple of no balls, a couple of wides. Will be Saklan Karamat coming back in for the third over. So the scoreboard trying to catch up here. No wonder with everything that happened in that second over. The only thing is Sami Ibrahimkil is still there, but he lasts just one more delivery. So he tries to get a bit funky there, tries to lift it over the wicket keeper. Only manages to pop it through to Abdul Sadais, man who's got the gloves back on behind the stumps and picks up a wicket. It's the first ball of the third over. Sami Ibrahimkil, sure that's the right shot to go for when he's been hitting it so well. He's been cutting it really hard and he's been hitting it into the construction site. That time tries to get funky, doesn't manage it. It's a wicket to start the third over. 32 for 2 belatedly. I know there are some issues happening with the streaming at the moment, so we'll try and get that sorted for you as quickly as possible, but the action carries on here, and it's Saklan Karamat picks up his second wicket of the day. Kader Sadat, the new batter. Left-hander. He's replaced the left-hander Sami Ibrahimkil. Starts off with an ugly swipe outside off stump. Sami finished 26 off 11. Thought he was gone in the previous over. This time very much has departed. Swipes in a row for Kader Sadat. It's another whaffer still in at the other end. He came in at 3. He's just faced the 2 deliveries for the 1 run. Lovely shot, one-handed in the end. Kader Sadat, well, it's third time lucky for him from Karamat. Sadat just throws his hands at it more than anything. Gets a nice connection on it. There's no one out there on the boundary, on the offside. Much needed 4 in this over, especially for Sadat. You can see even on that occasion he was eyeing up that leg side. In the end, readjusts the width on offer. This time he does go leg side. Should be stopped. Good pair of hands there from Hamad Rafiq out here in front of me on the long off boundary. It's gone high up in the air. It's gone incredibly high. The bowler has settled underneath it, pops out of his hands. Sakhalin Karamat, well, he could have got the run out at the end. He fell to his knees. Just hard hands there from Karamat. The ball went high in the air. Certainly was a chance for the third wicket. It would have been the third wicket in the power play. As it is though, Haryana CC escape. You got in the right position here. Well, that's an example of hard hands. The coaching manuals tell you to go with soft hands. On that occasion, just pops out. To get to the end of the power play, they managed to run through for 2 runs on that occasion as well. So 39 for 2, the end of the power play. It's been a mixed bag for both sides so far. A couple of chances have gone begging. There's been a couple of big hits, mostly off the bat actually of Sami Ibrahim Kill, but he's back in the shed. Still 26. Another Wafa and Kader Sadat out there, trying to do a bit of a rebuild job to the 4th over. Ismail Haq. In fact, it will be Haris Aziz ball this one, come back for his 2nd over. A bit of a surprise choice given his 1st over went magical. Good pass delivery though. Brought that one maybe a bit of anger given that he went for 3 boundaries in his 1st over and a handful of wides. That was a beautiful shot over the covers. It's going to go all the way for 6. And Kader Sadat, well, he likes it outside off stump, doesn't he? As soon as there's a bit of width on offer, he just throws his hands at it. And that's the perfect outcome for him as Haryana move into the 40s, 45 for 2. 2 balls of the 4th over played. That one's down the ground. Well, Kader Sadat, even when it's straight, is able to just throw his hands at it. Not much footwork to speak of, but with the power that he possesses, he's able to just throw his hands at it. That time, well, evasive action from the umpire. Nice little early morning squat for him. That moves Haryana to 1 away from the half century. And again, he goes straight this time. Certainly evasive action needed from the man in black. A bit of a puff of dust as well as it slapped down the ground. Gets away with that one though, does Haris Aziz. Just the single. It does bring up the half century though. 50 for 2. It's a genuine edge there, and it will fly away. I'm having some issues this morning, but that won't help as it crashes into the camera. It probably should have been stopped there on the boundary. And though it's another Wafa, only facing his 4th delivery, gets that one away for 4. Malmo just a bit ragged at the moment. This over's already gone for 15. I'm surprised actually they turned back to Haris Aziz after his 1st over went magical. This one's already gone for 15. 1 ball left. He's high up in the air. Probably doesn't have the legs to go all the way for 6. Oh, it does. Thank you very much, fielder. It's Mohammed Akshaf. Well, he had the best view in the house. Just skewed off the side of the bat. But again, just the speed with which these Haryana batters are swinging means that even a miscue going to go to the boundary. It is 6 runs, so the end of the 4th over. Haryana CC 60 for 2. Looks like Malmo are going to continue with pace here. I thought maybe they would slow it down a bit just because both of these batters are swinging and swinging hard. But they're turning to Wahab Hassan here. He's going to go around to the left-handed Sadat. Looks like the score then back up and running. We're at the start of the 5th over. 60 for 2 on the board, and Wahab Hassan starts his 5th over. Yeah, the nice slower ball. Bouncer goes zipping through. Certainly one for the over, as signalled there by the man in black. He come in with a Yorker now. Well, he goes for a shorter pitch delivery again, and unsurprisingly it will be called a no ball. Second one in 2 deliveries. Can't get away with that. Let's have a look. Yeah, just about over their head. You can see he's not entirely happy with it. You can argue that Sadat is not quite standing up tall. As a fast bowler, you can't do it 2 balls in a row. You've got to try and sneak one in, maybe the 4th or 5th ball of the over. 2 and 2. That one is called a no ball, so the next ball coming up will be a free hit. Slapped away. You can hear the cries of frustration there from Kadir Sadat that he doesn't manage to get away from the boundary. Does go through for 2. They contemplate a 3rd. Sudais tries to get a bit creative there. The underarm through the legs. Attempted run out. Sadat was safely home in any case. Look at Sudais. It would have been out. Would have been, yeah, I think a good backgrounding here as we go back to live, as that one's pumped down the ground. 6 runs. Kadir Sadat had a couple of ugly swipes at the beginning of his innings, but he's hitting his stride now. Wahab Hassan just bowls a bit too much in the slot there. Sadat dispatches it over the rope. 69 now on the board, halfway through the 5th. Even bigger, you can hear the crack of the bat here. Back-to-back 6s, another Maximo. Ariana CC batters there waiting to come in, liking what they see off the bat of Kadir Sadat. He moves to 30 in quick time, just 13 deliveries. It was a rocky start for Ariana CC, but they're getting into their work now. 75 for 2. Look at that score predictor. 146, certainly 150 will be in their sights. As that one again slapped down the ground. Doesn't have quite the distance on it. 6-6 for Kadir Sadat. Looking like he means business on this Wednesday morning. Well, when your luck's in, your luck's in. Kadir Sadat ends up going 4 boundaries in a row this time. Just swings hard, and Wahab Hassan, well, he's cursing his luck as his over goes magical. 23 runs coming off it at halfway stage. Ariana CC, 83 for 2. As you join me for the first time in the commentary igloo. I know we're having a few technical difficulties, so thank you for bearing with us. But it's been a great start, hasn't it, for Ariana CC? Lost a couple of early wickets, but 83 runs on the board now at the halfway stage. And as for Malmo, well, they're on a bit of a losing streak. They need to find a way of digging themselves out of trouble here. They certainly need a few wickets. It looks like they are turning to a bit of spin now in the form of Hamid Rafiq. He's getting similar treatment here. As one goes all the way. Round of applause from Ariana CC's batter is Isanula Wafa on this occasion. Hasn't had much of the strike so far, just faced the 6 deliveries, but on the 6th goes big. Taking him to 19 off just 6 deliveries. It's now 5 boundaries in a row. Can he make it 6? He absolutely can. That's even bigger. Last 6 balls gone 6-6, 4-4, 6-6. This is certainly now danger for Malmo. This partnership now worth 63. It came together and was 32 for 2. That was at the very beginning of the 3rd. 163. Just about 3 on a 3-match losing streak. Remember, it started so brilliantly for them in this ECS. They played games 1 and 2, won both of them comfortably. They beat Ariana Kif by 7 wickets in that game 1, and then even more comprehensively, they beat Seaside by 9 wickets. Thought they'd certainly be contenders in this series, but all started to go downhill. The final game of day 1. That one's hit hard. There's a man out there, and it will be a catch. So it's a wicket that's desperately needed for Malmo as Kaiser Munir comfortably takes the catch at long on. It will be the end of Isanula Wafa. He's done a bit of damage here. 26 he's scored off just 10 deliveries. It will be the partnership breaker as Hamad Rafiq picks up the wicket. Just tosses this one up a little. Doesn't quite get the middle of the bat, does Wafa. That's why Kaiser Munir is able to take the catch comfortably within the boundary. Still, Wafa can be happy with his morning's work. It's the 3rd wicket to fall for Ariana, just shy of the 100 mark, 97 for 3. That was also the final ball of the over, so 6 overs down. In the end, Hamad Rafiq came back strong, having been hit for back-to-back 6s at the start of his over. The final 4 deliveries go for just 2 runs, and he picks up that important partnership breaker wicket. Kaiser Munir, who just took the catch, is rewarded with the 7th over. Nasser Bacha is the new batter, but he will just be going on strike now as that one. Well, in fact, they're going to run through for 2. Direct hit, and you would have been absolutely up the creek without a paddle. Would have gone without facing a ball. You can see here, he's not exactly putting his head down and running hard, Hamad Rafiq. He then puts the afterburners on. More or less gives up though, because he knew a direct hit would have been trouble. It was in from the boundary though, would have been a great effort. So Bacha does get himself on strike now. So the highest score we've seen batting first so far, 159. Certainly a total that Ariana will be eyeing up. They've got to the 100 now with that leg by, 100 for 3. Still 4 balls left of the 7th, and that's a good ball from Kaiser Munir. I like this angle going over 18. I think if you're a new batter coming in and you've got someone set at the other end, you just need to get back on ball and get yourself off strike and get Sadat back on strike. Swing and a miss again. Kaiser Munir though, bowling well. He had a great first game for Malmo back in those days where they were winning games just a couple of days ago. Game 1, the victory against Ariana Kif by 7 wickets. Kaiser Munir picked up 3 for 4. Started well here. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but his first 5 deliveries going for just the 2 singles. And this one though is lifted in the air. Does it have the legs on it? Oh, it's high up in the air. And it's gone over the head there of the man at long on. I'm certainly interested in it for a while. Just gets pumped over the boundary for 6, so it's a flourish to finish the end of the 7th. 6 more runs added to the collection, 106 for 3. See, he was certainly interested in it. He gets his hands ready. In fact, to just burst through in the end. It would have been an unbelievable catch to try and reel that one in. Nasser Bacha on the 4th attempt just managed to get one over the rope. 3 overs to go then, 106 on the board. This Sadat back on strike. It'll be Haida Ashtam to continue with the spin. I think this is a good move from Malmo, just to slow it down a little. The Ariana batters certainly were tucking into the faster bowling, knowing they could just swing and swing hard. One just strays the wrong side of the wide line. Have to be rebowled. Johnny's in there. Rob Thompson as well. Hope you're well, whatever you're doing, wherever you are on this Wednesday morning. Long chase on there for Sakla and Karamat, and the ball wins. It's Kadir Sadat. He hasn't always middled the ball, but he's swinging so hard. Even when it just gets a bit of an edge, it flies off the bat away to the rope. That takes Sadat to 47. And the score moves up to 113. That's a beautiful delivery from Haida Ashtam. It's not always the easiest to toss it up as a spinner when you've got someone swing and swing hard, but he's brave on that ball. Gets it over the eye line of Kadir Sadat, whose eyes probably lit up the prospect of hitting this one into construction corner. He's just deceived all ends up. He doesn't manage to get to his half century. He falls on 47. Still a great shift from him, 47 off 22, including 5 fours and 3 maximos. He's got his Ariana side up to a total that they'll certainly be optimistic to defend with. Still 2.2 overs left, 113 is on the score, 4 wickets now down. Bashir Ahmed comes to the crease. Yeah, there's a bit of bat involved there, and again the shy of the stumps from Abdur Sadais. Once again, Nazir Bacha. He's living dangerously. It's the second time he's pretty much given up the ghost on the run. He knew a direct hit again, he would have been an absolute goner, but he gets himself on strike. It's been a good over from Haida Ashtam. Goes for just 8 runs and picks up that all-important wicket of Kadir Sadat. He's only bowled the 1 over. It'll be very interesting to see if Malmo bring him back for the 10th and final over. So there's 2 overs left, 115 is the score, 4 wickets down. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Nasser Bacha, he's 7 off 5. Bashir Ahmed, the non-strikers, he's just faced the 1 delivery, sneaked through a leg bite. Who's come back on to bowl the 9th, so they have turned back to a bit of pace. One just squeezed away by Nasser, managed to run through for 2. His first over just went for the 8. And if they don't go back to Haida Ashtam to bowl the last one, they'll probably turn to Wahab Hassan to bowl it. 23 runs though he gave away, as that one's crunched into the leg side. Chance for a catch, and it's fumbled out on the boundary. Should have been taken. Probably hear the cries of frustration there. Slapped away by Bacha, who is less of a Bacha, more of a cat with 9 lives. It's the 3rd opportunity that's gone his way. Anytime you can bowl in the 9th over and it halfway through you haven't gone for a boundary is a positive sign. So Ariana CC, well, especially when Sadat and Wafa are at the crease, maybe eyeing up 150. Well, maybe they still will be, as that one's gone high up in the air. Well, almost taken by one of the spectators. He bottles it a little there. We'll go for 6 runs. I'm saying maybe they were eyeing up 150. Still possible. 126 now off 8.4. So still 8 balls left. Even with that big 6, it's been a decent over from Munir. It's the 12 runs coming off it. If he can get away with not bowling a boundary ball here, it's certainly a win for him. Just reeled Ariana CC in a bit here, Malmo. Of course, bowling wide is not going to help the cause. It's the 11th extra to be bowled. A couple of those have been leg byes, but still 7 wides. Doesn't help the cause for Malmo. He comes back with a wicket. It's a big swing by Bashir Ahmed. It's clipped through to Abdul Sadais, who duly obliges behind the stumps. That's the 5th wicket to fall. It's the final ball of the 9th. Ariana 128 for 5. Kyle Munir, I'd say probably finally rewarded for his probing line outside off stump. Hasn't always got it right, but when it's been on target, it's been dangerous. Well, it was a bit of a free hit, wasn't it, for Bashir Ahmed? Just the final ball of the 9th. The final over then. It should start with a wicket, but it's dropped on the boundary by Wahab Hassan. We have stuck here with Haider Acham. He probably should have picked up his 2nd wicket there. Don't often see spin in the final over. I think this is a good move. This time, well, insult to injury, it's gone straight into that same area again. Should have been caught on the first occasion. 2nd ball though, gets hit away to the boundary. It's Baz Ayubi. He's the new batter, joining Nasir Bacha out there in the middle. This one just dropped shy of the rope, so it'll be 4 runs. They get to Ariana. 133 is on the score. 4 balls left. Straight down the ground. Oh, it's tough there for Wahab Hassan. He went down. It tore too good up at him. He did well to not get his face rearranged there. Doesn't stop the boundary. Duck and a weave from the umpire again, but that could have been nasty. Did well to escape with all of his teeth intact. The boundary there, probably the lesser of 2 evils. There will be a 3rd boundary in a row. That's unfortunate for Malmo and Haider Acham. We should have started the 10th over with a wicket. Instead, it went for a single, and now it's gone 4-4. And suddenly 150 back on the table for Ariana. They moved to 141. 2 balls left. Good comeback ball there from Haider. So the 150 is on the table, now it's back off it. 142 is the score. Final ball of this innings coming up. Let's go away to the leg side. They'll surely come back for 2 here. But, well, for some reason, Nasser Bacha decided not to go for the second run. Then there's an overthrow, so he does get through for the second run, which probably should have been the third run. In the end, it will be a 2. So Ariana CC will finish on 144 for 5. Bit of a wry smile there from Bacha. Captain there, he was caught a bit napping. It's the final ball, you've got to run through for 2. He does manage to sneak through in the end as Baz Ayubi, a nice little cameo from him, 13 off 4. Nasser Bacha finishing 20 off 11. So didn't quite manage to get to the 150, but certainly a competitive score for Ariana CC against a Malmo side who are slightly depleted in numbers. As we go back and take a look at the highlights, that one was Ayan Saweri. He departed very first ball. The batter number 2 just chipping that one up to Haida Acham. Luckily for Ariana, they had Sami Ibrahimkil and Isanola Wafa on a nice little partnership. That was worth 29 before Sami departed. He showed some invention, the left-hander, power and finesse in equal measure, but he went for one inventive shot too many. Just feathered one through to Abdul Sadais, the wicket keeper. And then Isanola Wafa and Kadir Sadat got together in the middle, and Kadir Sadat, he finished top scorer, 47 off 22. Their partnership was worth 65. At that point we thought, well, the 150 is certainly on, maybe even the 160, which would be the highest score in this series so far. But the good news for Malmo was that they just kept on breaking the partnerships when the game looked like it was going away from them. As Hamad came on in the middle overs, and he went for a few runs, but also picked up the wicket. That was a comfortable catch in the end for Kaiser Munir. That marked the end of Isanola Wafa. Kadir Sadat, though, kept on going and going big. He was joined out there in the middle by Nasser Bacha, the captain. He scored a quick fire 20, but Haida Acham, probably the pick of the bowlers, despite going for a few in the final over. He clean bowled the dangerous Kadir Sadat. And that's probably what reeled the score back from something like 160 to, in the end, 144. That was the final wicket to fall as Bashir Ahmed just feathered one through again to Abdul Sadais, who picked up his second wicket of the day. And the umpire, he was in quite a bit of danger, as was Wahab Hassan there. He did well to get his hands up to avoid a trip to the dentist on this Wednesday morning. In the end then, Ariana CC finish on an above par probably, 144. We saw that stat at the start of the game, that the par score probably around 120, 125, so they're certainly above that. Let's not forget Malmo, they're one man down as well. So if they're going to chase this down, they'll have to do it with just the 9 wickets. So Ariana CC finished the first innings of match number 11, the first match of game 3, with 144 on the board. So there we have the batting scorecard, and well, there's been a few batters there who've chipped in with a few. There's 26s apiece for Ibrahimkil and Wafa. Kadir Sadat, he was the chief destructor, 47 off 22. And then nice little cameos at the end by the captain Bacha and Baz Ayubi, chipping in with 13 off just the 4 deliveries. So 144 on the board for Ariana CC. As for the bowlers, well, there was 6 of them used. And I think Haida Ashtam probably, it doesn't quite reflect his bowling. He did have to bowl the 10th over, went for 16. He had a good first over that went for just 8. Saklan Karamat at the top, he bowled well, giving away just 17 runs, picking up 2 wickets as well with the best economy. Maybe a few too many wides there for Malmo. When you've only got 10 players, you really need to keep those extras down, because now they face the pretty daunting task of chasing down 145 runs to win. Remember, this would be a 4th defeat in a row for Malmo. They desperately need the win. As for Ariana CC, they're going for their 4th win in a row. And they'll be happy with their contribution so far with those runs on the board. So 145 is the target for Malmo here in match 11. Join me, Tina Goff, for the run chase here in ECS Sweden on the European Cricket Network in about 5 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning and welcome back to Match 11 here at ECS Sweden in the beautiful Landskrona in the halfway stage. Ariana CC looking to make it 4 wins in a row, have put 144 on the scoreboard. So 145 the target for Malmo. It's a tough ask. It would be made even tougher if they want to get the bonus point. Have to chase it down in 7 overs or less. As for Ariana CC, if they want to make it back-to-back bonus point wins, they'll have to restrict Malmo to 100 or less. Certainly something I imagine Ariana will be eyeing up. As for Malmo, well, they just have to stop the rot. They won their first 2 games, but subsequently come back with 3 losses. And, well, I fear for them just a little. They only have the 10 players and they're missing some big hitters in their lineup. They've got no Musadak Mubarak, who scored the runs in both of the opening wins for Malmo. Also not in the team this morning is Bilal Zaigam, who posted a 41 not out in game 2. So without that batting firepower, they'll desperately need someone else to step up to the plate and score the runs. And certainly Abdur Sadais is a man who can do that. And we've seen him with the bat, we've seen him with the ball, we've seen him with the gloves on. Now he's got the opportunity to try to get the runs on the board. It'll be Mohamed Atif to open up for Ariana CC with the ball. And almost a spectacular one-handed catch to open up, as Hamid Arabzai probably still waking up on this Wednesday morning. Didn't expect that one to fly to him. He just stuck out his right hand. I think it ended up hitting him somewhere on the wrist. Looks a bit closer than it probably was in the end, as Abdur Sadais gets himself immediately off strike. He's joined out in the middle by Hamad Rafak. And we saw with the ball, Rafik here needs to do it with the bat in hand. He picked up a solitary wicket in his 1 over, went for 14 runs. He never came back for his second. He now needs to get his Malmo side off to a good start. Just worked away into the leg side for a single. Smiles all around at the moment for Ariana CC, and why not, as they've started this tournament very well. They're sitting pretty at the top of the table, having won 3 of the 4 games they've played so far. That one's cracked away into the offside. It will just be a 1 bounce for Abdur Sadais, getting into his work early here. Certainly will be the key man for Malmo. One of the few actually who's got a handful of runs on the network already. Nearing 500 runs. Big appeal on that occasion. 487 runs for Sadais so far. Well, add 5 to the collection. So he's inching closer, 492, 8 away from that milestone of 500 runs. You need a few more than 8 here if he wants to get his Malmo side anywhere near the total posted by Ariana CC. And well, he won't get to his 500 mark on this occasion, as that one goes straight through the gate. Mohamed Atif picks up an early wicket, and it's a big one as Abdur Sadais. He hits a boundary. The next ball he misses out on, and the very next ball after that one, well, it cuts in. It's a brilliant delivery actually from Mohamed Atif. I don't think Sadais expected it to come in quite so sharply. Just didn't get his feet moving in the right direction quickly enough. Hamad Rafiq kindly at the other end says, yeah, that one came in a bit. Sadais says, yeah, I noticed that. So he has to depart for 5 off 4. Well, taking another look at this one. Just in on the angle, top of off stump. It's a brutal delivery to face early on in the innings. It's a brilliant wicket to pick up for Mohamed Atif. So Malmo 6 for 1 in their hunt of 144. Cham is the new batter. Let's not forget though, Ariana, they lost a wicket in the first over as well. They also lost a wicket in the third over. They were 39 for 2. Managed to recover to 144 for 5, so Malmo will certainly have to take heart from that, as it's 6 for 1 at the end of the first. 28 matches since a golden ball, and I think if you offered Malmo the golden ball right here, right now, they'd probably take it. Still 138 runs short of that total as we take a look at the stats so far in the 10 matches played. So this was at the beginning of the day's play. It's a high successful run chase, 157. So it wouldn't quite be the highest, but it'll certainly be up there. You can see the winners batting first, currently edging those who are chasing. And well, if you had to put your money somewhere, you'd probably put it on Ariana CC defending this total. You can see there the average 126. Certainly this score above that, and might just be beyond the reach for Malmo. They've still got 9 overs to get there, and in fact 9 wickets, being 1 man down. Yeah, good morning to Paul Horn, and I will take that one on the chin. If I mention any kind of milestone for a batter, it's almost guaranteed that in the next delivery he's going to get out. This was unfortunately the case there for Abdus Adais, but I'm sure he'll get to his 500 in this series. He would need a pretty poor run of scores to not get there, now that he's just, 8 runs short. And he's got another guaranteed 2 games. This is the 6th game that Malmo will be playing. 8 games in the group stage for each side. Non-striker there, Mohamed Rafiq almost gets his head taken off by the throw that comes powering in from the captain, Nasser Batcher. There was no chance of a run out. And the bowler there does him a bit of a favour. Ahmed Arabzai has come on to bowl this second over. Low full toss is just chipped into the leg side. There's a man out there who puts his foot on it, and he's lucky to not see it roll to the rope. Sami Ibrahimkil. Well, it's actually a great piece of invention as he overruns the ball, just sticks out his left boot at the last moment, saves what would have been a boundary, almost then gets unlucky with the backspin to just run through for a single. It's been a circumspect start here for Malmo, just the 1 boundary so far, and of course 1 big wicket to fall. Well, that's going to help, as that's an ugly no ball. It's well weaved by Rafiq. Keeper had absolutely no chance. Kader Sadat behind the stumps just sticks out a palm, isn't able to stop it. Take a look at this. It will go for 5 no balls, and of course the free hit coming up. So maybe this is the chance for Malmo to kickstart this run chase, which hasn't really got going at all yet. Mohamed Rafiq here. Can he make the most of the free hit? Oh, it's a low full toss, which is actually not the worst delivery to bowl on a free hit, because of course the batter just wants to swing and swing hard, and he does so. He's fuming with himself that he misses out on that one. Mohamed Rafiq just gets through for a single. Still that 1 delivery worth 6 runs, at least something for Malmo to try and build on. Well, currently that's the problem, they're not even getting the singles. I think if they set off on that one, they would have got in. Haider Aksham immediately calls no to his non-striker Rafiq. Despite that, 5 no balls, still a good over for Ariana, with that run rate now creeping above 16. Slower ball, and they do get the boundary, and it's the first Maximo of the innings for Malmo. It's just dispatched down the ground. It's a nice hit, good swing of the bat from Haider Aksham. And they finish the second over with a big 6. The car gets out of the way just in time. Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's a it's a good fair hit to that road back there. Does clear the European cricket hoardings though. So at the end of the second over, Malmo 20 for 1. As we take a look at the standings, Ariana CC currently sitting pretty at the top. Malmo, this will be their 6th game. It's a bit deceptive, those standings, because of course Ariana Kif, they'll come back with some games of their own today. And certainly Malmo, this being their 6th game, if they notch up their 4th defeat, then they'll be more likely than not scrapping around at the bottom of the table to try and sneak into finals day on Friday. Into the 3rd over, Hamid Arabzai, he picks up a wicket. In fact, no, it's a new bowler. It's with the very first delivery, it just gets smashed straight to the man at covers, and Isanullah Wafa, Julia obliges with the catch. Hamid Rafiq trying to work this one away to the leg side, and Rafa perfectly placed there to pick up pretty comfortable catch, and the wicket will be to Mohamed Atif, who's come back on for his 2nd over. So picked up a wicket in his 1st and starts his 2nd with another scalp. It was there to be hit really, just didn't quite get up as much as Hamid Rafiq would have liked. It's a comfortable catch in the end for Isanullah Wafa. So the 2nd wicket to fall for Malmo, 20 for 2. Danger here as Wahab Hassan comes to the crease. I don't understand why Malmo are turning down the singles here. Haida Acham at the non-striker's end. Haida Acham at the non-striker's end is not even interested in going for the single here. Look, 0 backing up. He just takes a slight step forward, just leaning on his bat as if he's going for a Sunday morning stroll. Next one just zips through to Kader Sadat. Again, Acham is so slow off the mark. They eventually do go through for a single, but only because Wahab Hassan is pleading with him. It gets through the fielder at point. And only then belatedly, with more or less a conference in the middle of the wicket, do they decide, yeah, okay, we probably can run. But Malmo, if they continue with this level of intent, they're just not going to get anywhere near this total. Still 124 needed in 44. One is cracked away. Haida Acham, clearly someone who prefers dealing in boundaries than singles. Gets himself on strike. Hits that one nicely through point region. And the man with an improvised 1-1-1 on the back of his shirt. And it's a random number. I always like looking up the meaning of those numbers. I mean, numbers can mean anything, I suppose. 1-1-1, I've had a Google. And apparently 1-1-1 is typically seen as a sign that a person is going to see opportunity, meet with good fortune, achieve a goal they've been working on, or experience a new beginning. Well, Haida Acham at the moment, he needs to seek the opportunity to run a few more runs, because at the moment the good fortune is not on their side. Malmo 25 for 2 off the power play. I suppose Ariana didn't fly away in the power play either, but they had those 2 magical overs in overs 4 and 5. That's certainly something Malmo need to do here. Otherwise, this target is just gonna race away from them. Remember, it's still 101 needed for just the bonus point. See, that run rate's gone above 17. Haq Sahak coming into the attack. Full start on his first delivery. I think Wahab Hassan there was just not quite ready. It's Nice bit of lift on the pitch there from Sahak, who had a brilliant game 6 in that win against Seaside by 19 runs. He picked up 4 wickets for a loss of just 11 runs. He's quite a difficult bowler to get away. He's not the tallest, but he just comes in with a bit of zip. That one slapped down the ground though. A bit of the commentator's curse there, as that one is deposited over the rope for 6 runs. Wahab Hassan, he's taken 4 balls so far, just got the solitary single. He boosts his side's total up to 31. Still much more needed where that came from. Haidar Ashtam at the other end, not exactly going all guns blazing. 11 off 7. Back-to-back 6s, and that one is massive. That's gone into the horse stables over there. Hopefully there's none of them galloping around at the moment, because they'll have a grizzly flying their way. Wahab Hassan suddenly cranked it up a gear as Asmar Sahak just drops it a tiny bit short. That's the length that's just asking to be smashed away over leg side. Comeback ball needed here from Sahak. He does dig out a Yorker. It's well played from Hassan. He just manages to get his bat on it in time. Gets through for the single. Swing and a miss on that occasion. Has been a nice comeback here from Sahak after those back-to-back 6s. But it's just not enough from Malmo at the moment. Even with those 2 6s and the 13 runs off the over so far, that run rate just hovering around 17. So anything that's below that is just going to be another tick in the box for Ariana. I'm sure they'll be eyeing not just the win, Ariana, but also the bonus point win if they manage to contain Malmo to 100 or less. It's a good final 3 balls of that over from Sahak. Just the 1 single coming off it. So 38 for 2 at the end of the 4th. With over 100 still needed for Malmo. You can see they're not even on the bonus point rate at the moment. That golden line is where they need to be. They just had those 2 magical overs in 5 and 6, did Ariana. That's that little spike in the run rate that you can see. Malmo hoping for something similar. They need some moment of inspiration from somewhere to try and get even close to the total here. Oh, a bit of luck always is going to help, as that one skews away off the side of the bat and goes into the covers, up and away for 4 runs. Trying to work this one to leg side was Wahab Hassan. He won't mind where it ends up as long as it does go to the rope, and 4 signalled by the umpire. That's Madhava and Noctai, the men in black out there in the middle, doing a sterling job. Have been doing so all week here in Sweden. I wonder what the umpires think about the blue pitch. I suppose we always wonder what the players make of it, but also for the umpires, it's a bit of different eye work. Trying to pick up the white ball on the blue background. That one's been picked up well. It's a low full toss, and Wahab Hassan cracks it straight down the ground. 6 runs as Nasser Bacha has come into the attack for Ariana CC. First ball went for a 4, came back well with a dot, and that one just slightly overpitched. He looked back optimistically. Maybe the man at long on was in play there. It's only really the horses in the field next door who had any interest in that grizzly. But still, that run rate creeps up. Over 17 needed. High up in the air. Again, it's just going to skew away. We'll go all the way for 6. I suppose that's credit to Wahab Hassan for swinging and swinging hard. On that occasion, doesn't go where you wanted it to, but it's back-to-back sixes for him, 30 off 11. A question for the chat, what colour pitch would you have if you had a back garden pitch? Would you go for the classic green? I'm warming to the blue, I must say. I suppose red would be difficult if you have a test match ball. Also, on the white ball, almost any pitch is possible. I was saying to Vinny yesterday, you could have had a nice yellow or a different colour pitch for every country thematically based on their flag. That one's gone high. It's going to be another 6. 6, 6, 6. The devil has come out, and Wahab Hassan. Well, there was just the dot ball in between, but still 22 runs coming off the over, and that's certainly one of the magical overs that Malmo needed. So they moved to 60 for 2 off 5 overs. So halfway there in terms of the overs, and well, just under halfway there to the target. 145, remember, is the target. As we take a look what's coming up towards the end of September, it's going to be an absolute feast of cricket over in Malaga at the Khartoum Oval. Of course, before the ECC Men's Premier Division, we have the Challenger Division as well, and we have the Meltle Shield and the Western Shield. It will all culminate in the championship group in the ECC Men's. England and the Netherlands will be joined on the 16th of October by the winners of Groups A to C. And it's hard to pick a winner, isn't it? With each group throwing up some tasty fixtures, stories up and down those games. Luckily for us, something to look forward to, but still an awful amount of cricket between now and then. This one's gone high up in the air. There's a man tearing in from the boundary. It's a brilliant effort from Baz Ayubi, who had to come in a good 20 metres. So full of energy. He drops the catch and then launches the ball straight over the wicketkeeper. Don't manage to go through for any overthrows, but an athletic attempt there from Baz. Do manage to run through for 2. He tries to throw the ball into the keeper. You can see there, it's not even in the frame. As Kadir Sadat says, well, I'm standing right here. Do get away with it though. 2 to the score. Sami Ibrahim Gill, who's come on to bowl the 6th over here. First 2 balls only gone for the 3 runs, so again, when you're chasing a run rate of over 17, pretty much anything that doesn't go to the boundary is a win. But this one will go to the boundary, and we say hello again to Construction Corner. That cracks off the scaffolding there. So I don't really hear much drilling this morning. I did see the workers hard at work this morning. But luckily they're doing some of the less loud construction work. Certainly they're going to have to make sure their hard hats are on with the balls flying their way. Must have been about 10 or 15 that went into that area yesterday. This one though has gone high but not too long, and it's just cut off there by Asmal Sahak. The partnership between these 2 batters does tick over to 50. Nice recovery, given it was 20 for 2 when they came in. But they just need to accelerate even more if they're going to chase down this total. This one goes high. Is there a man under it? Yes, there is. Does he take it? Yes, he does. As Nasir Bacha, the captain, on the rope here for Ariana CC, takes the wicket. Sami Ibrahimkil, who's the bowler, and the man who falls, the man with 1-1-1. Good fortune is what the number represents, but luck was not on his side on that occasion. As he goes big, does Haider Acham, does manage to get it all the way to the rope, and he falls for 14 off 12. I suppose probably not the worst wicket to lose, because Wahab Hassan, he's still out there in the middle. He's 43 off 15. And he really needs someone to come out and match his scoring rate if they have any chance of chasing down this total. 75 needed in 25. So 3 a ball needed now, that run rate, exactly 18. They need another 30, 31 to get the bonus point. They should get that. Still maybe eyeing up that win though, as Saklan Karamat, the opening bowler for Malmo, comes into the crease. Karamat just knocks that one away for a single, so he retained the strike. That's the end of the 6th, 71 for 3. Well, those 2 early wickets to fall for Malmo just got them off to the worst possible start. It was 20 for 2 at the end of the start of the 3rd over. And they recovered well with that 50-run partnership between Acham and Hassan. So they're certainly not out of this, Malmo, but they need a blistering final 4 overs, 74 runs needed, as they stare down what would be their 4th defeat in a row. And it looks like Ariana just going to slow things down a little here, bringing on Ihsanullah Wafa. Well, in fact, the keeper's standing back, so it will be a bit of pace as he comes off just a couple of steps here. He gets enough pace in that delivery, but goes, I was going to say back of the net. It's very much literally the back of the net there from Saklan Karamat. Perfect start to the 7th over for Malmo. It's a nice shot because there's not too much width on offer there. Pretty much plays that one off stump. Goes all the way for 6, just bends the knees, gets himself underneath that one and levers it away. It's interesting that Ariana don't have a single fielder out on the offside, so that's exactly where Karamat was aiming it. And he go again, and he tries to repeat the trick. This one gets hit into the covers. It's good fielding there by Bashir Ahmed. They still run through for a single. Not the worst result though for Malmo, as it gets Wahab Hassan back on strike. They're just tempting him on the offside here. Can he hit it over the offside ring? And he goes straight. It's gone high up in the air. It doesn't have the legs on it. There's 2 men converging underneath it, and it's a good catch taken by the captain, Nasser Bacha. It's the 2nd catch he's taken. Leading from the front here, the captain for Ariana CC. Done himself a bit of a mischief there though, as it was up in the air for a long time. Off the bat of Wahab Hassan. And again, just falls short of his half century. You can see, doesn't even make it outside the inner ring. He departs for 43 off 16. It's the 4th wicket to fall for Malmo. A big one at that, with the set batter. The wicket keeper, he's now departed. With that, you'd imagine maybe even the hopes of Malmo winning this game. And well, the bad news for Ariana is that on taking that catch, it looks like the captain has done himself a bit of mischief as he has to go off the pitch. Looks like his hand just maybe split on taking that catch, and Azwali Zagul, the 12th, has come on. Big appeal, shake of the head there from the man in black. The wicketkeeper absolutely cannot believe it, and he gets a little slap off on the backside with the bat of Saklan Karamat there. So what happened here? The appeal was a big one. He was pleading on his knees. Doesn't go his way, but certainly things are going the way of Ariana CC at the moment. Karamat and Munir, 2 batters at the crease. That one just went away then for a leg bye, followed up with a single. Ihsanullah Wafa then picks up his 1st wicket. Picks up his 2nd wicket. It's a big swing by Kaiser Munir. That was a full delivery there from Ihsanullah Wafa, just targeted the stumps. Played the classic game of you miss, I hit. And it certainly was a hit from Wafa. As it was almost a full toss, but actually it was a textbook Yorker. Too good for Kaiser Munir. So he departs for a 2nd ball duck. And suddenly Malmo, they need to be careful that they at least pick up a point here. For that they need still 21 runs off exactly 18 deliveries. You'd think that's manageable. You can see that damage has been done to Ariana CC captain Nasser Bacha. He took the catch. Must have split the webbing on his left hand in doing so. As we take a look at what's coming up in just about 35 minutes time, it's Ariana Kiff, fresh off their break yesterday, coming back in. They'll be facing up against Hissingens, who had a big day yesterday, 3 games, 2 of which went in the way of the opposition. So Hissingens, they need to get another win on the board as quickly as they can. And, well, the 8th over here starts with a Maximo. Saklan Karamat, who's been out there for a while, hasn't faced too many deliveries. That's just his 5th. He hits that one away nicely. So you imagine here the win is out of the equation for Malmo, but there you see the equation at the bottom of the screen, 15 off 17 for a point. And there's another 6 of them, and Saklan Karamat, where have you been hiding? That one goes over the circus tents, into the bushes, back-to-back 6s to start this 8th over. It's being bowled by Sami Ibrahimkil, who had a pretty good first over, picked up the wicket and went for just the 11 runs. He started here with back-to-back 6s. What's he got as a comeback? The left armour. Oh, it's a wicket. A big swish down the pitch there from Saklan Karamat, looking to go for the 666. Only manages to make contact with fresh air, and Kader Sadat does the rest behind the stubs. It's all fun and games between these teams. Obviously they know each other pretty well from the domestic leagues. And on that occasion, it's a little victory for Sami Ibrahimkil. A good comeback after he was pummeled for 2 6s from Karamat. But the 3rd one is one too many. And the man with the bandana has to go as he departs for 21, the captain, off 7 deliveries. 18 of those 21 runs came in the form of 6s. It's the 6th wicket to fall for Malmo, 92 for 6. Still 9 needed for that bonus point. Certainly that's what they should be aiming for here as Abdullah Chinwari comes in number 8 position. Remember, they only have 9 wickets to play with because they are the 1 man short. They just have to consolidate here and realise what is on offer here, and that's a point which could be the difference between going through to finals day and going home. So that one's heaved away into the leg side. Good fielding though by Baz Ayubi, who's certainly a little dynamo in the field, isn't he? He scampers around everywhere, he's quick across the turf. Manages to cut that one off with a nice slide. So 7 off 13 needed for the bonus point. And goes into the same area for the 3rd time running. This time it's the one-handed pickup and throw from Isanullah Wafa. You can see the Ariana CC side are growing in confidence here because they will register what will be their 4th victory in a row. Game 3 defeat against Ariana Kiff in the Ariana Grande. Just a distant memory now. As well, the little acceleration in the last couple of overs at least means that Malmo should take home the bonus point, 95 off 6. 95 for 6 with 12 balls left. So they just need 6 for the bonus point. But certainly that target of 145, just a little dot on the horizon. It certainly is out of reach here, barring something pretty spectacular. It's 50 needed off 12. So it can still be done. Both these batters out here, yes, yet to hit a boundary between them. There's a big swing and a miss there from Chinwari. Yusuf Babak. He's been throwing the ball for the 9th over. Ariana seemingly comfortable enough to throw it to their 7th bowler. And why not when he starts off with 2 dots? Malmo just need to be sensible here. They just need 6 to get to that bonus point. Started off with 2 dots here. Chinwari, just get bat on ball. Well, that's not quite what he expected, but it's going to go for not quite a Baximo, but it goes for a Minimo. And that's 4 of the 6 needed then for the bonus point. Chinwari, oh, he swings hard, and with 88 on his back. And it's 88 and 99 out there in the middle. He gets a pat on the back from Sahil Shahzad. This time he goes a bit more conventional. It's gone high up in the air. Does it have the distance on it? No, it does not. And Baz Ayubi, the man with the golden hands, picks up another catch. It's a comfortable catch, but maybe Baz makes it look a bit more comfortable than it actually was, because he had one of his teammates absolutely flying towards him on the rope. And he knew he was pretty close to that boundary as well. I'm not entirely sure what his teammate was trying to do there, Isanula Wafa, apart from maybe put him off. So that's the 7th wicket to fall. Remember, only 2 wickets left for Malmo, and they still need 2 runs. They just need to get over the line, get that bonus point, because who knows how important that could be come the end of the day's play tomorrow. There's a big swing there from the new batter, Akshaf, the left-hander. If I were Sahil Shahzad at the non-strikers here, I'd just be going up to him and say, look, this is what we need. It's just 2. We've got 7 balls to do it. Let's just knock it into a gap and run. Often the case with these teams, they only know how to play one way, and that's swing and swing hard. Wow, well, that's one's going to be a no ball. Must have been a front foot no ball there, as it was just checked with the match referee. So from nowhere, Malmo have pretty much been gifted this bonus point. Now just the one needed, and it's a free hit for Mohamed Akshaf. In fact, it was 3 behind square, just been told, for the no ball. A lesser spotted no ball then. It wasn't the front foot. They run through the one there. Well, walk through the one if you're Sahil Shahzad. So they do register the bonus point then, do Malmo. It's certainly going to be a consolation point here. So they get to the 101 target. Yusuf Babak putting in a, well, it's a mixed over. He gets pummeled for a 4. The no ball, I suppose, that's not his fault. It's a misstep from the captain there to have 3 behind square. But he only goes for 6 runs in that all-important 9th over. I suppose for Malmo, they can at least say, well, we've got a point on the board. Haven't gone away empty-handed. Remember, they did lose all 4 points to Ariana Kif in game number 5. So they certainly wanted to avoid another game with no points on the board. So they've picked up 1 point, but Ariana CC will go home with the win here, barring some kind of record-breaking final over, which will be bowled by Baz Ayubi. A specialist fielder now comes on to bowl. That one's crunched into the offside. Stopped comfortably by Yusuf Babak. Malmo, they have 3 games today, as do Ariana CC. We'll see both of these sides in action again in the final game of the day. Be interesting to see how they match up after another day's play. That one squirts away. Will it go all the way? Yes, it will. 6 runs. Anything here is just a consolation, though, for Malmo. And both these sides have a little rest then, as the next game coming up will be Ariana Kif against Hissingens, and then Ariana CC come back in the 3rd game of the day. That will be in the Ariana Grande again against Kif. And Malmo have a double header to finish off the day. They'll be playing the 4th match of the day against Hissingens, which, well, that seems like a big game already, doesn't it? Hissingens, remember, lost 2 games yesterday. Good slower ball there from Baz. So that's already shaping up like it could be one of those bottom of the table clashes. Remember, you just have to avoid coming bottom in this table of 5. And Malmo play game 4 against Hissingens, and then game 5 of the day against Ariana CC. So this game again, we will have at 5:15 local time, but a lot of cricket to be played between now and then. But certainly now the win will go in the direction of Ariana CC, who will pick up their 4th win on the spin and cement their place at the top of the standings. Baz Ayubi just teasing here. Just the 2 balls left. Maybe just double and triple checking that they've not made any fielding errors here. Oh, slap down the ground. Should be cut off. There's a bit of a fumble there, but Well, Malmo, the whole innings, haven't exactly shown intent with the running. On that occasion, again, they just jog through for a 1. Well, certainly the running won't have been the difference between winning and losing, but it would have been a much closer game had they just shown a bit more intent out there in the middle. They've just relied on big swings and finishes aptly with a big swing that doesn't go very far. This time they do show a bit of intent. They get through for 2. Are they going to go for 3? Yes, they will. The bat's on the floor. The ball comes in. And the keeper there has been absolutely peppered. So suddenly they find their running shoes from somewhere when it's very much too little too late for Malmo. But they do manage to scamper through on the final delivery. But all that does is add a bit more of a gloss to what is otherwise a pretty miserable looking scoreline for Malmo as they fall to Ariana CC by 31 runs. It's the 3rd time actually they've lost a game by 30 runs or more. And it's the 4th defeat in a row for Malmo. It's not looking pretty for them, but they've at least got a few more games today to try and put it right. And the next game coming up, well, it's 2 new teams on today's play, and it's Ariana Kif coming off their day off yesterday up against Hissingens, who had a big day yesterday, only won the 1 game out of 3. They have rung the changes, 6 of them in total. We'll talk about that when the game starts in just about 25 minutes time, but in the meantime, let's go into the highlights, as it was smiles all round for Mohamed Atif as he picked up the early wicket, and smart trouble, didn't it, for Malmo with both their openers falling cheaply. Abdul Sades bowled then by Mohamed Atif, who then picked up the other opener as well as Hamid Rafiq holed out for just the 3 runs. Haida Asham, then Wahab Hassan, they came in. Wahab Hassan in particular was impressive with the bat. We thought, well, as long as he's there, maybe Malmo have a chance of chasing down this big total. Fortunately for them though, the wickets just kept on tumbling. Haida Asham though, he was just stuck around 14 off 12 before he holed out to the captain of Ariana CC, but trouble actually for Nasser Bacha as he had to go off with a hand injury. That was a brilliant effort from Baz Ayubi. Would have been a spectacular catch. Wahab Hassan just kept on plugging away, said hello to construction corner. There was 1 big hit too many for Haida Acham. He holed out. That was the first catch taken by Nasser Bacha, but it was on the 2nd catch that went even higher. He caught out Wahab Hassan. Seemed to do himself a bit of damage here. You can see it went into his left hand. He immediately looks down. Looks that he's in a bit of trouble there. A bit of pain, and he goes off. Not only the magic spray there, but also a bit of strapping, so hopefully he's okay to continue later in the day. Absolutely pleading decision there. It was the right call, going well down leg side, but the amateur dramatics come out from Kader Sadat before a dramatic bowled there. That marked the end of Kaiser Munir's 2nd ball duck. And at that point, it just seemed like, well, can Malmo at least get the bonus point? They do manage to get it comfortably in the end. 101 was the target to pick up that consolation point. They finish on 113, well short of Ariana CC's target of 145. Well, this running pretty much sums up Malmo. Just probably would have been run out. In the end, they run through for a 3. The bat doesn't matter. The bat's dropped. It could have been a 2nd run out. In the end, they do manage to scamper through for a consolation 3 on the very final ball of the game. But the points were pretty much signed, sealed and delivered at that point, and they will go to Ariana CC as we take a look at the scorecard. And there's only really Wahab Hassan, the shining light there. He was joined for a while by Saklan Karamat, the captain of Malmo. It was always going to be a tough task, especially with just the 10 batters in the lineup, with Malmo 1 man short for this game. Hopefully they can come back later in the day, and hopefully with some reinforcements as well. Not a single wide bowled in that innings by Ariana CC. There was of course that 1 big no ball, but otherwise pretty decent viewing for them. Because they had so many runs on the board, they were able to experiment with bowlers, 8 of them used in total. Isanullah Wafa picked up 2 wickets in his solitary over, went for just 8 runs as well. Ariana CC then certainly a team to look out for. They're full of confidence, and now they have won their 4th game in a row. A comfortable win it was as well over Malmo, who will be licking their wounds after they have gone to their 4th defeat in a row. Certainly mixed fortunes for these 2 sides, but that's the match 11 in the bag, the first match of day 3 here in ECS Sweden goes the way of Ariana CC as they beat Malmo by 31 runs. And the good news is we have just about 20 minutes before the next game is coming up for you here on the network, and that will be Ariana Kif against Hissingens again. Two sides with mixed fortune so far. Hissingens, they had a big day yesterday but only managed to pick up 1 win from 3. They certainly need to get back to winning ways if they want to give themselves a chance of getting through to finals day. As for Ariana Kif, they've won a couple of games. They'll want to add another to the collection. That will be coming up in just about 20 minutes time. So put the kettle on, grab yourself something to eat and join me, Tina Goff, back here for match 12, ECS Sweden here on the European Cricket Network.
get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome to the ECS Sweden here in beautiful Landskrona, where we're into match 12. It's the second match of the day, which sees Ariana Kif face up against Hissingens. And Ariana Kif looking to make it 3 wins in a row. As for Hissingens, they're trying to avoid 3 defeats in a row. And the news from the toss is that Ariana Kif, they have won the toss and elected to bat. And I like that move, seeing if they can put more runs on the board. They, remember, beat Malmö by 52 runs in Game 5, and they want to set a big total here. 2 changes for Kif as Salah and Wally come in. As for Hissingens, well, big changes, 6 of them in total. Some notable omissions as well. Mahesh Mohan, he won't be playing for Hissingens. Remember, if you were watching yesterday, he seemed to go down with a bit of a side strain. It'll be interesting to see if we see him later on today or later on in the series. Another player that's missing, Abhishek Patel. He had a good day yesterday despite being on the wrong end of both results. He picked up 2 for 2 in Game 9, 3 for 13 in Game 10. He's also not in the Hisingen side. So remains to be seen whether the new additions, Gautam with the ball, for example, if he can propel his side to a win. Well, the win predictor is firmly in the Akif camp, 65% to 35. Certainly the form of these two sides seems to agree with that, but Hissingens, of course, they just had the 1 day of action yesterday. They had the first day off. Meanwhile, Ariana had yesterday off. So both sides looking to start day 3 with a bang, and this will be Ariana Kif then walking out into the middle with bats in hand. As for Hissingens, they need to get off to a good start here, don't they? They just lost out to Seaside in that final game of the day yesterday. And it was a final ball thriller as well. Gokul Srinivasan, the captain of Hissingens, he was out there in the middle and he needed a 6 off the final ball to win the game. Wasn't able to manage it. It went through to the keeper and they fell to Seaside by 5 runs. That was on the back of a 4-0 thumping to Ariana CC in the previous game. Lost that one by 7 wickets and Ariana chased it down in the 6th over. So on the back of 2 losses here, Hissingens, they've had an evening to reflect, pull themselves together, come out here hoping to stop the rot. As for Ariana Kif, they've had 24 hours to reflect on what was, well, a pretty decent day for them on day 1 here in Sweden. Lost the first one, very first game of the series, to Malmo by 7 wickets. But then won in the Ariana Grande against CC by 8 wickets. And then a big win for Game 5 against Malmo by 52 runs. They've got some star performers, haven't they, as well? Most notably the Centurion, Nasser Baluk. He's carded at 2. Interesting to see if he comes out here to open. It looks like it won't be opening for now, as it's Ihsan Shahzad on strike. He's joined out there in the middle by Salah Khan. So the Centurion will have to wait. He scored 112 not out off just 33 deliveries in that win in the Ariana Grande. That was on the back of a quick-fire 22 off 7 in Game 1. But for now, Shahzad faces the first ball, swings and misses at that one. First over will be bowled by Kartikeyan Sivanandam. Hissingens here desperately needing the win to keep themselves in contention. They're currently at the bottom of the table, but that is by virtue of the fact they've just played the 3 games. I suppose you can make the same argument for Ariana Kif. They've only played the 3 games as well. They find themselves in 3rd, having won 2, lost 1 on 8 points. Hissingens, meanwhile, propping up the table. 1 win, 2 losses, 4 points, because they did miss out on that bonus point against Ariana CC. So a big game for both of these sides. You'd say, actually, specifically for Hissingens. That's cracked away into construction corner. I can hear the drilling in my headset. That one's been drilled by Ihsan Shahzad for the first Maximo of the game. It's taken him just 2 legal deliveries to get into his work here, Shahzad. On the back of his quick-fire 29 off 8 in the last game that Ariana Kif played. That was Game 5, the very end of the first day of action here. He starts off with a bang here. High up in the air, cause of catcher. There's 2 men chasing it. It was just a bit too slow to react there. Was Vishal Malavia, one of the new additions to the side, and he just stood watching that one up in the air. And in the end, chucks it in, and they run through for the overthrows as well. Hissingens after a bit of a sloppy start here. And you can see there, they were comfortably going through for 2, even if Ihsan did need a bit of a hurry up there from Salah Khan. In the end, they come through again. At the start, Hissingens would have wanted 3 run on that occasion. Good comeback ball though from Sivanandam, as that one zips through to the keeper. It's Nitin Ramakrishna with the gloves on again. The 6 changes for Hissingens, so only 5 players actually remain from that previous game. Keeper and captain, 2 of them. That one's called a wide. It's a tough call, that one. It looked like it might have caught a bit of the wide line here, the angle going across the left-hander. Yeah, it's a bit of an optical illusion, isn't it? Because we see this flat angle, can't see the depth of the pitch very well, but called a wide there on that occasion. The over-adjust then does Kartikeyan, goes down the leg side, and that one's just leave it away. Salah Khan gets in on the Maximo action. It's another 6 in the first over, and this over has already gone for 17. Still 1 ball left in it. It's the dream start for Ariana Kif. It's always a difficult one when you have a day's break in a short series like this, especially when you're on a bit of a winning streak. It might halt a bit of momentum, but Ariana picking up exactly where they left off at the end of day 1. And that's been crunched. That's gone all the way. That's one of the shots of the day already off the bat of Salah Khan. A width on offer there from Sivanandam to finish the over, and it does go magical. 23 runs coming off it. Perfect start here for Ariana Kif. We take a look at the Challenger Division coming up in the ECC for men towards the end of September. It's 2 groups with the winners of each going straight through to finals day, as well as the playoff winners from each group, and it's going to be an exciting finals day. That comes up towards the end of October, which will then be superseded by the Premier Division Championship week. Well, it's not quite a week, it's a long weekend, isn't it? So we have the Challenger and the Premier, and then the Championship week coming up. That's at the very end of this European cricket summer, and of course, European Cricket Network doesn't observe the usual rules of time and space. This one goes up in the air, almost into space, and it's taken on the ring. It's the first wicket to fall. Pritam Harinath has come into the attack for Hissingens and takes just 2 balls to get his first wicket. Yesan Shahzad is the man to fall. This one just goes up, slightly backwards. The cap comes off, and it's a comfortable catch in the end. I think it's Vivek Sharma on the end of that one. The keeper there, Nitin, was lurking. Vivek claimed the catch, took it well. First wicket to fall for Ariana, 23 for 1. Interesting to see if we do see the Centurion come in, but it looks like it's the number 2 coming out for Ariana Kif. That's Debashan Dash. Great name. DD. Dev Dash. He's got Dev on the back of his shirt. I don't know if it's his shirt, but Dash is some surname. We'll call him Dash from now on. He will come down. Number 3 for Ariana. It's up in the air. Does it have the distance to beat the inner ring? Yes, it does. The chase is on. That's a good piece of fielding there. Well, a very stiff-looking fielder, but he does the work, and it's thrown in by Srinivasa Suresh Kumar. Vishal out there doing the fielding. Doesn't quite get his legs moving quickly enough. No, he's carrying a bit of an injury. Hissingens haven't had the luck when it comes to injuries and changes in personnel. Good piece of fielding there. Slower ball comes out, but it's complete miscue. It's going to be called a no ball. I think that went off the side of the pitch. Take a look at this one. Yeah, just a complete miscue. Tried to roll his fingers along it. Just ends up harmlessly in the turf. Good call from the umpire as well. Remember, anything that lands off the pitch is a no ball and not a wide. It's double punishment as well. That one is actually caught. I thought it was going to go the distance. It's a nice catch from Chandan Murthy. Of course, it was a free hit, so the wicket won't fall. A bit of catching practice, though, from Chandan. Takes that one on the run. Still a bit of risk involved in that one, because had he fumbled that one, could have gone for 4 or 6. In the end, more damage is avoided as the free hit just goes for a single. Pritam Harinath, despite that misplaced slower ball. Good over so far from him. Left-handed Salah Khan, though, using a bit of deft touch there to guide that one away to the rope. We've seen this shot played a few times already this morning. It's good to see just a bit of guile used rather than just brute force, as he just works that one away, opens up the face of the bat, and it flies away to the rope. Have to repeat the trick, doesn't get on the end of that one. Of course, Salah Khan is a man with international experience, plays for Denmark. His high score on the network was actually an international game, 31 not out for Denmark against Hungary last year in 2024. He's just 24 years old as well. He's a brilliant batter. I've given him the big talk up now, so he's probably going to get out next ball, but it's the end of the over. 31 for 2 for Ariana. Better for second over though from Pritam Harinath. That one going for just 8 runs. You can see why this game is important. Both sides have just played the 3 games, but Ariana have twice as many points as Hissingens. At least if Hissingens can pick up the 3 points here, they would claw their way back up the table. At least stay in contention. This one's hit down the ground. Good stop by Pritam Harinath, who's just done the bowling, has now been sent out to long off. As Kartikeyan has come back on for his second over. Big call, given that his first over went magical, 23 runs coming off it. Ooh, and that was a bit of an unexpected Tortuga there for the bowler, who got hit square in the forehead. He's going to have it's less of a concussion check, more of a fatherly rub on the head there from the umpire. No more damage was done as that one flashed in from the boundary. There's damage done to the score though on the next delivery. And Salah Khan doesn't get hold of all of it, but enough of it to go to the rope. Kartikeyan probably still rubbing his forehead from that previous delivery. He's scratching his head now, wondering how that one goes to the rope. There's an attempted catch there. Would have been a spectacular one. Would have been a big wicket as well to dismiss Salah Khan. It was a good effort from Srinivasa Suresh Kumar. Well, there you go though. The next ball, Salah Khan, he doesn't live to fight another day as he goes for a big ugly swing across the line and has his stumps rearranged. So one big hit too many there. Just doesn't quite get big on him as he expected there, Salah Khan. He does have to depart 22 off 8 deliveries. And it's a well-earned wicket for Kartikeyan Sivanandam. The gamble paid off, bringing him back in for his second over. After his first went for 23, but he does pick up the big wicket of Salah Khan. Still the Centurion does not come in, Nasser Baluk. I would have expected to see him sooner rather than later, but it looks like it's the wicketkeeper, Hardeep Virk, who will come in to bat next. There's the 2 and the 22 out there. Playing around a little with their batting lineup here, Ariana Kirf. I suppose they have the benefit of having big hitters up and down the order. That one's well stopped though. A point by Aswin Madhav, another one of the new additions to the Hissingens lineup. Uppercut. That's a beautiful shot. It's gone flying away for a Baximo, but I don't think a Baximo does it justice here, as Hardeep Virk just sticks out his bat at it. Let's take a look at how intentional this one was. Well, he flashes it away. I'm not sure he's quite expecting it to go that far backwards. He kind of took a cheeky look towards point, hoping it was somewhere over there, but either way, it goes all the way for 6. Hardeep Virk, not a Centurion. He has scored a few runs on the network, 38 not out is his high score. That was back in 2021. He's got a bit of time to get into his work here as we get to the end of the power play. Ariana Kirf, 44 for 2. Remember, they still have the Centurion to come. Nasser Baluk, 112 not out in game 3. Haven't seen him yet. Interesting to see if he comes in next for Ariana. Meanwhile, though, Dash and Virk out there. It will be Pritam coming back for his second over. And Dash hits that one away to the boundary. Maximo to start over number 4. He was just going 4 off 4 so far. But now finds his Maximo boots. Hits that one straight down the ground. A lovely hit. A good time to welcome everyone back into the chat. I see Ian Smullins there, Johnny, Wayne. Hope you're having a nice day wherever you are. Viking Bay as well. Tuning in for some cricket action. And there's all action here at the moment. As Dash goes back-to-back sixes, one offside, one leg side. The result is the same. It's another Maximo. That takes Ariana into the 50s, 56 for 2. Pritam Harinath, well, his first over just went for 8 runs. He's gone for 12 in his first 2 deliveries of the second. Does he have an answer here? Out the slower ball, but the treatment is the same, and it will be the 666. The devil number comes out at the start of over number 4. All 3 off the bat of Dash, who's dashed up to 28 now off just 8 deliveries. Given that the previous 2 overs both included a wicket, this is a nice little counter-attack here from Dash. Can he make it 4 in a row? Even bigger slower ball comes out from Harinath. This time it deceives the batter, but also ends up the wrong side of the wide line. Will have to be re-bowled. You can see what he was thinking there, just trying to do something different, and just about misses that line. As Dash was lurking there, looking for his 4th successive boundary. Again, that's not an action replay, that's again an attempted slower ball. Once more, the wrong side of the wide line. This one goes down the pitch. It won't be a boundary. We'll stop the flow of boundaries as it's thrown in. Just be the single. But already this over has gone magical. Still 2 balls remaining in it. Reminder then that Akif won the toss. They wanted to bat. They've won both chasing and setting totals so far. The last game they played, they did win against Malmo by a big margin. 52 runs was the winning margin. So you can understand why they wanted to put runs on the board here, and they've done a decent job so far. Helped a little by the extras. Remember in that previous game, Ariana CC hardly bowled any extras. There's already been 6 wides bowled and a no ball by Hissingens in just the first 3 and a bit overs here. Expected score up towards the 160 mark. 160 will be would be the highest score we've seen so far in this series. So a ball comes out again. Successful on this occasion. Gets it on the pitch. Dash sees it coming, but it's only able to chip it up in the air for a single. So they get to 68 at the end of the 4th over. Have lost the 2 wickets, but Dash is going well. He's 24 off 9. Verk has just 1 big hit so far. He's still there though, and they've got the Centurion Nasser Baluk still in the shed, lurking, waiting for his opportunity. Since we're here in Sweden, I've been doing a bit of research on the origins of cricket in Sweden. The first cricket club here was formed in 1883. That was in Gothenburg. We've got a couple of sides here representing that city. One of the founders, Erik Blidbert, learnt the game in London and became a natural leader for Sweden's cricket community. So that one's been worked away beautifully. Just a bit of width on offer here by the bowler. And Dash just sticks his bat out at it. 0 footwork to speak of, but just hangs his bat out there. That's a 1 bounce 4 off the bowling here of Aswin Madhav. Come into the attack, into the team. First ball goes for a 4. club's full name in Gothenburg was Lyckan Samford, which means the Society of Joy. I know we have a lot of good names on the network, but Society of Joy would certainly be up there. Good comeback ball there from Aswin Madhav. There's a man out there, should stop the boundary. They run through for 2. The first organised club of modern times was Stockholm Cricket Club, which was created in 1948, so just after the Second World War, by the staff of the British Embassy in Stockholm. They played against the crews of passing ships and made annual visits to Helsinki. Bowl him. That's one too many there for Debashan Dash. Didn't know whether he was coming or going. He gets a bit of advice there. A little too late for Hardeep Virk to chip in on Dash's technique there. That's Aswin Madhav. Yeah, the less said about that, the better, as Dash tried to dash out the way of it. In the end, just jumps out away like a bunny hopping away for Easter. And you can see the smile on Aswin Madhav's face. Probably a bit of an embarrassed smile, because they do sometimes say the bad balls get wickets, and that's the case here, as Debashan Dash probably should have sent that one away to the rope. In the end, he's the one that has to walk off. He goes for 30 off 12. A good little innings from him. And here we go. Here is the Centurion. Nasser Balak comes in at 5 for Ariana Kif. Giving him the big talk up here. And he starts hitting it away straight into the bite, into construction corner. He picks up exactly where he left off on day 1, starting with a boundary. Yeah, so the British Embassy team in Stockholm played against the crews of passing ships and made annual visits to Helsinki. And there was club started in the 1960s from Gothenburg and Mariestad. There's 1 and out here for the Centurion. It is the commentator's curse, as Aswin Madhav brings out the slower ball, completely deceives everyone. Most importantly, deceives Nasser Balak, who just got all beaten there, and deceived the cameraman as well. We were looking for that one in the bushes. He gets the Q end of the bat there. It's come right off the toe, and Nasser absolutely cannot believe what he has done, as Aswin Madhav picks up 2 wickets in the over. The big wicket. I gave him the talk up. I'll take the responsibility for that one, as Balak doesn't repeat the heroics of day 1. And he falls for just 4 off 2. And suddenly Ariana Kif, after a brilliant start, just stuttering a little thanks to the double hit in this over from Aswin Madhav. 78 for 4 now. There's still 1 ball left in the 5th over. Finishes with a dot ball, Aswin Madhav, so it's a brilliant over from him as he picks up the 2 important wickets. The halfway stage then, Ariana Kif 78 for 4 as you join me in the commentary igloo, and we've got an important game coming up here for both sides. Hissingens, they really can't afford to lose 3 games on the spin, and they got off to a shaky start, but they've come back flying here. We're looking forward to bringing you this game, and of course even more cricket action through the day. I'm flying solo today and tomorrow, but rest assured, Vinny, he's recuperating, having a little mini Vinny break, and he'll be back for finals day on Friday. Of course, it's Peacock Friday as well. Already looking forward to that one. And then the action doesn't stop, as we have 4 T10s coming your way, 4 ECSWs over the weekend. 2 teams, 1 from Malmo, 1 from Gothenburg. The action does not stop here on the network. This one's gone high into the air, and there's a half chance there for Aswin Madhav, who already picked up 2 wickets in the previous over. He's got his hands on the end of that one. Hardeep Virk, though, manages to escape, gets a couple of runs. How close does he get to this one, Aswin? Well, he gets there, doesn't he? It's low down, it's a tough attempt by the time the ball arrives at him. It's mopped up there by Suresh Kumar. Oh dear. Well, I was going to say it's just knocked away for a single. But a bit of an ugly misfield there on the rope, as Shahzad just knocks that one away. It was a bit of a filthy Tortuga. It goes straight through the hands there of Vishal Malavya. Chandan Murthy's come on to bowl his 6th over. Can do a better job on this occasion. He pulls out the long barrier. Absolutely no way that one was going past him. So just to finish off the history of cricket in Sweden then. 2 clubs started in Gothenburg, Mariestad. The Mariestad clubs were founded by Ugandan Indians in the 1970s, and then the Swedish Cricket Federation formed in 1990, becoming a member of the ICC in 91. Should be a wide ball, and is. And clubs continued to pop up. There was Stockholm, oh, you're testing my Swedish now, Stockholm's Akademiska Cricketskallap, set up by students at Stockholm University in 96. That's still one of the biggest clubs in the country. The MCC then visited in June 1999. Before the turn of the millennium. And of course, Sweden now also on the international stage, both men's and women's. The women will be competing in the European Division 2 World Cup qualifier at the end of the month in, well, just about 2 weeks' time, along with 5 other sides. I know their men have big international ambitions as well. As always, it's brilliant to see cricket being played all across Europe. And it's all being brought to you here on the European Cricket Network. It's nick behind, and it will be the 5th wicket to fall. Hardeep Virk goes for a big swing. Chandan Murthy has used the slower ball well, and he executes it perfectly on that occasion. Ariana Kif, well, their innings is just falling away a little here. 86 for 5. Still 1 ball left of the 6th. They were powering away at the start. 38 for 2, then 74 for 3. Since then, just a little collapse, losing 2 wickets for just 12 runs, and 2 important wickets as well, as Nasser Baluk, he departed for just 4. Now it will be Hardeep Virk, the wicketkeeper, who's undone by his wicket-keeping counterpart. Nitin Ramakrishna takes the catch as Chandan Murthy picks up his 1st wicket of the day. Dhiraj Malhotra is the new man who, well, he's been successful with the ball so far. Picked up 4 for 7 in game 5. But his skills are needed a little with the bat here, with still 4 overs to bat for Ariana Kif. They find themselves on 86 for 5. Well, it's just been the 2 batters, Khan and Dash, who have made it out of double figures so far. Otherwise, slim pickings for the Ariana Kif batters. They've been helped with the 7 wides already bowled by Hissingens. They just need a little partnership here between Shahzad and Malhotra. Azwin Madhav, unsurprisingly, comes back for his 2nd over. His 1st over went for 10 runs, but he picked up 2 wickets as well. Wayne just asking in the chat if Vinny's sick. No, he's having a little Vinny mini break, Vinny break, and he'll be back on Friday. Of course, there's no keeping him away, especially when it's Peacock Friday and a finals day. So we'll be back for those 4 games to take you through into the weekend. Well, that one gets hit firmly away, just lands short of the rope. 4 runs, much needed 4 runs for Ariana. That takes them to 90. Yeah, so you've got me flying solo today and tomorrow to take you through the remaining group stage games. 5 games on each day, and then the usual setup for finals day. So we've got the eliminator, which will be between teams 3 and 4. Got him. That's a well-bowled delivery from Azwin Madhav. Again, just takes a bit of the pace off. He's used different paces very well, has Azwin, in his spell so far. Just drags this one back a tiny bit. Doesn't get up off the pitch much, and Akramuddin Shahzad hangs his head almost in like a cartoon style just being told off for not doing his homework, and he has to take himself off the pitch. Hissingen's continue to have the upper hand in this game so far. They just need to keep a lid on that scoring rate. It's 90 for 6. They're probably even eyeing up, trying to bowl out Ariana here. Because if Ariana keep on firing, even something like 120, 130 might be a tough ask for Hissingens, who are missing a few of their big hitters, such as Mahesh Mohan, who isn't in the team this morning. Big swing there. Usman Safi is the new batter, the left-hander. Gets straight into the act with a boundary. As a reminder, Hissingens, they were bowled out for 72 yesterday in match 9 by Ariana CC. It was the final ball of the innings, but still haven't quite been firing. They did manage 130 in their previous game. Good slow ball there. Almost so slow it goes backwards from Aswin Madhav, who's using all the tricks in the book at the moment to try and deceive the Ariana batters. Now 130 that Hisingen scored was in their only win so far. Beat Malmo by 30 runs. They can get runs on the board, but they've been blowing a bit hot and cold. Getting short of the chase of 115 against Seaside, scored 110 on that occasion. So they can get into the hundreds, no doubt about it. Just be a case of this newly formed side with 6 changes from yesterday. Can they click and gel quickly enough? Well, that is a 4 to Usman Safi. It's back-to-back 4s. And it takes his side to 98 for 6 after 7. There's a wicket in that over for Aswin Madhav. He finishes on figures of 3 for 22 as we take a look at what's coming our way across 2025. We saw earlier a sneak peek of the Challenger Group in the European Cricket Championship. That's coming at the end of September. Directly before that, we'll already be in Khartoum for the 2 flagship events, Meltle Shield and Western Shield, which promise to be bigger and better than ever. So much to look forward to this year. What is no doubt the biggest year so far on the network. As Malhotra starts over number 8 with a boundary, and that does get Akif up to the 100 mark. 102 now. First ball of the 8th. Good comeback ball though from Srina Vissa, and they're going for the cheeky stumping here. We're going to have a look at this. It was, well, he's very much out of his crease. Does he get back in time? He's very much sleeping here. Oh, going to have to go frame by frame here as the foot comes through. Oh, I think he's just about safe. As we go maybe back 1 frame, yeah. There you can see his foot is grounded, but it's more by luck than judgment there, as Dhiraj Malhotra almost gets himself out in pretty curious circumstances. Just grounds his toes quickly enough. Oh, that's a brilliant corn bowled on the second attempt. It was drilled back at Srinivasa Suresh Kumar. Big smile on his face, and why not? Because he not only had to take evasive action, he stuck his hands out and takes a brilliant grab, one-handed, and then the right hand comes out for a second time. Can't believe his luck, the batter, as he smashed that one. Thought for all the world it might have gone for a boundary. The bowler, Suresh Kumar, had other ideas, and it's the next wicket to fall halfway through the 8th. And Ariana Kif, well, they just keep on losing wickets, don't they? 102 now on the board. Worth taking a look, another look at this one. You can see the look on his face. It's relief, it's joy, it's shock. As the next one, though, gets pummeled away to the rope. It's not the first time that an Ariana Kif bowler, a batter, has come out and hit the first one to the rope. On this occasion, it's Sadiq Sahak. Comes out with some intent. Good hit. Gets right off the middle of the bat there. As Wayne rightly points out, then we'll be flying solo, so my co-commentator for the next 2 days is the chat. It's great to have you with me. If there's anything you want to chat about, I'll throw in some questions, I'm sure, later in the day, and just write them in there. It's always lovely to have your company, wherever you are in the world, whatever time it is. Just to finish off the thought then on finals day, so the first game will be the eliminator. It's just the one group we have here. It's a group of 5. So the top 4 teams will go through. Teams finishing 3 and 4 in the table will face off in the eliminator. And the top 2 teams, they have the benefit of having the double chance to get through to the final. So they'll be playing qualifier number 1. And the winner of qualifier number 1 will get a fast track ticket straight to the final. And the loser will then have the second chance against the winner of the eliminator. That'll be qualifier number 2. And then, of course, we finish finals day, Peacock Friday, with the big final here late in the afternoon, local time in Sweden. 109 for 7 at the end of the 8th. Going into the 9th over, chance for a catch here, and it's dropped. Well, luckily for Hisingen, it's not dropped over the rope, but Pritam Harinath really should have taken that one. Would have been the 8th wicket to fall for Ariana Kif as it's knocked down the ground. Vishal Malavia comes straight into the attack. Should have got into the wickets on the very first ball. Disaster is avoided as they just go for a 1. It's only going down leg. And they turn down the single, and then they do get the single in the end as the throw comes in. Vishal, the bowler, misses it. So belatedly, Usman Safi picks up the single. As well, Sadiq Sahak pretty much ran 3 there. As he ran there, ran back, and then ran all the way again. Just get himself on strike. On the Nelson, 111. So into the offside. The chase is on. Oh, that's unfortunate. He's done himself a bit of a mischief there. He gives the thumbs up. He's more flexible than I am because he seems to roll his ankle here as he goes for this. I think it's Suresh Kumar there. Just take a look at his right leg, left leg there. Oh, makes me wince just looking at that one. Been a bit of pain, but he gives the thumbs up. He's up and about. Must have ankles made out of elastic because that one looked painful. Time goes leg side, should be taken. Again, it's dropped. This time, Aswin Madhav, who did so well with the ball, drops the second chance in the over. And Vishal Malavia must be absolutely cursing his luck. He should have had 2 wickets here. Instead, he's gone for 7 so far. Still not a bad over from him. Can he finally pick up a wicket that he probably deserves? He'll go through for another leg bite. Final ball of the 9th. It hasn't quite happened here for Ariana. They will get a big 6 on the final ball. Must have heard me. That one goes all the way. So 14 runs come off the 9th over. Big 6 to end it off the bat of Sadiq Sahak. So with 1 over left, Ariana Kif, 123 for 7. That expected score in the 130s. It's certainly going to be a competitive total. They're about par here. Just depends how many more runs they can add in the final 6 deliveries. Who will Hissingen's turn to here? Chandan Murthy has gone for just 8 runs so far. Of course, Vishal Malavia just bowled that one. So really it's between Chandan and Srinivasa unless they turn to a new 7th bowler. But it is the 1-1-1, the manufactured 1-1-1 of Chandan Murthy, who will bowl the 10th and final over here. Can Hisingen at least try to contain Ariana here? That's going to start off with a minimo. Unfortunate one there for Chandan Murthy. Not too much wrong with the delivery. Of course, going into the final over, Usman Safi is going to swing and swing hard at everything. Gets a slice of luck going his way on that occasion. First ball goes for 4, 127 now. Akif will be looking to see if they can get it up to even 140. That will certainly be a tough task for Hissingen's. Good comeback ball though from Chandan Murthy as that one goes through into the gloves of Nitin Ramakrishna. Safi tries to give himself a bit of room here. Just punts it down the ground. Should just be a single. A good couple of balls then for Hissingens. Just any runs they can contain here. Just help out those batters who are missing a bit of firepower. There'll certainly be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Vivek Sharma. He's been a bit of a leading light in the batting order for Hissingens. He scored 47 off 16 in game 7. That was in their only win so far against Malmo. Apart from that, not too many batters have chipped in with many runs, apart from, of course, Mahesh Mohan, who I've already mentioned is missing from the lineup in this game with 6 changes made by Hissingens compared to yesterday evening. 2 balls to come then, 129 is the score. Still 2 balls to come and 130 is the score as that one just comes out wrong from Chandan Murthy. Also given 1 for the over. I don't think Chandan Murthy was trying to go for the vicious bouncer there. Just veered the wrong side of the left-handed Safi. Does get out the slower ball here, but Safi probably sees it coming and smashes that one into the brick wall of the sports hall there over to the left. So they get up to 136, 1 ball left, 140 still on the cards here. And that would certainly make it a tough, tough chase for Hissingens, a side that's low on confidence, low on runs. Can Safi finish with a bang here? Slow ball comes out again. This time it does deceive Safi. Well, you can see that Sahak, he was trying to will Safi to go for the 2 there. Sahak was pretty much with Safi at the striker's end by the time they were trying to go for the 2. They just go through for the 1 leg bite, so they don't quite manage the 140 to Ariana Kif, but certainly a competitive total that has been posted. 137 on the board for Akif. They'll certainly be happy with that. They'll be confident that they can defend this total, given that Hissingens haven't shown quite all of their firepower so far, and Ariana, of course, on the back of 2 wins. As we take a look back at the highlights, and it started promisingly Ihsan Shahzad hitting a big 6 and went for a big swipe too many. That was comfortably taken by Vivek Sharma. Salah Khan, the man from Denmark, he was out there in the middle. There's a bit of a bonk on the head there for the bowler. Wasn't expecting that one to come in. Well, certainly wasn't expecting that one was Salah Khan. He's clean bowled by Kartikeyan. Angry with himself, just deceived. Talking about deception, everyone was bamboozled by that one as Debashan Dash scored a quick fire 30 off 12, but undone by a bit of a full bunger there from Aswin Madhav. He won't mind though. Cheeky little smile on his face as he knew he burgled that wicket. The boundaries at least kept on coming. Hardeep Virk scored 1 big boundary, 1 big 6 before he was caught by Nitin Ramakrishna. This was a nice caught and bowled from Aswin Madhav, who probably was the pick of the bowlers actually for Hissingens. He's new into the team. He did drop that one on that occasion, but he used his variations very well. That was the end of the wicketkeeper Hardeep Virk as he just feathered that one behind, and Aswin, he kept on just hitting the bullseye. That was the end of Akwamuddin Shahzad. And then we had time for just a little highlight, as this one was nailed back at Srinivasa Suresh Kumar in the second attempt. He manages to snaffle that one, but then a bit of a flourish at the end from Usman Safi and Sadiq Sahak as they put on a final little partnership of 35 with 7 boundaries between them, some of them more elegant than others. In the end, they tried to scamper through for 1, despite the pleas of Sahak to come through for 2. But certainly Ariana be happy enough with the total. It's just above par score here, probably about 120, 125. And they've managed 137 thanks to some big hitting at the top between Khan and Dash, and then again at the bottom, Safi and Sahak. Otherwise, not too many contributions. Salah Khan, certainly one to keep an eye on, as he has the potential to go big, the man from Denmark. Looking at the bowlers then, Hissingen's using the 6, and I liked what Aswin Madhav did there. He did go for 22, but he picked up 3 wickets, and he just used the variations very well, deceived us, deceived the cameramen, and deceived the batters. So good work from him. Otherwise, it was nice work as well. That one catch from Srinivasa Suresh Kumar will certainly be one for the highlights reel. So at the halfway stage then, Ariana Kif, 137 runs on the board. Hissingen's then needing 138 to stop the rot and pick up their second win of the series. Can they avoid 3 defeats in a row, or can Ariana Kif make it 3 wins in a row? Well, don't have too long to wait. In about 10 minutes time, we'll be back here for the run chase on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, where we're halfway through match 12 here in the ECS Sweden in beautiful Landskrona, where Ariana Kiff have put 137 runs on the board against Hisingens, who need to chase it down in 7 overs or less for that bonus point. As for Ariana Kiff, I'm sure they've certainly got that bonus point in their minds. If they keep Hisingens, the batting side, to 95 or less, then all 4 points will be theirs. You'd say it's a big run chase for Hisingens if they want to keep themselves in contention for finals day. They've lost the last 2 games. They certainly don't want to make it 3 in a row, especially given that they went down 4-0, lost the bonus point in that big defeat to Ariana CC in game 9. They backed that up with a final ball defeat to Seaside at the end of the day's play yesterday. They want to get their next day here on the network off to a slightly better start, with still many games to come today. Both of these sides will be back in action. In fact, Ariana Kiff, they can pretty much stay out there, as they'll be back in the next game against Ariana CC in the Ariana Grande derby. As for Hisingens, they've got that 1 game off, and then they'll return what looks like it could be a big game against Malmo, who themselves find themselves on a bit of a downward spiral, having won the first 2 games, then lost the next 3. Meanwhile, though, Hisingens, they want to stop the slide, get a win on the board to go with their opening game win against Malmo. Seems like a long way away now, though, as Nasser Baluk has ball in hand. Oh, talked him up as the Centurion. In the first game, he got 112 not out in game 3 in the Ariana Grande derby. He only managed a solitary boundary on this occasion, but he's got the chance now with ball in hand. Pritam Harinath works away a single off that first delivery. He's joined out in the middle by the wicketkeeper Nitin Ramakrishna. So Hisingens slightly light in the batting ranks, so they need one of the top order batters to go big here. That one's hit flat and hard. It bursts through the hands of Salah Khan. Probably should have done better on that occasion. A man with international experience. It was hit firmly, but it was straight down Khan's throat. It just burst through his hands. You can see it was a painful one as well. It just died on him a little, so his hands were at that awkward shoulder height. It wasn't able to hold on for what would have been a valuable early wicket for Ariana Kiff. But Nitin gets himself off the mark. Ball by Nasser Baluk. He's a crafty bowler, especially using that natural advantage of being the left-hander. Going over the wicket to the right-handed Harinath, so cutting across the batter and then hoping for any kind of in-dip to deceive the Hisingens opening pair here. Steps across his stumps there, does Harinath. Little glimpse of the leg stump there, but it goes harmlessly down the leg side. Big appeal, but nothing doing by the umpire. Anything, I think that might have been a bit of bat on the floor, clip the pad on the way through. Let's see if we can work anything. Yeah, probably just a bit of the pad, even the Velcro strapping. Optimistic appeal there from Nasser Baluk. Good call from the man in black. Certainly Ariana Kiff will want to pick up early wickets here, but even if they can just limit the runs in the power play, they'll feel like they're on top. Just the 3 runs coming off the first over so far. It's been well bowled from Nasser Baluk. Just that one misfire down the leg side, but only just down the leg side, in fact. It will be a boundaryless over. So just the 4 runs coming in singles and that one solitary wide to start off the run chase for Hissingens. 4 off the first over. It's been 29 matches since a golden ball. Again, it's a big, daunting chase for the chasing side here. As Malmö, well, they fell short in what was a similar kind of figure this morning. Ariana CC in the first game of the day put 144 on the board, and Malmö fell short on that occasion by 31 runs. They got to 113. This time 137 is the first inning score. Can Hissingens achieve what Malmö were not able to accomplish this morning? It'll be Debarshan Dash, Dev on the back of his shirt to bowl the second over. That's already the 4th dot ball of the innings, and when you think there's only 60 balls to play with in total, already 4 of those have gone harmlessly through to the keeper. Hissingens can't afford too many more. Look at that, the run rate already over 15, 134 needed in 53. Chance, this one's high, unbelievably high up in the air. The Bermuda Triangle has come to play, but it's a brilliant catch. It's taken in the covers. Relief more than anything as he points up to the sky, points to the heavens, and thankfully the cricket gods answered his prayer as Dheeraj Malhotra is the man underneath that. I can't overestimate how high this went up. And in the end, there was 4 or 5 players standing still like statues, just hoping that Malhotra holds on to that one. He absolutely does, and that's the end of Pritam Harinath, who, in all honesty, never really got going, contributed just 2 runs and falls on his 7th delivery. It's the first wicket to fall for Hissingens, 4 for 1. Vivek Sharma comes to the crease. He is a key wicket. It's 47 he scored off just 16 deliveries in that win against Malmö in Game 7. Really the only one who's registered any kind of runs, but he might be out first ball here, and he is, as he gets that right on the toe of the bat, and it's as easy a catch as you'd ever wish for Sadiq Sahak inside the ring on the leg side, as Sharma tries to give himself a bit of room, only manages to make the hit even more difficult for himself. And it's 2 wickets and 2 balls for Debarshan Dash. He finds himself on a hat-trick, and Hissingens find themselves in big danger here, 4 for 2, with way more than 100 runs still needed. Sahak comfortably taking that one. Hat-trick ball then coming up. The last one we had was over in Jersey. Lara Maritz for the MCCW. Can Debarshan Dash put himself in the Hall of Fame? Oh, well, not for a lack of trying. Suresh Kumar, the new batter, can only just waft his bat at that one and hope for the best. Goes for a 4. It'll be 4 runs in the scorebook. Doesn't tell the whole story though, as Dash, the double teapot comes out. Rightly so, as he does almost everything right there, apart from pick up the wicket. As in that one edge, Hissingens double their total, 8 for 2 now. Business as usual here for Dash. Dash by name, Dash by nature at the moment, just zipping it through to the wicket keeper. It's Hardeep Virk with the gloves behind the stumps. Dash, just the one boundary which didn't really deserve to go to the rope, otherwise it would have been a double wicket maiden. Picks up the 2 wickets, 4 runs coming off it, 8 for 2 Hissingens at the end of the second. Even that bar distant dream at the moment, 138 is the target needed to get the win. This is why it's all important, especially for Hissingens. Of course, they've only played the 3 games so far. So they've at least got a bit of time on their side. Time is running out for them in this game. As Salah Khan comes in to bowl. Dropped that catch in the first over. Luckily for him, it wasn't too costly. As Hissingens haven't been able to do much with the bat at all so far. So the first one is just clubbed down the ground for a single. There is a lesser spotted boundary for Hissingens. Flashes away into the offside. An immediate field change is suggested by Salah Khan there. The bat of Suresh Kumar. Gives it a little bit of the helicopter. I'm not sure how much he knew about it, in all honesty. Certainly went a bit finer than he expected, but it goes to the boundary nonetheless. It's the second drop that's gone down. This time it's a tough one for Salah Khan. Might be a chance of a run out, but sensibly Hardeep Virk, the keeper, decides to hold on to it. That one came hard and flat back at Salah Khan. It was 50% self-preservation, 50% trying to take the catch. Take a look at this one. He gets both of his hands there, actually. I think a man of his quality might be disappointed with that one. It's his second opportunity that goes begging. It's an opportunity that is then cashed in on by Ramakrishna as the next ball drifts down leg side and will go for 4 runs. Now I thought, since Rico is obviously not here, he's having a bit of a break, I thought I'd take on the mantle for the on this day. And of course I thought I'd work in some women's cricket as well. That's a good hit. Nitin Ramakrishna gets a bit of a release shot there. Not quite into construction corner, but construction corner adjacent there. As he gets that one pumped down the ground. It's the 3rd boundary in the over. Probably should have been a wicket in there. Salah Khan dropping one off his own bowling. This one now gone for 16. We'll get to the on this day at the end of this ball, the end of the power play. Tries to get out the slower ball. It's gone high in the air. It hasn't gone very far. There's a man underneath it, and he takes the catch. Dheeraj Malhotra. He's got safe hands so far in this innings. He does what Salah Khan has not been able to do on 2 occasions, and that's hold on to the Grizzly. Just runs his finger down the side of that one. And the slower ball deceives Nitin Ramakrishna. Hits it straight up in the air, and it's the 3rd wicket to fall for Hissingens. 24 for 3 at the end of the power play. Big trouble for them. So on this day in 1993, leg-spinning all-rounder Daneven Neekirk was born. She's in fact the only bowler in the world to take 4 wickets for no runs in an international match. It wasn't just any old international match, it was a World Cup game against the West Indies in 2017. She had a bit of a thing for taking record-breaking wickets as well, because in 2013, she became the first South African woman to take an ODI hat-trick, also against the West Indies. I think the West Indies were absolutely sick of the sight of her. And she had a long and illustrious international career, making her debut 15 years old at the 2009 World Cup. Go into the 4th over here. Bowled by Dibashan Dash. It's another chance here, but it's going to land perfectly in the Bermuda Triangle. And, well, the woes continue here for Salah Khan, who seems to have a bit of the old fielding yips. This one gets flashed away off the bowling of Dash. It's Srinivasa who hits it, and Salah Khan just hiding himself away at construction corner. He hasn't had the best of days in the field so far. Of course, Daneven Neekirk became South Africa captain in 2016, led the side to the semi-finals in the 50-over World Cup in 2017 and the 2020 World Cup in 2020. Before retiring from international cricket in 2023 after a brilliant career. So happy birthday to Daneven Neekirk. Well bowled from Debashan Dash, who of course had a brilliant first over. Over number 2, he picked up 2 wickets back-to-back, was on a hat-trick. Didn't quite manage it, but only went for 4. And got his side off to a dream start here. One's up in the air. Will it be another catch to add to the collection for Dheeraj Malhotra? It absolutely will be. That's his third catch of the innings. Again, it's a safe pair of hands. None of the catches have been easy. This time it's just hit high up in the air by Srinivasa Suresh Kumar. Malhotra once again underneath it. Once again, safe as houses. Well, taking another look at this one. Up in the air, it's not easy. The sun is not really out today. It was beautiful blue skies yesterday. Makes it easier to pick up the white grizzly. Just overcast here in Sweden this morning. And there's no problems with Dheeraj Malhotra's eyesight. He picks up another catch, and it's Devashan Dash's third wicket of the innings. That one, though, just slightly down the leg side, and it's the captain who's come in to bat for Hissingen's Gokul Srinivasan. Just to hit his first ball to the rope, just about to the rope. That one's been hit into the offside, and it's a brilliant catch out in the deep. Diving forward, it's Nasser Baluk out there, I think it is, and it's a brilliant effort, making sure to dust himself off. He goes forward two-handed. Gokul Srinivasan hits his first one for 4, but it's 4 and out for him. As in fact was the case for Nasser Baluk. He went 4 and out, and he's administered the same treatment here to the counterpart, his captain of Hissingen's, and it's the 5th wicket to fall. Hissingen's not just in danger, in mortal danger here. 33 for 5, brilliant catch off the bowling of Devashan Dash, who's got 1 ball left to try and pick up his 5 for 4 for 13 so far for him. Can he put himself in the Hall of Fame? Not for lack of trying, but that one's just wafted outside of the off stump by the new batter Chandan Murthy. At the end of the 4th, Hissingen's 33 for 5. Even that target of 96 for the bonus point feels a long way off here. Fifth over will be bowled by Dheeraj Malhotra, who's done enough work with his fielding, gets a chance now with his bowling. He's going to have to take a look at this one for no ball. Just about okay, probably because the batter, Aswin Madhav, is wearing his trousers quite high up. You need to lower those trousers just to get the no ball line in your favour. Aswin knocks his first ball for a single. Aswin, I quite like him as a bowler. He's a good addition to Hissingen's in their bowling ranks. He picked up 3 wickets. He used a lot of slower balls, a lot of variations. He's got a mammoth task on his hands now with the bat. Dheeraj Malhotra is a good player, isn't he? Just a wily, experienced individual who can score runs, can take catches, and he's doing the business with the ball here. Cracked. It's going to go all the way. Not too much of a reaction there from the teammates in the dugout from Hissingen's, because they know they're pretty much out of this game. Can they at least get themselves up to that consolation bonus point? Chandan Murthy gets himself a Maximo. Too much movement on that one from Dheeraj Malhotra. the wrong side of that wide line. The one thing I will say for Ariana Kif, which they probably need to work on, is the extras that they've given away. That's already 8 wides plus the no ball. Given that they're only in the 5th over, it'll still be enough against a pretty down in the dumps Hissingen side, but if they go further in the series, they certainly don't want to be giving away too many freebies. And they come up against the likes of Ariana Cece. And of course the Seaside outfit, who we know can spring a surprise as well. So it's all well and good bowling a few extras when you're very much on top of the game, but don't want to get into bad habits. Ariana Kif then well on top here. Hissingen's at the halfway stage, 42 for 5, as we take a look at the upcoming events. And for, I think one of the first times in the last couple of weeks, we've only got one event happening. Of course, the night series in Belgium came to a conclusion just a few days ago. And the Jersey Liberation Series, and of course the Germany-Greece series in Corfu, all coming to a conclusion. So we just have a slight lull, and by lull we still mean 5 games a day, and only for today because Estonia will start tomorrow. So just for today you can charge up all your other devices, ready for some more multi-screen action tomorrow, which I do think is the only way to watch sport, to be honest. I don't think, if I'm at home, which is rare, watching sport, you'll ever find me with just the one screen. I certainly have the big screen on with my preferred game. It's usually football what I'm talking about, but at least 2 or 3 games going on. Sadiq Sadak has come on to bowl his first over. It's the 6th of the game. I want to know actually what your setups are like, so let me know in the chat. Obviously I see all of you in the chat, but I need to picture how you're enjoying the European Cricket Network. Do you have it on the TV? Obviously you can get it on the smart TVs on YouTube. Or do you have it on the laptop or on your iPad or on your phone, or a combination? Describe to me in detail what your setups are like, just so I can get a picture of, you know, how you enjoy the action here on the network. I've got a projector screen at home, so when I'm at home I have the big screen on usually for the main match I'm watching, and then I have my laptop. Usually I'm scrolling social media on my phone for live thoughts. I consume so much sports content that sometimes when I'm live at a game, I feel like I'm watching it on TV. So often if I'm watching a football match, I have to turn off my football apps to make sure that there's no spoilers, because the football apps are very quick at telling you when there's goals scored. And sometimes even when I'm at the game, I turn off those apps thinking, well, I don't want to get spoiled, before realising I am in fact live in the stadium. I know, of course, we've got a slight delay on the YouTube chat to where we are here live in Sweden. But yeah, let me know what your setups are like, what your ideal setups are as well. How many screens do you have on the go? Must have been busy with all your screens over the last couple of weeks, with all the action coming to you from the European Cricket Network, and of course any other sports you might have on at the same time, or work. You know, I feel like ECN is the perfect accompaniment to a bit of working from home. As we get to the end of the 6th over, good over from Sadiq Sahak, just 4 singles coming off it. Hissingen's, well, they're still 50 runs shy of that bonus point, 92 runs needed for the win. Start of the 7th over, and it will start with a boundary. That's when Madhav finds the rope for the first time in this series. Niraj Malhotra surprisingly comes back after going for just 9 in his first. in a similar area this time. There's a man out there, Salah Khan, who be happy to see that one at least dropping in front of him and coming at not the speed of light, unlike his first two attempts. You can see there the equation then at the bottom of your screens. Still the 44 runs needed now off 21 for just a point for Hissingens. That even seems far off given that they've lost 5 wickets already. That's a nice hit, and it will go into the rope zone there of construction corner. Aswin Madhav, well, he's playing with a bit of freedom here, probably knows that the game is gone, but if he can continue to swing and swing hard, he can at least put his side in contention for a point. And some of your setups coming through. So, Monty, he's watching on their TV, on the phone, and forever in their heart. That's beautiful. Could be a poem. Ian says he's watching on TV, commenting on laptop, and when the Giro starts, that's the cycling, I assume, that will be on the TV. Wow, we're being dumped for the cycling. Break it to me gently, Ian. Paul says he's on a laptop, but sometimes it's smart TV, but then you miss the chat. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? I have the chat here on my phone. I have 2 laptops and an iPad, which sometimes raises a few flags at airport security as we take a look at the game. Coming up in about 40 minutes time, it's Ariana CC back for their second go today. And of course, they've got Ataraman as well back in. Big addition for him and for them as they go into the Ariana Grande derby against Ariana Kif, who look like they're cruising to the win here. Be back-to-back games for Kif, and they will remain unchanged. Looks like it'll be a winning formula for them, so why would they change it? Is that one coming to you, to your laptops, your phones, your smart TVs, or anything else in about 40 minutes' time? In the air. Does it have the legs on it? Yes, it does. Salah Khan is out there. Can't climb up the construction corner quickly enough to stop that one, and Aswin Madhav continues to play freely here. 19 off 10 for him. The left. Thankfully, Sakrabuddin Shazad in front of me just gave me a little smile as if to say, you're safe for now. Doll yourself with a 32-inch PC screens. It's not the same. You need European Cricket Network in high definition, wall-to-wall action. Whatever setup you have, we're very happy to have you with us. We need to get some photos in maybe of the setups, put it in the Facebook chat. This one goes into the covers safely to the ground though. It's Wali Mohammadi bowling this 8th over. Went for back-to-back sixes, then followed it up with a no ball, but has reeled it back in here. This one goes into the leg side, cause of catch it, but it's going to go to the rope, and this over will end up going magical. Already 20 runs coming off it, 1 ball left. Wally, well, he's got an unusual action, doesn't he? He's looking for the front foot no ball. It has been called. It's the second one of the over. Only 16 years young is Wally, so he's learning every day. Just needs to learn to pull it back here a little bit. There's absolutely no reason why a leg spin or off-spin bowler should be committing the front foot full. Gets this one though. That's a good piece of body on the line fielding there by Akmuddin Shahzad. 22 runs coming off this over, so it certainly helped the cause for Hissingens in terms of picking up that bonus point. 17 off 13 needed for that. Johnny saying he has the tablet transferred to a 65-inch TV, chatting tablet. Yeah, that's a good setup. I think having the chat close by, always a good call, especially with me flying solo. I'm happy to have your company throughout today and tomorrow before Vinny joins me back on Friday. Come to the end of the 8th over, 81 on the board for Hissingens. That target of 138 still a long way off. But 15 off 12 for the bonus point is a far more enticing prospect for them. Can they get it over the line? It's a similar setup, isn't it, really, to that first game, where Malmö were chasing an equally daunting total. Didn't manage to get it, but did get their noses over the line for the bonus point. Pretty much same again in this game. 12, match number 2 on day 3 here in Sweden. It seems Wayne is not having the greatest of weeks with the TV giving up the ghost, the microwave, and getting new tyres. It never rains, but it pours, doesn't it? It's never just one thing that goes wrong. It's always 2 or 3. It's any consolation, I've broken 2 monitors in the last couple of weeks, and not even Rule 1. There was absolutely no breach of Rule 1 before anyone gets in the chat. Well, I've just been obviously having to travel around, as I said, with so many laptops and iPads that I always get flagged at security, but I think I've just put my monitor into my rucksack with a bit too much gusto twice. Never learnt. So I've resorted to a 2 laptop setup rather than a laptop and a monitor. So I'm looking like, I don't know, some kind of control center for NASA here in my igloo. That one's flashed away. Does it go all the way? No, just 1 bounce 4. Nice little partnership actually between these two. Chandan Murti on 20, Madhav on 29. It's worth 35 already. Now it's just a runner ball, 10 needed to get that bonus point. Fielded there by Shazad. So that target, remember, 138. Still 51 needed for that, and just the 9 deliveries left. Can pretty much write that off, I think. From here, we can say the win will go to Ariana Kif. Hissingens, though, just need to get that bonus point, keep themselves in contention. Oh, it's an acrobatic effort there from Sedik Sahak. It was brave because he never really was in with a chance of getting the catch. Was in with a chance of getting a grizzly to the face. He took it somewhere in the chest, but most importantly, manages to get something of his body behind it to stop the boundary. They're going to take it to the final over here, Hissingens, in terms of trying to get the bonus point. Of course, it will go to the final over in any case, with them still needing 50 runs. It's not a done deal here that Hissingens will even come away with this game, from this game, with a point. That one's just chipped into the leg side. They'll just get the 1, so it'll be 7 off 6 needed for a point. It's 49 needed for the win. So barring something I don't think the world of cricket has ever seen before, Ariana Kif will pick up their 3rd win on the spin. Hat-trick of wins for them after losing the first game of the series against Malmö, but coming back strong. In fact, Malmö have gone the other direction, haven't they? They won their first 2 games, but lost the subsequent ones. Ariana Kif, meanwhile, they're on the uptick. The final over will be bowled by Sedik Sahak, who went for just 4 off his first. Well, that one will be called a dead ball. Smile on his face. It's actually good to have seen that the smiles have been on the faces of all the players the last few days. The tournament so far has been played in a brilliant spirit. I know a lot of the players know each other from either playing internationally for Sweden, a couple for Denmark, and of course in the domestic leagues here. Big appeal. The umpire, it looked like he sold the dummy there, and the appeal from the floor there as well, from the fielder added into it. Take a look at this one. It looked pretty good from where I was sitting. Steps right across. Okay, well, it's about where the impact is. I thought if it hit the front pad, it certainly would have been hitting the stumps. Maybe just the impact just outside the line. Difficult to tell. It's academic, though, in terms of the course of the game. Let's take a look at this one, see if we can slow it right down. It hits the back leg, but the back leg is actually trailing away. Yeah, it's a bit of a 50-50 call. I don't think there's any doubt that it will go on to hit the stumps. It's just whether the impact is outside the line. Well, the finger was raised. Gautam is the new batter, and he goes first delivery, and it's a double hit here from Sadiq Sahak. 2-2 to start the final over. And Hissingens, they're in danger here of throwing away even the bonus point. Still need 7 runs for that. Brilliant first delivery for Sahak. Cleans Gautam up, all ends. Suddenly Sahak finds himself on a hat-trick, and Ariana Kif can still sniff here the 4 points. They don't want to give anything away to Hissingens. In reality, Hissingens haven't really deserved much from this game. Haven't done it with bat or ball. And here we go, it's hat-trick ball. Can it be hat-trick number 21 of 2025? 4 days since our last one, which is almost a drought by ECN standards. Rakesh is on strike. Can he keep out the hat-trick ball? How many times have we seen that? It's a Danny Hudacek hat-trick ball, which goes for a wide. Almost get the team run out. Would have been the team hat-trick. He saw his name up in lights there, did Sadiq Sahak. Went for the Hollywood ball, and he manages to throw that one down the leg side. I think even the run out would have been safe. Aswin Madhav, good news for Hissingens is that he gets on strike. They get 2 bonus points off the wide, so 5 needed off 4 for the bonus point now. 5 needed off 3. Johnny asking if I'm adding 50 minutes to the lunch break. Well, we added 5 minutes to the lunch break yesterday, which seemed to lead to a bit of crossed wires. I was caught missing in the commentary box, but I promise I'm going nowhere. Tries to get funky there, does Madhav. It's called a wide. It will be again 2 wides. So really Sadiq Sahak, perfect start to the 10th over from him, but since then he's just let it go a little bit. He really needs to get the ball on the stumps, give himself a chance for getting at the wicket and give his side every opportunity to get the bonus point, but now it's just 3 needed off 3 for the consolation point. That'll be 2 off 2. We need to find a word for a bonus point thriller, because I mean, obviously the golden ball tingle, it doesn't deserve the title of tingle here, but it's a little, I don't know, give me a word for it. When it goes down to the final ball, but only for the bonus point. A little spark, a little sparkle. It's not the full tingle, it doesn't deserve the name. Either way, Hissingens need 2 off 2 for the point. Could be a valuable point if they get there. And they will get it with the 4 runs. Aswin Madhav, he's had a good game. He'll end up on the losing side. He's going to top score here for Hissingens. He moves to 34. And that's added to the 3 wickets that he picked up in his 2 overs as well. So unlucky for him that he will end up with just the 1 point, but it's thanks to him that they will get the bonus point, Hissingens. Ariana Kif will take home the win. As they, well, try to run through for the single. It's a dead eye there from the wicket keeper. We'll have to see actually if Aswin, well, he belatedly leaves the crease. I suppose it's all academic because the point is in the bag for Hissingens and the 3 points are in the bag for Ariana Kif. We'll leave the scorers to work out that last one. I think it was a wicket, and it's Aswin who does depart, which I think is a bit harsh. I think he deserved to be the one leading light of this Hissingens team with the 34 he scored. It will be a loss by 39 runs as we take a look at what's coming our way in, well, as far as I know, just about 25 minutes time. So I've got time to wolf down my lunch, but I'm not going anywhere, I promise. As the Ariana Grande derby is back. CC take on KIF. KIF, of course, just have 20 minutes to celebrate this win. Big win as well by 39 runs, and they'll remain unchanged. Ariana CC, big move for them. They bring in Atta Rehman, who's a great addition with both bat and ball. But we've got enough time to talk about that one in a few moments. We'll go back to the highlights here for Hissingen's batting. Well, highlights probably not really the word, but certainly Dheeraj Malhotra showing all his expertise in the field. That was the first of 3 catches he took, all off the bowling, while 2 were off Debashan Dash, 1 was Salah Khan. There just wasn't enough momentum or enough firepower in the Hissingen's lineup. As Salah Khan, well, it wasn't the greatest of days in the field for him. He got pummeled for a few big hits, and he dropped 2 in the field. He did manage, though, to pick up the wicket. That was Nitin Ramakrishna, the opener, who departed for 12. Dheeraj Malhotra, that man again, picked up the wicket. Debashan Dash, it's a great game for him as well, finishing 4 for 13. That was Salah Khan, not one of his best moments. I'm sure he'll come back fighting and raring to go in the next game. As Dheeraj again, absolutely no problems under the high ball for him. As that was the end of Suresh Kumar. Gokul Srinivasan, the captain, he came in, but he departed pretty soon after. He went for just 4 runs. There was a slight partnership in the middle. Ashwin Madhav and Chandan Murthy were the 2 top scorers. In fact, the only ones that got above 15. Salah Khan, well, no matter where he went, the ball seemed to chase him. There was some great commitment in the field. That was a dive forward by Sadiq Sahak, who then got into the runs and the wickets himself. That LBW call was a tight one, but it went the way of the bowling side. Chandan Murthy then departed for 22. And it was 2-2 for Sadiq Sahak as he clean bowled Gautam Sariraj for a golden derrick. But Aswin, though, he showed a bit of what he can do, new into the side for Hissingen's, got 3 wickets, also top scored, and consider himself slightly unlucky to be on the losing side in this game. But Hissingen's, they will be the losing side by quite a big margin in the end. 39 runs is the losing margin. There's a couple of starts there for Aswin Madhav, who was run out on the final ball. Chandan Murthy was the only one otherwise to get into the 20s. Just that top order for Hissingen's not firing. They were missing a few key batters, none more so than Mahesh Mohan. That's why it just always felt like they wouldn't have enough firepower to get to that big total of 138. As for Ariana KIF, it was the chance for them to use a few more different bowlers. 7 of them used in the end. Someone like Nasib Haluk, he opened the bowling and in fact only had the 1 over, went for 4 runs, didn't end up having to come back. So they were able to mix it up just a little bit. They gave Wali Mohammadi, for example, the 16-year-old, an over. It didn't exactly go to plan for him. He went magical, 24 runs coming off his over, but a great experience, I'm sure. Sadiq Sahak, he got 2 wickets and 2 balls and went for only 13 runs off his 2 overs. But the pick of the bowlers there, Debashan Dash, 4 wickets for the loss of just 13 runs in his 2 overs. A tidy bowling performance, but I suppose it's easy to bowl well when you've got runs on the board and you're able to just cruise along. So Ariana KIF, I'm sure, will have bigger tasks at hand, not only today, but looking forward possibly to finals day. They've got another win in the bag. It's 3 wins on the spin for Ariana KIF. As for Hissingen's, it's the opposite, 3 defeats in a row. They need to stop the rot somehow. Well, Ariana KIF, they're going to want to make it 4 in a row in just a few moments' time as the Ariana Grande derby returns. That's coming to you with the first ball bowled in just under 23 minutes. I'll be back on air in about 18 minutes, just enough time to have some food, but I promise I'll be here for the very start of the game this time. It's match 13 coming up your way in this ECS Sweden, so join me, Tina Goff, back here on the European Cricket Network for the start of that game.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon and welcome to match 13 here at ECS Sweden. It's the Ariana Grande back on the blue turf. It's Ariana CC against Ariana Kif for the second time in this series. Two in-form sides, only one of them can claim the win here. Before we go to the live action, let's see what happened earlier at the coin toss.
Ariana Kif to call. Heads is the call. It is heads. We're going to bat first. Ariana Kif won the toss, they're having a bat.
Thank you very much, Steph. So there you have it. Ariana Kif won and they will have a bat, and why not? The last two games have gone their way. They've put the totals on the score on both occasions earlier. Not just about a few minutes ago, we saw them face up against Hissingens, won that one by 39 runs, a comfortable victory. I think they might have a bit of a tougher task here against Ariana CC, who have called in some reinforcements as well. They won their game this morning quite comfortably against Malmo, but now they've brought in Atta Rehman back into the attack, as well as Delawar Khan, who of course is a Danish international. So two brilliant additions for Ariana CC. I think they see Ariana Kif as one of their big rivals here in this ECS. And they certainly don't want to lose, like they did of course lose the first matchup between these two sides. So Ariana Kif took that one, game 3, won it comfortably in the end by 8 wickets. So Ariana CC certainly don't want a repeat of that, but they will be going out into the field first as Akif won the toss, decided to bat. And well, I've said that it might be a thriller, and the win predictor seems to agree with me, just edges it in favour of CC. But either way, it looks like it will be neck and neck till the final ball, as both of these sides are on a bit of a winning streak as well. Akif, with that win just a few moments ago, made it 3 spins on the bounce. As for ACC, they've now won 4 in a row after that win against Malmo this morning. In fact, both sides only lost their first games in this series. ACC, of course, lost to the opposition out there in the middle right now, and Akif lost that first game to Malmo, who, well, since then their fortunes have taken a bit of a nosedive. Have Malmo, they won their first 2 but lost the subsequent 3. Certainly these two sides will be looking to not only get into finals day, but you imagine both would want to occupy one of those top 2 spots, which would put them straight through into qualifier number 1 with a chance to go into the final. But a long way to go before then. We're on match 13 here of the 20 games we'll have in the group stage before we go to finals day on Friday. Mohamed Atif will have ball in hand for CC. Ihsan Shahzad, Salah Khan opening up for Akif. It's a big start, goes all the way for a Maximo. Perfect start to the innings for Akif. Just a bit of a drag down there from Mohamed Atif. Ihsan Shahzad, quick as a flash on that one, pulls it away, muscles it away to the boundary. Salah Khan at the other end, non-striker, who had a bit of a mixed game just now. Bang. That's even bigger. There's a seagull circling above the pitch, and the horses there in the background as well. The nature here in Sweden is in danger with Ihsan Shahzad at the crease. And, well, hello horsey. Hello grizzly as well, as that one goes into the stables. Luckily, that car is very well positioned. Smart move there to put it behind the dugouts there, because otherwise that would have been a shattered windscreen. 2-2 for Shahzad. Can he make it 3-3? Sensibly place it into the offside. This time won't be able to get through for a single. So Salah Khan at the non-strikers, he dropped 2 catches in the field. Well, one was in the field, one was off his own bowling. He got off to a good start with the bat, but just wasn't able to capitalise. He's a player with international experience, has played for Denmark. He'll want to get in on the act here, but for the moment, Shahzad is doing it all by himself. That's 3 boundaries in the first 4 deliveries. Again, just a touch short from Mohamed Atif. In fact, we've got international prowess on both sides of the rope here. Salah Khan for Ariana Kif. And he's joined by his international teammate Delawar Khan, who is playing for Ariana CC. So teammates turned rivals here. That's another big hit. And that's going to be the 3rd Maximo of the opening over. All off the bat of Visan Shahzad. This over from Mohamed Atif has gone magical. You can see he goes forward, he goes backwards. The horses are fleeing in the distance. Rightly so. As that one sails over the head of Sami Ibrahimkil into the Blue Crew tent there. I hope they finished off their lunch, as they were scarpering away from that ball coming to say hello. It will be 4 sixes in the over. Ooh, that's dangerously close to that BMW. Someone have a word with the driver. 28 runs coming off that first over. Mohamed Atif didn't really have an answer to the big hitting of Ihsan Shahzad. All 28 runs coming off his bat. As it's a dream start for Akif here in the Grande Derby. Salah Khan now will have the opportunity on the start of the second over. Welcome back to everyone in the chat. I hope you had a brief lunch break. Mine was certainly brief. I got here for the start, which I didn't manage yesterday, although that was more due to crossed wires than anything else. But I managed to wolf down some Vietnamese food. We had the luxury of choosing between Vietnamese, Thai and Japanese. The deliberations at 8:30 this morning were protracted and intense, I would call them. Also with the help of Google Translate, because none of our Swedish is particularly proficient. Between a few members of the Blue Crew, we opted for Vietnamese, and it was a good choice. That's a good hit. Salah Khan, he's seen the carnage from the non-striker's end. He says, I want a piece of that action. Atta Rehman back into the team, back into the attack. First ball gets flashed away for a boundary. What is this off the floor when he hits that one? Salah Khan rips up the rule book about being balanced at the crease as he just flashes into that one. Comeback ball though from Atta Rehman. Yeah, so I ended up having a nice beef stew with rice and some summer rolls, which I don't think touched the sides. I only had about 5 minutes to wolf it all down. Don't make me say it in Swedish either, because I will embarrass myself. Nothing embarrassing about that shot, as that goes straight as an arrow, straight back over Atta Rehman's head. Probably wishes he stayed in bed after having a lie-in this morning, been told, yeah, come back for the big game this afternoon. And that one just slightly overpitched. Salah Khan has time to readjust his pad before the ball lands well beyond the boundary. That'll be another one to add to the collection. That time just squeezed through backward point, 4 runs. So the stew I had was Kridor Biff Gritta med ris, which I think is with rice, and Vegetariska Sommarrulle, which is vegetable summer rolls. I will say for Swedish, obviously I can do German. I can kind of do a bit of Danish because it's German adjacent. Swedish, what is going on there? It's just a completely different kettle of fish, which I think they do have as a delicacy here as well. Well fielded. It's been sent back there, Salah Khan, but they might be able to get through on the overthrows, but it's well backed up for an eventful dot ball. I've still got some rice left over. And well, as you probably know by now on the European Cricket Network, the turnaround times are quite speedy. And especially with the commentators, you don't finish after the final ball. This one goes up in the air. It's a chance for a catch. Underneath it is Delaware Khan. And he comfortably takes the catch. And in fact, it's Danish teammate to Danish teammate as Khan is underneath it and he dismisses Salah Khan. It's the bowling of Atta Rehman, who's been in for some punishment so far. But he comes back with a response. And it's a wicket to end the second over, but still a powerful opening 2 overs for Ariana Kif. 42 runs coming off it. Salah Khan does depart on the 6th and final ball of the second. Just a few flashes from him. He finishes on 14 off 6. So we take a look at the standings, and it's the top of the table clash. If Ariana Kif win this game, they will draw level with Ariana CC, at least in terms of wins. If they want to draw level on points, they will need to win this with the bonus point. And you can see maybe that's why Akif have decided to bat. They want to bat CC out of the game here. They've got off to a good start. They have lost the first wicket, but Ihsan Shahzad still out there, 28 off 6. He's joined out in the middle by Debashan Dash. So we have a change of pad here. I think it's the wicket keeper. There's one pad is now in his hand. I'm not sure where the other pad has gone, but he's getting a new pair. It's Kadir Sadat, who is the wicket keeper. That's just the one pad. He gets given another new left leg, thanks to Arian Saweri running out to the boundary. So Swedish is just not a language I can even begin to get to grips with. There's not even, I mean, there's a few similar words, but they have the different letters with the little circle over the O, and I'm showing my Swedish ignorance here. I'm going to have to brush up on my Swedish for the next series, coming to you from the beautiful Scandinavian country, but for now, whatever it was that I ordered, it was very nice, if a little too speedy. Delaware Khan coming on to bowl the third over. Chance for a catch, and it's a brilliant one-handed catch. What a grab that is in the covers. Flying away to his right, it's Yusuf Babak. Well, he says you can't see me. We all saw that one, Yusuf. One-handed Superman grab to start off the third over. It marks the end of Ihsan Shahzad. What a catch this is. In midair, full fly, and Yusuf Babak, there's no stopping him. Wicket falls at the start of the third over, and it's a big wicket as well, as Ihsan Shahzad has to depart. What a catch that was. Came from nowhere. The angle going across the batter there. Worth taking another look. Leaps up to his right. Just to throw up the hand, and he's pumped up. Arian Saweri's pumped up. The whole of Ariana CC is loving that wicket. Oh, happy he's on the back of his shirt. I don't think Ihsan Shahzad will be too happy with that outcome. It does bring Hardeep Virk to the crease. Big effort ball there from the Danish international. Picks up a wicket with his very first delivery of this game. I'll say he didn't do much of the heavy lifting there. It was all down to the spectacular piece of fielding. Worth taking another look. Just sticks out his right hand. He times his jump perfectly as well, because he's full gallop. Throws the ball away. High fives Arian Saweri. Certainly one for the highlight reel, one that I'm sure will pop up on all our social media channels later today, because it's worth watching over and over again. on the ground. Good piece of fielding, and the non-striker sends back the striker, Hardeep Verk, who ends up running a 2, but will get on for it as he goes all the way to the non-striker's end. Puts in the dive to get back. I think he's safely home in the end. Direct hit would have been interesting, as it was the big old dive saves him. Face in the dirt. Good effort to at least save himself there. Got him. Clean him all ends up. Delaware Khan continues what is a brilliant third over. Hasn't given away a single run so far and picks up his second wicket. As Hardeep Verk plays all around that one. Delaware Khan with the dead-eye aim. Just targets the middle of middle stump. Just about what he hits. Crash bang wallop. And I think that as soon as the batter, Hardeep Verk, swung past that one, he knew his innings would be over. It's the third wicket to fall at the back end of the third over. Still in the power play, still 1 ball left, 42 for 3. And you can see how pumped up Ariana CC are. They lost the toss, they were put into field. They're putting the pressure right back onto Akif here. Nasser Baluk, the Centurion, is the new batter. Built him up in the previous game. He misfired. He hit his very first ball to the boundary. After that, he was dismissed the very next delivery, and he's got a bit of a task on his hands here to rebuild the innings for ACC. And it was a big 100 he scored back in the second day, so yesterday. And this time he's got hit there, and well, it's the press at the base of the back again. I love these tactics to try and resurrect someone's ailing body. This time I think he's okay. He's just put his hands on his knees to give himself a moment. There will be the end of the power play. Take a look and see what happens on this one. I think it just rides up and hits him in the unmentionables. He goes down in stages. Now he's on his back, getting the old leg lift. I think he'll probably be okay. Certainly did damage there to Nasser Baluk. 112 not out is what he got in game 3. But missed out on the next few occasions, and now would be as good a time as any to get himself back into some runs here for Akif. The end of the power play then, 43 for 3. It's a power play that started brilliantly with, well, 42 runs on the board before a wicket fell. But in the last 8 deliveries, there's just been the single scored, and 3 wickets have fallen for just the 1 run, and that run was a wide. You can see how ACC have absolutely roared back into this contest. Monty makes a very good suggestion, because of course we don't have the Microlino here, our brilliant mobility partners, but we do have the horses. So instead of start the car when a game is getting towards its conclusion, start the horse, I suppose you'd say saddle up, giddy up, it's time to go. And Tim suggests we can play a word bingo here. We have got some good aspects to this cricket here. Of course, we've got the blue wicket, we've got the horses, we've got construction corner, and we've got the BMW lurking behind the sports hall, very much in the firing line. Any other Swedish bingo? We've got the circus tents as well. I love going to all of these grounds all across Europe, because every single ground has its own character, its own special features. Let me know what else would be on your Swedish bingo card. Sami Ibrahimkil comes into the attack. This one goes straight up in the air. The wicketkeeper has called it. He should be able to take it comfortably. He does. That's the 4th wicket to fall. There's good reactions there from Kader Sadat. He picked the ball in the sky. The match referee there, as it was Kader Sadat who crept in front of the stumps. He was so eager to take the ball. Of course, by the time he took the ball, he ended up pretty much in covers. But it's still an encroachment. And, well, insult to injury there. So it's not been a couple of good balls for Kadir Sadat, but he's got a chance here. And head on hands moments there, because in the end he could have got the run out as it came through. He missed it in the first place. Gets put back into his hands. He just misses the stumps. If he hit the stumps there, it would have been out. So chaotic couple of balls for Ariana CC. In the end, he obliterates the stumps, but he knows at that point the jig is up. Devashan Dash lives to fight another day. That was 2 buys. That one will be called a wide. So just to recap, the first ball was hit up in the air by Dash, was caught comfortably by Kadir Sadat. Should have been a wicket, but encroachment by the keeper with his gloves coming ahead of the stumps means that instead of a wicket, it was a no ball. That was followed up by 2 buys that went straight through the keeper, then a wide, and now a Maximo. Suddenly again, the momentum of these games can shift on just, well, literal fingertips there. And suddenly, what could have been a perfect over for Sami Ibrahimkil is going in very much the opposite direction. Just the 2 legal deliveries so far, 8 runs coming off it. Still very much in the Goldilocks zone, 54% to ACC, thanks to those early 3 wickets. That will certainly help the batting cause, and this has been a bit of a nightmare over. Sami Ibrahimkil, well, you can say he's not done too much wrong, has he? Should have picked up a wicket. Not his fault that the keeper was too eager with his gloves, and it's not his fault that the fielder out there makes a meal out of that one. And he does get his wicket as Devashan Dash's reprieve at the crease only lasts 5 balls. In the meantime, though, he does get a 6 and a 4. Finally, he does depart. The 4th ball of the over. As you can say, that's well deserved for Sami Ibrahimkil. Bit of luck not going his way on that occasion, though. He does just get one to jump through. Dislodges Dash's castle, and that finally is the 4th wicket to fall. Ariana Kif, 57 for 4. That one just, if anything, stayed a little low, as Dash was looking to go for the 3rd boundary in succession. Shazad is the new batter, and he lifts that one away skillfully, and that will go for 4. Just the 1 bounce 4, uses the pace. Despite the fact Sami Ibrahimkil, spin bowler, he does dig it in with quite a lot of speed. And just lifted away by Aquamuddin there. So an eventful over, still with 1 ball left in it. 18 runs coming off it, plus the wicket. Sami can get a wicket here, he'd still be happy with the over, but if he goes for a boundary, it will be a magical one. He doesn't get the wicket. That deflects off the keeper's pads, but I think the keeper is asking for a review here for a stumping. As we take a look at the replay here, well, certainly not stumping, because Shazad's foot was very much unmoved, and there's a wry smile on the face of the man in black there. There's more hope than anything from Kadir Sadat, maybe trying to save his blushes by the fact that he didn't take this one cleanly. Oh, well, actually, I'll take it all back. Is that one, well, it's been a bit obstructed there by Yusuf Babak, who's standing right in front of the camera. But I'd say there's actually, if you try and put your X-ray glasses on, look through his right hand, you'd say there that actually the bails have been dislodged, and it will be belatedly a wicket. So never mind what I'm saying, the next frame his foot does come down, and the umpire just giving a little smile to himself. It's difficult to call when the ball ricochets back off the pads. There's absolutely nothing that Kader Sadat knew about that. He didn't take it cleanly, he just ricocheted off his pads, and it was, oh, if you're Akif, and in particular the batter walking off, you can consider yourself extremely unlucky. But it will be the 5th wicket to fall. And it's Akramudin Shahzad who will go down as a stumping. The most fortunate of stumpings for Kader Sadat. Sami Ibrahimkil picks up his 2nd wicket in the over. It's 61 for 5 at the end of the 4th. This one might be another wicket as a dive on, but he just falls short of that one. Lunging forward at point. Mohammad Atif, not the most mobile of fielders, who flies forward, flings himself, in the end has to preserve his face. I'm just catching our breath here because it's been a wild couple of overs. 4 wickets falling in the last 2 overs. And Sanullah Wafa come on to bowl the 5th. Away into the leg side. There's 2 fielders out there. Just about manages to keep hold of that one. Chance for a run out, and instead they should be able to run through for overthrows. And how many times today have we seen a 1 run that's turned into a 2, or a 2 that's turned into a 3? Generally 3s are lesser spotted here on the network because of the size of the boundary. It's good work in the first place by Baz Ayubi. Throws it in then. Sanullah Wafa trying to go for the run out, ends up giving away some overthrows, and it's going to be followed up with a boundary. So a 3 goes into a 4. We almost had the perfect 1, 2, 3, 4 to start this over, but it's 1, 1, 3, 4. It's Dhiraj Malhotra, the man who didn't drop a single chance in that previous game. 3 steepling catches he took. He's got some work to do here with the bat. Takes his side up to 70. 2 balls left of the 5th. Well bowled though by Sanullah Wafa. Final ball of the 5th. Chopped away into the offside, and I think that's actually a rope burn. That's signalled as a 6 on field by the fielder. I think that's one of those ones that just pops up off the rope. You can always tell by the way the ball bounces. Very still at the crease is Nasser Baluk. He's due another big score. He's got his name on the Hall of Fame already. Take a look where this one bounces. Yep, just pops straight off the rope. It will be 6 runs. So at the end of the 5th, at the halfway stage, Ariana Kif, 77 for 5 as you join me in the commentary igloo. And this is a delicately poised game. It's the Ariana Grande derby between these 2 sides from Malmo. There's a bit of rivalry between the 2. There's no love lost. And you can see the fire out there in the middle. In the meantime, we're talking about Swedish bingo as well. Let me know what would be on your Swedish bingo card. We've got the blue pitch. We've got the horses. We've got the construction corner. We've got the circus tents. What else would you put on there? Oh, we go out back into the middle, and it looks like it will be a bit of spin coming our way in the form of Sami Ibrahimkil, who will come back for his 2nd over. After a very eventful first over, 2 wickets coming off it, still managed to give away 16 runs. Starts off strongly though, just the single. Again, doesn't make life easier for a scorer or a commentator. When you're in the middle of the sentence and then there's a chance of overthrows, it was almost a chance of double overthrows there. In the end, they go through for 2. It's been a crazy 5 overs, really. I suppose you can call it a collapse, given that 5 wickets fell for 19 runs. But somehow, Ariana's still going at quite a rate. Because Nasser Baluk is coming so low down the order as well, they've certainly got a recognised batter still out there. He came in at number 5. Dhiraj Malhotra out there in the middle is in at 7. So they're not short of batting options here, Ariana Kif, but they just need to stop losing wickets. Easier said than done, I'm sure. This one goes down the ground. It's going to fall short of Bashir Ahmed, who puts his foot off the gas just to make sure he doesn't overrun that one. Second time in a row, Bashir Ahmed will do the fielding out here on the long off boundary. It's certainly a hot spot here. Ball came to say hello on 2 or 3 occasions yesterday. This one goes up in the air. It's a chance for a catch. It should be taken. It is on the second time of asking there by the fielder, backpedaling. Just a little juggle, a little sheepish grin from him. But all's well that ends well for Ariana CC as they do pick up their 6th wicket. And Sami Ibrahimkil picks up his 3rd. It's Diraj Malhotra, the man to go. And there's a little brief fumble. In the end, he manages to hold on to it. Malhotra goes for 13 off 7. You can see the chat going on between Malhotra and the fielder out there. These two sides, of course, know each other very, very well. Relief there from the fielder, Hamed Arabzai. He does manage to hold on to that one. That brings the left-handed Usman Safi to the crease. Nasser Balak still out there, 11 off 5, currently at the non-striker's end. Up in the air. There's another chance for a wicket. There's 2 fielders converging underneath it, but it's going to drop safely between them. There's Yusuf Babak. He throws it back in. Babak was, of course, the one who put in that spectacular catch to dismiss the opening batter for Akif, Ihsan Shahzad. We get to the end of the 6th, 87 for 6. It's only really Ihsan Shahzad who's got up and running, and he did that in lightning quick time. In fact, with all 28 of his runs coming off the very first over bowled by Mohammad Atif. He then fell at the beginning of the 3rd over without having faced another ball, so he went 6-6.466 wicket. I suppose if you're gonna go big and go quickly. Ahmed Arabzai into the attack here. Starts with an attempt at a slower ball there. Just misfires on the line. It's only the 3rd wide actually bowled in the innings so far. It's been relatively tight here from ACC. And that one has been given the treatment. It's Nasser Balak. Well, they need a few runs from him to Akif. There's 6 to add to the collection. He moves on to 17. Usman Safi, the left-hander at the other end. He's 2 off 1. Of course, welcome to everyone joining in the chat, wherever you are. Monty, Thomas, Johnny He, Emmanuel, I see in there as well. That one will be a wicket. There's a bit of a discussion going on between the fielder, Delaware Khan, and, well, maybe it's the batting side giving him a bit of chat from the other side of the boundary. He's not put off in the slightest, and Nasser Balak, having got himself into the Hall of Fame on day 1, just a couple of days ago, shows how quickly your fortunes can change on the network. As he only managed 4 this morning. On this occasion, he gets to 17. He doesn't go big. Delaware Khan maybe just sending a little message to their rivals who share the same name but don't share a lot of love. I think it's just about played in the right spirit, but they certainly don't want to give a single inch here. Oh, quick run out into the middle because Singh, Dharminder Singh, the new batter, who slightly slow to get out there. We have seen a time penalty already in this series. Two left-handers then at the crease for Akif. It's just pushed away. Oh, I say it's just pushed away, and I'm not exactly sure who else Ariane Saweri was blaming on that occasion. Should have just been a single. Was pretty much crawling away, was the Grizzly. And Ariane Saweri, he just doesn't get low enough. You gotta bend your knees. I'm not sure who he was blaming there. He only had one person to blame there, as he gets a bonus boundary there. Does Dharminder Singh, the captain for Akif. And he follows that up with what will be another boundary. Gets big on him, does that one off the bowling of Hamid Arabzai. But he does well to pivot around on it. Just help it on its way. Oh, it even have been a wide had he left it alone, but no need to leave it alone when you can hook it away for a boundary instead. The man with 139 on his back. I can tell you what 139 means in a moment. Well, what it's supposed to mean. Down the ground, doesn't have the legs on it, should be taken, but he just caught in two minds there. Delaware Khan doesn't know whether to go with his hands up or his hands down. In the end, doesn't get his hands anywhere near it. It's a chance that goes a-begging. Would have been the 8th wicket to fall for Ariana. In the meantime, they have got to the 100 mark. It's 103 on the board now. Good slower ball though from Arabzai. This time should just be a single. Still a good over for Akif. 17 runs coming off it, 104 at the end of the 7th. So 139, the number of the captain, Ariane Akif. It's usually the person who's associated with 139 are encouraged to keep moving forward while creating their own reality with their actions, thoughts and beliefs. In other words, they have to keep moving forward to achieve their goals and missions. Not sure what that's got to do with 139, but if the internet says it's so, then Dharminder Singh certainly focused on wanting to get things done for Akif, focused on getting the 4th win in a row for his side. As we take a look at the calendar for 2025, and all the delights that are lined up coming your way, with Estonia, of course, starting tomorrow. So no rest for the wicked, as we've got international and ECS action to bring to you from Eastern Europe. But back here in the north, Atta Rehman will come on for his second over here. First over went for 14, did manage to pick up the big wicket of Salah Khan. Another one who can go big, just hasn't quite proven it so far in this series. Up in the air, one bounce for Mansafi. Well, it's two left-handers here, so construction corner certainly comes into play. That one more towards the sports hall side. Mid-wicket ends up being a one-handed hit by Safi. Still gets enough power on it though to send it to the boundary. Dances down the pitch there, does Usman Safi. Doesn't quite get a hold of all of it. Should be cut off by Bashir Ahmed. They're going to run through for 2. Ahmed doesn't quite pick it up cleanly. There's good running there from Dharminder Singh, the captain, running back to the danger end at the non-striker's end, and Bashir Ahmed just limping away gingerly in front of us here. And they've got that one clonked on the knee. Look for 2 again here. Only managed to get the single. That's a lovely hit through the covers. We'll get the second boundary of the over. Oh, it's not been a bad over from Atta Rehman, but that one just over-pitched. Just inviting Dharminder Singh to throw his hands at it. There are 2 men there in the covers, but there's no one out on the boundary. with everyone pretty much protecting this leg side for the two left-handers. No one really has gone big here for Akif. As I was saying earlier, Ihsan Shahzad scored 28 of just the 1 over, but that was all he contributed. Otherwise, the highest score so far is 17. That was from the Centurion in the previous matchup between these two sides, Nasser Baluk, but this time 17 and out for him. Otherwise, there's just been scores in the teens, in the tens. Plus a little helping from ACC with the ball. 9 extras bowled so far. That one's swooshed away into the leg side, but good fielding out there on the rope by Yusuf Babak, who took a brilliant catch earlier in the innings. That's the end of the 8th, 118 on the board. Very much neck and neck at this stage, at least according to the win predictor. 51% to ACC. But it's all about the finish here. 2 overs left. Afif go big. They could maybe get up to even the 140s. Of course, they are 7 wickets down. And it is 2 batters in who, well, at least they faced a few balls, but neither of them is particularly set. And that will be a wicket as Dharminder Singh tries to swat that one away. It's a delivery that's dug in short by Baz Ayubi. His very first ball of the game, and he picks up a wicket immediately. It's nice glove work by Qadir Sadat. Just gets a bit of something on that one, does the captain of Akif. And despite his number meaning moving forward, creating his own reality, well, he can move forward off the pitch now, as he does have to depart. He goes for 14 off 6. At least he didn't take too many balls to add a few runs to the collection, but he's gone the way of 5 others before him who've got a score between 10 and 20. Sadiq Sahak is the new batter. He was fierce with the ball in the previous game. Picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls. Played a key part in that big win against Hissingens by 39 runs. But he's got his role to play here with the bat. And it will be a cameo as he goes second delivery. It's a comfortable catch by Delaware Khan. Baz Ayubi picks up his 2nd wicket in just his 3rd delivery of the game. Suddenly Ariana, their innings is ending in a bit of a whimper here. It's the 9th wicket to fall, 118 on the board. And just this 1-2 punch from Baz Ayubi has swung the game firmly in the favour of ACC. And Akif here staring down the barrel of being bowled out. Remember, Akif won by 8 wickets in the matchup between these two sides just about 48 hours ago. But ACC now looking to seek revenge on their Malmo rivals. It's been a good over so far from Baz Ayubi. Just misses out on the double wicket maiden as the 5th ball gets knocked away for a single. It's Wali Mohammadi, the new batter to join Azman Safi at the crease. Gets himself off strike. 16 years old, Mohammadi. He didn't go too well with the ball in the previous game, but what an experience this is. On the blue pitch, under the cameras. Under the lights. In the cameras. In front of the cameras. There you go. At the end of the 9th. Brilliant over. All happened for ACC in that one. Picking up 2 wickets. Just the 1 run coming off that over. Baz Ayubi, I think he'll be putting his hand up in the next game to say, give me more than just the 1 over. It will just be the 1 for him, as he's run out of time to pick up his 2nd over. Be interesting who they turn to here Ariana CC, they've used the 6 bowlers. Surely it's Delaware Khan, having gone for just 1 run and picked up 2 wickets. Frontline bowler Mohammad Atif, he went magical in that first over. He just caught Ihsan Shahzad on an absolute roll. The roll didn't last long though. It will unsurprisingly be Delaware Khan who bowls the final over, the left-hander. Five balls left here. Can ACC get one over on Akif by bowling them out? Went for the big booming Yorker there. Well dug out though by Usman Safi. Wants to go back for 2. Chance of run out here, and well, half appeal from Delaware Khan. Don't think you can say that there was much intent there from Ali Mohammadi to block the throw. He just turns and tries to take evasive action at the end. Gets one on the Achilles for his troubles. 16-year-old. I do go for a run here. Chance for a run out if he hits, and you will hit, and that will be the end of the innings. And Ariana CC, they do manage to bowl out their city rivals Akif. It was an innings that promised so much to begin with. In the end, ends in a bit of a whimper as they find themselves bowled out. Talking about getting 140, 150 on the board in the end, and they don't even get to that par score of about 125. Good news for them is at least, despite being bowled out, they've got into the 120s, but certainly ACC will be looking to seek revenge. They'll be limbering up for their run chase. It started so promisingly, didn't it? Ihsan Shahzad hitting the first over for 28 runs. And we thought, well, this is going to be a big total, certainly 150 plus. It was pulled back brilliantly as the BMWs were in danger. Thanks to that big hitting, Salah Khan joined in on the attack there. Salah Khan scoring 14 before he was then caught out, and it was actually brilliant fielding from Ariana CC. They took most of their chances. That was a regulation one as the magic pads came out and they did their trick. This was an unbelievable catch. Watch this one back on the highlights. Yusuf Babak absolutely pumped up, as was Irian Saweri, and ACC looked like they just wanted to keep on rolling, steamrolling through Akif. That was a tight run out. There was absolutely no doubt about that one though. As Delaware Khan cleaned up Hardeep Virk. In the end then it just kept on tumbling with the wickets. That was a wicket that then wasn't won because of the encroachment of the wicketkeeper. Great spot there by the match officials. Kader Sadat was just too eager on that one. Missed the stumps entirely. It's a couple of wild moments for the ACC wicketkeeper. But somehow, even though the wickets kept on tumbling, Akif still manages to get just about an underpass score on the board. Something they'll still hope to be able to defend. It's a fierce rivalry between these two sides, but good to see it's more or less played in the right spirit, if a few choice words here and there. That was a nice catch from Delaware Khan. That one was feathered through to the keeper, Kader Sadat, after his wild few moments then was able to restore a bit of sanity to the proceedings. And in the end, the innings just petered out somewhat for Akif. They had to go for the run on the final couple of balls. But it was the dead-eye throw there of Delaware Khan, which put an end to Akif's innings prematurely. Still 3 balls out there, but it will be 121 the total that they managed to put on the board. No one really set the world on fire, but Ihsan Shahzad, 28 runs. It's not often the high score for a team comes in just 6 deliveries. The 7th delivery was the one he got out on, so 28 off the first over. But after that, it just really tailed away for Akif, and that was thanks to a good bowling innings from ACC. They took hold of their chances. Sami Ibrahimkil, he picked up 3 wickets. And otherwise, Baz Ayubi, he came in with a nice little cameo in that 9th over, conceding just the 1 run and picking up 2 wickets, meaning that in the last 9 deliveries, just 3 runs were picked up And 3 wickets were taken, and it was just wickets at regular intervals. Look at the fall of wicket there. A mini collapse, but somehow Akif still managed to scrape together 121 runs, so it's certainly not a done deal here for ACC. They're going to have to come up against an Akif bowling lineup that will be firing on all cylinders. They will certainly want to do the double over their Malmo rivals. So at the halfway stage then, ACC needing 122 runs for victory in this Ariana Grande rivalry. It's match 13, unlucky for some. Which Ariana side will take home the spoils? Have about 5 minutes break here as you join me, Tina Goff, back in the commentary igloo for the run chase.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Landskrona, where we have a chase on our hands here in the Ariana Grande rivalry, as Ariana Kif have put on 120 runs on the board. Doesn't tell the whole story though. They were bowled out with 3 balls still to play. They got themselves up to what they'd still probably fancy themselves to defend. As for ACC, they will want to do one over on their rivals. If they can do it with a bonus point, then all the better. They'll have to go in quick time though, chasing down those runs in 7 overs. They do want to finish with 4 points from this game. It won't be the first time the ACC pick up 4 points. They did so against Hissingens in that big demolition at the end of yesterday, winning that one by 7 wickets. So they're comfortable with chasing. 3 of the games actually so far that they've won, they've put runs on, but the one they've chased was the big 4-0 victory. They're looking to make it 5 wins on the spin here. As for Akif, they're on a little run of themselves. 3 wins on the spin for them. This will be the 4th, so it will be the end to one of these sides winning runs. Certainly no love lost between the two. Ariana CC then chasing down 1-2-2 for victory. Sami Ibrahimkil, man with the 1 on his back. The left-hander will be facing the first ball. He's joined out in the middle by Arian Saweri. And it's Nasser Balak, as was the case in the previous game, who will open up. It's left-hander to left-hander here. The run chase in match 13. Unlucky for some. Who will it be unlucky for here? Big swing there from Sami. Doesn't get anything on it as that one zips through to the keeper. Just stayed a little low. Outside the off stump for Sami. Not too much footwork to speak of there. That run rate just above 12.5. Certainly Ariana CC don't want it to go too much over 13 or 14. The wind is just whipping up here in Sweden. The combination of that with the noise from the construction site as well is creating a bit of a heated environment out there in the middle, but it's still all smiles between the two. Wonder who will be still smiling in the maximum of 9.3 overs time. You can tell there's respect between these two sides, but it's a rivalry that's just teetering on the edge of boiling point. Big appeal there, but I think it's going down leg. Good call there from the man in black. Nasser Balak's getting quite a bit of swing here. You see by the time it hits the foot of Arian Saweri, you can already see all 3 stumps. And it's going to be a painful one. It hit him, I think, right on the ankle there. He gets helped up by Nasser. That's going to hurt. Just right on the base of the ankle, or the foot. He manages to scamper through to the other end, but he certainly felt the full effect of that one. And another body blow there this time. Sami Ibrahimkil, who gives a wry smile. I'm surprised he's still standing after this one. Where does this one hit him? Oh. Maybe just top of the thigh, thankfully for him. Showing no pain, doesn't want to give an inch here to their rival Ariana side. Chance for a run out here, a direct hit would have been interesting. Good fielding there by the man at square leg. It's a fiery first over, comes to an end with just 3 runs coming off it. No wicket to fall. 30 matches since a golden ball. It's certainly in that territory, isn't it? 121 on the board. 122 would take the win for ACC. It's just one of those totals that you can see going either way. That's me very much sitting on the fence, but you can see that the win predictor is firmly in the ACC camp for now. A tight first over from NASA. Going for just the 3 runs means that that run rate is slowly ticking up. It will be Debashan Dash to bowl the second over. A bit of a loosener there. And it's crunched away into the covers for a 1 bounce 4. And Dash has had a good game, a good day so far. Early in the day in that big win against Hissingens, he picked up 30 off just 12 deliveries and picked up a 4 for 13 were the figures he finished on, but a bit of a loose first delivery there from Dash. Throws up the hand in apology. Just needs to get this one on the pitch. That's a bare minimum. He gets on the pitch, but it's the wrong side. And sloppy there from both the bowler and the keeper, who wears one on the foot. And on my count, that's the 3rd player to go down with a bit of an injury in this opening 8 deliveries. Wears that one right on the shoe. Does Hardeep Verk. The man with the gloves on for Akif. Just a few adjustments in the field here. Long off. Shazad has been brought back into the ring. Well, it doesn't matter where your fielders are. If you bowl a bit of a hit-me ball, that's what's happened on that occasion. I think it was Russ there doing the fielding, leaping out of the circus tent to dash after that ball. As Dash serves up, bit of an easy one. There is Russ going around doing good work there for the side. And Ayan Saweri missed out on the first occasion, but his second ball is hit all the way to the rope. First Maximo of the innings, and Ariana Cece belatedly get up and running in this run chase. And it will be back-to-back boundaries as that one's chipped away. There is a man out there. But Dhiraj Malhotra, the man who took 3 catches in the previous game, able to get nowhere near that one. As a reminder, you're allowed 2 fielders out in the power play, the first 3 overs. Dash just needs to make sure to get his bowling back on track here. Bowl to the field he's set. That's a better delivery, just teases it outside off stump. As Ihsan Shazad gets to pick the ball up in the process of fielding it, but he do just scamper through for 1. Away to the leg side, and it will go all the way. Just struggling here with the left-hand, right-hand combination is Debashan Dash, and that's the 4th boundary he's conceded in this over, so it's gone magical. There's still 1 ball coming off it. 21 runs conceded so far. All the hard work that was done in that first over by Nasser Balak, just 2 runs coming off his bowling, plus the leg bite, has just been undone here with a magical over from DD, Debashan Dash. Can he at least finish it on a high? Just needs to get the ball in hand. 24 for no loss so far, ACC. That should be a dot ball, despite Sami Ibrahimkil dancing down the wicket. So he does manage to finish with at least a shimmer, a glimmer of light there. 24 off the first 2 overs. ACC pretty much right on the run rate at the moment. 12 is their going rate, and 12.25 is what they need. 98 off 48 is the equation. in this intercity rivalry. Two sides sharing the Ariana name. Of course, Akif were the winners of the first matchup between the two sides. Game 3, they won that one by 8 wickets. Thanks almost entirely to Nasser Balak, who scored 112 not out on that occasion. And it will be Balak to come back for his second over here. And again, just a miscue as a full bunger. I'll have to check this one for height. I think he's just about okay. It comes a bit down the pitch by the time it gets to him yet. Just about top of pad height. Makes it a bit fuller for himself. I think if he stayed back in the crease, he could have hit that one away to the rope. Swings hard. It's enough to just drop it over the boundary for Maximo. This time it goes straight and it's going to land safely. Will not quite go to the rope. This is a chase on for Shahzad. I thought for a moment I was in trouble there. It was right on the line of the igloo. But just doesn't quite get hold of that one, does Sammy? We've got some big hitting here, and there was some big hitting on this day back in 2016 between Virat Kohli and AB de Villiers. Of course, Virat Kohli very recently retired from Test cricket. In 2016, what's that, 9 years ago now, pretty terrifying. Kohli and AB de Villiers set the record for the highest T20 stand for the second wicket. And also, at the time, the biggest stand in all T20s during their 229-run assault for Royal Challengers Bangalore against Gujarat Lions in the in that 229-run assault. They needed just 96 balls to set the record, hitting 20 66s and 14 fours in the process. Well, this one is going to land just short of the rope, and it's a brilliant piece of fielding, actually, to swap the ball back in by Sahak. Could have been a 4, ends up just being a single. Take a look at this one. As it just plugs a little, and he ends up scooping the ball from behind him. It's a good piece of partner fielding there, as Shahzad then throws the ball in. Chance for a catch here. He's running in from the boundary, and it's a brilliant catch. Equal celebration there from Usman Safi. Muscle man there on the boundary comes charging in, takes a good catch low in front of him. And that marks the end of Aryan Saweri. It's the first wicket to fall for Ariana CC. The partnership between the two openers was threatening to just break the back of this run chase. But a wicket at a good time there for Nasser Balak, thanks to the safe hands there in the deep. Usman Safi, and it's the end of the power play. Wicket falling on the final ball of the power play, 34 for 1. So 229 runs between Virat Kohli and AB de Villiers. In response then, Gujarat Lions collapsed to 104. So a bit of an all-time classic in the IPL. Back in 2016. Let me know what games, what cricket matches live long in your memory. There must be a few, obviously there's a few standout ones that are famous or infamous for whatever reason, but let me know what your #1 most memorable cricket matches. It could be a village game, it could be a club game, it could be an international one. Let me know in the chat which games you would watch over and over again. As we go into the 4th over, Dhiraj Malhotra will come on and get us absolutely smashed. I don't know where that ball has ended up. You can see the fielder there. Ihsan Shahzad has gone on a long old grizzly hunt. I think if the doors of the sports hall were open, the grizzly would have been knocking. It's an elegant hit there from Sami Ibrahimkil. Gets down on one knee, proposes to the ball, and the proposal is accepted. 6 runs. Takes Ariana CC to 40. So you can imagine here, Akif, they need wickets. They need them fast. Dhiraj Malhotra to the attack here. Can he make the difference? Well, that one's flashed over Salah Khan, who spent most of the time here on the boundary in front of construction corner. He's been sent onto the 45 here for Akif, but can't do much about that one, as that flashes off the bat of Delawar Khan, who's the new batter. He came in, of course, at the end of the previous over with Aryan Saweri falling off the very final ball of the power play. Delaware Khan hits his first ball away for a boundary. Bit of an unconvincing one. That one's got a bit more conviction in it. This one goes straight over the circus tent, beyond the igloo. 6 runs. Delaware it's already the 3rd boundary of the over. 17 runs coming off the first 4 deliveries. And this is looking ominous for Akif. Win predictor. Well, it was in the Goldilocks zone for a while, but thanks to that promising power play, an even bigger 4th over. Well, it could have been a big wicket there. Delaware Khan crunches that one into the covers. It's fumbled by the man there. He must have seen it all the way there. There's no way he couldn't have seen that ball flying towards him. You can see what Malhotra thinks of that one. That was a big opportunity as it just burst through the hands of the cover fielder. Half attempt to run out there as well. In the end, Delaware Khan lives to fight another day. 2 runs to the score as well. This one goes high. This one goes into orbit. Shahzad has called it, but it was then taken by the man next to him. He drops it, and Shahzad and Sahak are looking at each other, exchanging a few choice words. Shahzad called that one early. You could hear he's saying, "Stay away, stay away." In comes Sadiq Sahak into frame. It bursts through his hands. The sunglasses go flying off the head of Shahzad. It's an opportunity that goes down. 2 chances and 2 balls dropped there. Instead of 2 wickets, it ends up going for a magical over, a 2 and a 1 to finish off that over. At the end of the 4th then, Ariana CC, they've brought up the 50, 54 for 1. Ian Smullen saying he was present for the England win at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. What year was that? I'm not very good at my cricket dates, I will add. Tim Harmer says the 2nd test in 2005, Ashes. Okay, I remember that one. That was a good one. With, of course, the umpire Billy Bowden playing his part. Simon Jones, fast bowler. What a series that was for him. I think probably kick-started a golden age of Test cricket for England. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the English summer with what's probably a new look Test side for England as well. Monty says his favourite cricket match was the Centenary Test. Went to the 2nd and 3rd days. That's going to go for 4. It's Usman Safi. He's taken a good catch earlier in the innings, but that time doesn't cover himself in too much glory as it goes through his legs. Off the bat of Sami Ibrahimkil. He hit it hard, but should really have been stopped. Doesn't quite get his arms and legs in the right place at the right time and lets out a kick in frustration. As Sadiq Sahak has come on to bowl this one. Well, he can't have too many complaints himself, can he, as he let that chance go begging in that previous over. One of 2 chances that Akif let slip through their hands, literally and metaphorically. Good swerve by the umpire. Little shimmy to the left. Into the leg side. There's two fielders out there. Neither of them will be able to stop that one. Goes the rope and the barrage continues here for ACC. You can see and probably hear the Akif fielders out there pretty flat. They need something to happen and quickly. I think my most memorable cricket game that I've attended was the 2019 World Cup, Men's World Cup semi-final. Australia versus England at Edgbaston. Australia even won the toss on that occasion, decided to bat. And they got skittled for 223 in the 49th over, thanks to 3 wickets from Chris Wokes, another 3 from Adil Rashid. Steve Smith, top scorer on that occasion, 85. And in response, England absolutely put Australia to the sword, chasing it down in the 33rd over. Jason Roy, I remember him sitting in the Hollies. Jason Roy going absolutely mental. 85, he scored off 65. Down the ground, chance for a catch. And it's taken. It's a brilliant catch. And this is exactly why I think Shahzad was so fuming with Sahak in the previous over. Because he wanted to take the catch. And the two, well, they're buddies again here. As it's a brilliant two-handed effort down the ground. It was coming at some speed. And Shahzad pulls out the Superman celebration. It could be a big wicket for Haryana CC. As it's the hard-hitting Sami Ibrahimkil who departs. It's another wicket at the end of the over as well. Halfway through this run chase, and Haryana CC 65 for 2. So we take a look at the ECCW, which is coming your way at the end of this year. It's 3 weeks of Christmas cricket in December, starting with the newly formed emerging division, Czechia, Malta, Greece, Croatia and Sweden. Fighting it out, the winner of that will go into the Challenger division, of course, next year. And Challenger division, Italy, Germany, Spain, Austria, Cyprus. Of course, absolutely have no skin in the game in that one. And no comment further on that one. And of course, the Premier division, England, Scotland, Ireland, Netherlands and Jersey in what promises to be another action-packed few weeks at the Khartoum Oval. Of course, following on from the ECC Men's Edition, which is happening in September and October. So lots of international cricket coming your way, including, of course, starting in the next few days over in Estonia, where Estonia women will be in action. I've seen them in the nets on social media the last few days, and I know they're ready and raring to go. Show what they can do and show the improvements they've made in the last few months. I know they've been hard at work. Ian Smullen says he's seen tests at Eden Park. Even Vaughan got off the mark with a 6. Wow. Was in edge. Really known for his 6 hitting ability. Of course, his son is now playing professional cricket in England. Salah Khan into the attack here. Balls with a bit of heat, does the man from Denmark. He's got international experience for the Danish side. He needs to tap into all of that experience here if he wants to get Akif back into this one. Although I would say it's not by any means over. Still 56 runs needed, and there's a chance for another wicket here. Backpedaling, and it's a brilliant catch. As the tumbling figure there of Nasser Balak, well, he gives his head a rub. Most importantly for him, though, he holds on to that one, and what an important wicket could be. Isanullah Wafa comes in, and he departs in just the second delivery. It's a great piece of athleticism here from Nasser Balak at full stretch, with absolutely no regard for his own well-being. He smashes his head on the turf, manages to hold on. And suddenly this game is alive once more, as that's the 3rd wicket to fall. 66 for 3. Worth taking another look at this one. He's completely airborne when he takes that one. Thankfully, the ground here It's not completely rock hard, a bit of giving it. And the consolation is, of course, that he was able to hold on to that spectacular catch. And that's the second wicket to fall in just 4 deliveries here for ACC, who are just going through a little bit of a wobble. Kadir Sadat, the wicketkeeper for ACC, is the new man at the crease. They've got a few left-handed options up and down their order, Sadat being one of them. Hit hard down the ground by Sadat. Should just be the single. Suddenly that run rate, which looked like ACC had very much under control, is just creeping up a little now. After a good few deliveries here from Salah Khan. Even that previous over from Sadiq Sahak, he went for two boundaries, but only 11 runs in total, so below the run rate. This has been a great over from Khan so far. Just the 3 runs coming off it and that 1 wicket. So even if they manage to hit this one to the rope, ACC, they'll still see that run rate creep up and up. It's going towards 13 now. It does go for a boundary. A bit of a figures ruiner there from Salah Khan. That one's a bit too short, a bit too hittable. Delawar Khan, he's still there and he's still ticking along nicely. He moves to 26 off 10. That over does go for 9 then in the end. ACC 74 for 3 at the end of the 6th. We're on for a tight finish here. It's exactly 2 runs needed per ball, 48 off 24. The good news for ACC is they do still have a few wickets in hand, but they'll certainly want someone like Delawar Khan with the international experience he has at his disposal to stay there until the end. He scored 48 off 18 in game 3. He's played internationally for Denmark as well, so he's got experience. He'll want to see his side home here. Sadiq Sahak comes back for his second over. Julian Dawson says a memorable one for him being in the commentary box for Netherlands, chasing down the Spain total. The record chase at the time, of course. Do you think we'll ever see a... Well, we've had a 200 chase now on the network. There's a big appeal here. The umpire says there was no bat on ball on that occasion. We've had a 200 run chase. I know Vinny has this list of things that he think will happen on the network at some point. Of course, we're waiting for our 7 wicket haul. 200 run chase can now be ticked off, but surely at some point, oh, what do you think? 220? 250? 250 would be mental. Chance for a wicket, and it will be taken. Nasser Balak, can't keep him out of the game. He hasn't been able to emulate his century success from the other day. He's picked up his 2nd catch here. And it's another wicket to fall. Kadir Sadat is the victim. Sadiq Sahak picks up his 2nd wicket. Narayana CC 74 for 4 halfway through the 7th. Chance for a bit of an early tingle here. 48 still required off 21. Run rate's creeping up and up. Good catch there by Nasser, tumbling away to his right. Brings Bashir Ahmed to the crease in a bit of a hurry. What they don't want to do here, Ariana CC, is give away any kind of time penalty. Good delivery from Sadiq Sahak. He's put in a great spell so far. 2 for 12 off his 1.4 overs. If he picks up another wicket here, surely it's Akif's game to lose. The win predictor, oh, it swung one way, now the other. It's now in the Akif camp. That one's been sent into orbit. Delaware Khan, he really holds the key to this run chase. As the builders, oh, you can hear the drilling in the background. They'll have to suspend their drilling for just one moment to retrieve that cricket ball. Delaware Khan knew as soon as he hit that one would end up in construction corner. A nice little 6/jazz hands there by the standing umpire. It goes big. Does he get all of it? He absolutely does. As the the BMW corner there. I think that the car did actually get dinged just a couple of hours ago. And very sensibly, Mr. or Mrs. BMW have decided that's not the place to park their luxury cars. That one just rolls into the wall. It will be back-to-back sixes to end the 7th over. So 87 for 4. 35 now needed in the final 3 overs. And of course, the action does not stop coming your way in just about 50 minutes time. So we always have a slightly longer break after game 3. We've got Malmö against Hissingens, and it's shaping up to be a bit of a scrap at the bottom of the table. Hissingens, they certainly don't want to pick up their 4th defeat. As for Malmö, they've already got 4 defeats. They've at least got 2 wins in the bag. They've brought in some reinforcements. Musadak, Sanaola and Kaibir come in for them. Hissingens remain unchanged from their defeat earlier today. Up in the air, there's a chance. It's going to drop safely between the on-rushing Shahzad and the bowler Usman Safi. Leads to them having a bit of a conference, but in reality, neither of them were ever going to get close to that one. So 34 needed off 17, so again, bang on 2 a ball required here for ACC. There's gonna be 6 of them. As it goes to the right of the bite. And that sports hall wall, well, luckily it's made out of brick and not out of glass, otherwise might have had a bit of an invoice coming our way to the network. As that one just pings up against the wall. Delaware Khan, the one-man hitting machine at the moment, he moves to 38, 44 even with that 6 off just 13 deliveries, 1 big hit away from what would be a 14-ball half-century for him. And he goes chasing after a wide. Probably not the smartest of moves because there's a chance for a catch here and it's taken. And that's a big, big wicket. It's that man again, Nasser Baluk, who takes his 3rd catch. Well, that one almost went into orbit. It came back crashing down to earth into the hands of Nasser. Unconventional technique there, but whatever works, and that one certainly works for Baluk. Delaware Khan then departs 44 off 14 deliveries. A half-done job for him as he's got his side near to the finish line, but not over it yet. So still 28 runs needed off 15 deliveries and 5 wickets down now, Ariana Cece. An important wicket to fall because that's the top 5 of ACC back in the shed as Baz Ayubi, the captain for this game, comes out to join Bashir Ahmed in the middle. Usman Safi bowling his first over here, who picks up a wicket on his 3rd delivery. That's a big wide, and I'm surprised they didn't go for a run here because the wicket-keeper there, Hardeep Virk, had to go so wide to pick that one up. He doesn't manage to take it cleanly. Slight hesitation there. Bashir Ahmed, not the quickest of runners, in all honesty. He is backing up now, though. Someone's clubbed down the ground. An excellent piece of fielding by Shahzad. Wasn't the easiest as that one was zipping along. And it bounced just uncomfortably in front of him, but he manages to get his body on the line there. 26 off 14. And should just be a single. Make that 25 off 13. So certainly in tingle territory here with your two new batters at the crease, Bashir Ahmed and Baz Ayubi. Needs one of them to go big here. Final ball, it's basically a free hit. Can Ayubi find the rope? Goes up in the air, the keeper's underneath it. And it's an easy take for Hardeep Virk, and it's the 6th wicket to fall. Again, this game swings one way and the other as the Ariana Grande rivalry delivers once more. Usman Safi picks up his 2nd wicket of the over. It is the end of the over as well, as the score moves to 97 for 6. And it's the 3rd time that a wicket has fallen on the final delivery of an over. I suppose on that occasion, you could say it was pretty much a swing and hope for Baz Ayubi, knowing that either way Bashir Ahmed would have the strike for the 9th, but certainly not the outcome he was after. So 25 needed now in 12. It's gonna go down to the wire here. If we look at the previous 2 overs, 23 runs have come from the last 2, but they've lost 3 wickets as well. So if that's anything to go by, we could be in for another final ball thriller between these two Ariana sides. Hamid Arabzai, the new batter, but he'll be at the non-striker's end at the start of this 9th. Good piece of keeping there to stop what would have probably been 4 runs. Hardeep Virk throws himself to his left side. Happy 22, he'll be happy with that effort. Just a bit of bat on that one, almost hits the stumps, and he just throws out a left palm. Doesn't manage to stop the single, but certainly avoids any other damage to the scoreboard. So the new batter, Arabzai, on strike now. 24 needed in 11. Back into that Goldilocks zone. Akif still favourites here, but a big 6 could change all of that. Although a dot ball certainly help Akif cause. 24 off 10 now. Salah Khan into his 2nd over. High up in the air. Does it have the distance on it? It's gone towards the man out there. And, well, finally Dheeraj Malhotra drops one. That's probably the hardest of the lot. He just misjudged it. Didn't quite pick the line quickly enough. Coming in off the long arm boundary. And it falls safely to the floor. He sets himself, but he just sets himself on the wrong line, then ends up having to tumble to his left. In the end, doesn't get his hands anywhere near it. It's a chance that goes begging. But I suppose importantly for Akif, it doesn't go to the rope. They just run to 22 now off 9. That one will go to the boundary. It's a minimo that goes over the keeper's head. It doesn't matter how they come at this point for ACC. They need runs on the board. There's 4 of them. 18 now in 8. They're going to go to the final over, you'd imagine, unless somehow Hamid Arabzai can pick up some 6s here, but even then it will be a final over finish. The non-strikers end there. Bashir Ahmed just drops his bat as that delivery is put in. I don't know if he put his batter off there, but he went forward then backward. Meanwhile, Ahmed was picking up his bat off the floor. He goes through for a dot, so this is a good over from Salah Khan. Just the 7 runs coming off it. This is an important delivery. Final ball of the 9th. And it goes all the way for 6. Arabzai finds something from somewhere. It's a Maximo, and that sets up a grandstand finish. 12 runs needed now off the final over. He winds up as if he's going to go straight down the ground, just readjusts as there's fierce negotiations happening on the sidelines. I don't know why they're not watching this game, because you don't want to turn away now. Setting up could be a brilliant finish. 12 needed in the final over now. Who do they turn to, Kif? Got several options. Debashan Dash, he's been a great bowler for them so far. But his first over went magical, as did Dheeraj Malhotra's. Those are the only two options apart from Usman Safi, actually, whose first over went for 10 and he picked up the 2 wickets. And it will be the diminutive figure of Safi who they do turn to bowl this final over. The tingle is certainly on. 12 needed in the final over. High up in the air. It's a chance. It's going to fall between the 2 players again. They're going to run through for 2. A direct hit would be out and he misses. So not only does it fall safely, they get through for 2. Let's take a look at this. It was never catching really with the 2 of them. And then Shahzad, a direct hit would have been out. The keeper is saying, why didn't you throw to my end? Because you can see there, Bashir Ahmed was struggling. They get through for 2 though, 10 off 5. Down the ground again. This time it should just be the 1, as Shahzad does the fielding. And 9 off 4, certainly into tingle territory. Jay in the chat. Hey Jay, I'm doing well, thanks. You've joined at a perfect time here, as the batters have a little conference in the middle of the pitch. Probably something along the lines of try and hit a boundary. That's what I'd be saying. It's Hamid Arabzai on strike. Both of these batters only faced a handful of deliveries each. One of them's got to step up and make themselves a hero here. 9 off 4. They're going to run through. Well, it was always going to happen. Bashir Ahmed was pretty much at the striker's end before the ball was bowled. Some aggressive backing up from him. That's exactly what's needed though. They need to burgle every run they can here. There's now 8 runs needed in 3. Say the golden ball is unlikely here, just based on the maths, but we're going to have a look anyway. It will be golden ball 78. 2 4s would win it here for ACC. Go back to live. High up in the air, there's a man out there. It's a big moment and it's taken. And it's Salah Khan underneath it, who has not had the best day in the field, but when it matters, he steps up and is counted. It's not an easy catch. It comes spinning off the bat. It's a horrible angle to have to take it, but Salah Khan does well. I think he's as relieved as anybody that he's able to catch that one. And it's the 7th wicket to fall, but actually more importantly for Akif, it's a dot ball. So 8 now needed in 2. I suppose a 1 and a 6 would take it to a golden ball. 2 4s would win the game for ACC, but it's a big, big ball coming up here. This is everything on the line here. And it's gone away, should be taken, and is. It's 2 in 2. And that's almost the victory here for Ariana Akif, as Atareman comes in. He needed to swing and swing hard. Only manages to find the man in the covers. Comfortable, well, just about comfortable catch in the end as it pops up off the chest. It's taken. It's 2 wickets in 2 for Usman Safi. And more importantly now, it's still 8 runs needed with just the 1 ball left. So barring some kind of brain fade from Usman Safi, Akif will hold their nerve and defend this total of 1-2-1. It's a hat-trick ball. He won't get it. The push-ups are being done out in the middle by Usman Safi as he sees his side home in the Ariana Derby. He picks up 4 wickets for just 14, and you can see how much this victory means to Akif as they do the double over their city rivals and roll on to their 4th win on the spin. As for ACC, they taste defeat for the first time in 5 games. Their winning run of 4 games comes to an end. It's good to see though all smiles out there in the middle. It was a hard-fought game, well contested. Just about the right amount of bite between the 2 sides, but in the end they go home as friends and the points go to Akif. So we take a look at what's coming your way in just over half an hour's time, a slightly longer break before we get going again at 3:15 local time, and it's a mid to lower table scrap between Malmö and Hisingen, with Malmö bringing in 3 new players for that one. Hisingen, they will remain unchanged, but let's first go back to the highlights of what was a thrilling run chase. Sami Ibrahimkil, he got things going at the top. Hayan Saweri and him put on a decent opening partnership. It was worth 34. It was broken on the very last ball of the power play. And it was that catch there taken by the man Usman Safi, who will come back later in the piece to wrestle the game back into Akif's favour. The runs kept on coming. It was one of those chases that we thought, oh, it's going to be a final over finish, and that's what it proved to be. Certainly Akif had their chances, didn't take them all. Some misfield there from the men in the deep meant that really ACC always felt like they had a sniff, especially from the big hitting of Sami Ibrahimkil, but it was a brilliant catch to dismiss him. It was Shazad here on the long on boundary who did the job. In fact, every single wicket was taken as a catch. Nasser Bullock, he took 3 of his own, each one better than the next. That one diving away to his right, and you can see how much emotion was in this game as both sides, bitter rivals, but also seemingly good friends at the same time. Didn't want to concede anything to one another. That went into the BMW zone. Thankfully, the BMW has moved on with, well, possibly a cracked windscreen. We're not too sure. As this one went high up in the air, Hardeep Virk made sure to take that one safely. That was the end of the captain Baz Ayubi. Mohamed Arabzai came to the crease, and they had to go for the runs, really. They were living dangerously. You could see why they had to go for it. In the end, it was Usman Safi who held his nerve. That was a nice take in the final over. Salah Khan breathing a sigh of relief after he shelled a few earlier in the piece. Usman Safi, though, finishes the game off as he goes into the press-ups. The muscle man does it for Akif. He finishes with 4 for 14. And the Akif train keeps on rolling. 4 wins on the spin for them. As for ACC, well, it was one of those tough run chases and they just weren't able to get it over the line. And you can see why. It's just that middle order not able to fire. After a decent enough start, Ibrahimkil and Delaware Khan were the chief architects. But Delaware Khan, when he fell, you thought, okay, this might be trouble. The left-hander was doing the damage, 44 off 14. But they just needed him to go big. He didn't quite manage it. That's why they end up just the 6 runs short of the run chase. But it's good to have another final over finish here on the European Cricket Network. As for the bowlers, then 6 of them used in total. Nasser Balak, you couldn't keep him out of the game. He's a centurion from a few days ago, but he did the business with the ball on this occasion, getting one wicket, also taking 3 catches, conceding just 11 runs. And Usman Safi then coming in, a bit of a cameo, somehow picking up 4 wickets, 2 of which came in the final over, as he held his nerve to see his side over the line. So there you have it, match 13 in the bag, and it's unlucky for some, unlucky for Ariana CC, as they fall just 6 runs short of the run chase. It was a bit of a thriller, and hopefully a sign of things to come, as we've got 2 more matches coming your way. Starting in just about half an hour's time, we have Malmö versus Hisingen, with both sides desperate to get back to winning ways and try to keep themselves very firmly in contention for those top 4 places to see themselves through to finals day. So you've got a bit of a longer break now. Time to grab yourselves some refreshments and join me, Tina Goff, for match 14 of this ECS Sweden, coming your way in half an hour on the European Cricket Network.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Sweden, where we're into match 14 here in the ECS Landskrona, which sees a bit of a mid-table clash between Malmö and Hisingen's. Both sides desperately need to pick up a win to stop the rot. Malmö on a 5-game losing streak, Hisingen's on a 4-game losing streak. One of these streaks will come to an end. Before we go to the live action though, let's go out into the middle for the coin toss.
Hisingen's the call. Heads is the call. Whoa. It has come down heads. What would you like to do?
Yeah, we choose the ball.
Okay, good luck.
Okay.
All the best. Good luck.
Every time.
Hisingen's has won the toss, they're bowling.
Oh, a bit of a runaway coin toss there as the coin just about managed to stay on the pitch, and it did go the way of Hisingen's, who will decide to bowl first. So Malmö, they have the honour of putting some runs on the board, and they've made 3 changes after their loss this morning to Ariana CC. They brought in Musadak Mubarak, Sanaullah Habibzai and Kaiber Nazami, the captain Saklan, hoping that it'll be 5th time lucky for his side. Good to see them back up to their full complement as well. The last couple of games they've struggled around with 10 players, so they've got back to 11. As for Hisingen's, well, they've also tasted defeat today. Earlier in match 12, they lost out to Ariana Kif by 39 runs. They remain unchanged, though, and won the first moral victory of winning the coin toss and choosing to field. It's a big game. Well, pretty much the bottom of the table as it stands, with Hisingen's at the very bottom, rooted with 3 defeats out of the 4 they've played so far. That one victory came in their very first game. That was game 7 yesterday when they beat this very side, Malmö, by 30 runs. So they'll be hoping to do the double over Malmö here. But the win predictor says it will certainly be a close game, but it's fallen the way of Malmö for now. Of course, we know absolutely anything can happen on the European Cricket Network. And we did just have a thrilling Ariana derby between CC and Kif, and we'll see CC back in action in the final game of today, and that will be in fact against Malmö. So Malmö finishing this manic Wednesday with a double header. Of course, it was Ariana CC against Malmö in the first game this morning. Feels like a lifetime ago now, and it will be the same matchup again to round out this Wednesday. But before then, Malmö have a task on their hands against Hisingen's. As I was saying, between the two teams, they've lost the last 7 games. Oh, someone's got to win here. Will it be Malmö? Will it be Hisingen's? Well, it will be Hisingen's with ball in hand. And number 7, Sivan Andam, will open the bowling here. As for Malmö, the Sprite bottles, or the fizz has gone out of their campaign so far. Just need to shake it up here, see if they can get back to winning ways. And on Straker's end, we have Abdur Sadais, and Musadak Mubarak will be facing up the first ball, newly into the side, straight to the top of the batting lineup. Hisingen's, of course, only on their 2nd day of action. They were having a day off on the very first day. They had 3 games yesterday. Started off with a win, and then lost 2 on the spin. The first one they lost pretty comprehensively. It was a 4-0 defeat to Ariana CC. Ariana chasing down Hisingen's modest total in the 6th over. And it was an agonising defeat late yesterday evening against Seaside. They lost it by 5 runs, but Gokul Sinivasan, the captain for Hisingen's, had the opportunity to make himself a hero. He needed to hit the final ball for 6 only managed to swoosh it and make contact with thin air. So they lost that game by 5 runs on the final ball. And then the third loss on the spin was this morning to Ariana Kif by 39 runs, where in reality they never really got close to Kif's total. As for Malmo, well, it was the other Ariana side that they lost to earlier in the day. That was by 31 runs. So both sides actually coming off similar types of losses today. Malmo have been struggling with getting the numbers. When you've got 10 on the field, make life very difficult for yourself. The chase is on here. Should be cut off by Gautam, and is. Malmo just struggling by virtue of the fact they're missing a few key players. Well, I suppose you could say the same for both sides here, but Malmo, they're missing the 2 Zygams, Bilal Zygam, Hassan Zygam, both key players. Bilal in particular with the bat. He scored 32 in game 1, 41 not out in game 2. This one's high up in the air. It's a chance for an early wicket. Pritham is underneath it. And it's a good attempt. He's lucky that he doesn't do himself a bit of mischief there as he falls away behind him. I think he was maybe further away from the rope here than he thought. He just lost balance and managed to tip it over the bar for 6 runs. It's a Maximo to Musadak Mubarak. And he's followed that up with a much cleaner strike. That's firmly into construction corner. Back-to-back 6s to end the first over for Malmo, and it goes for 15. Wide, and otherwise 13 runs. 14 runs scored off the bat of Musadak Mubarak. Abdusadais hasn't had a chance at the crease, but he will to start off the second over. 15 for no loss after 1. We take a look at the Premier Division of the European Cricket Championship for men coming up towards the end of September. 3 groups, the winner of each. So it's a tough competition. There's 6 teams, but only the winner of each group will go through to the championship group, which is just 2 weeks later. They have time to recoup and go again in the championship group with England and the Netherlands. But certainly it's tough to call the winners of any of those groups. Certainly the likes of Scotland and possibly Jersey, after their showing last week in the domestic series, will fancy themselves to get through to championship week. It's Pritam Harinath, who just put down that half chance in the first over, comes on to bowl the second. Malmo on a 4-game streak of losses, which started back at the final game of day 1. They really got thrashed by Ariana Kif by 52 runs. Then they lost to Hissingens, the side they're playing now, by 30 runs. And really, they've been on the wrong end of 4 thumping results, as that one's thumped away to the boundary. There's a flying attempt there by one of the fielders, who we'll see in action in a few moments' time for Ariana. But now, no, he's just enjoying his break. I think that's Sami Ibrahimkil, number 1 for Ariana CC. Can't keep him out of the action. It's a 6 to Abdusadais. Started the over here with 2 dot balls, but cashes in on the 3rd delivery. So in that game 8 then, Malmo, the 3rd game they lost on the spin, 19-run defeat to Seaside. And then they lost game 11 by 31 runs to Ariana CC. So every time they've been chasing, they've lost. Every time they've been chasing, they've won. Every time they've set, they've lost. Bit of foot fielding there. Doesn't quite get his foot down in time. It will be another boundary to add to the collection. Abdusadais. graffiti there. The graffitied white line certainly helps us. And the rope as well goes over both of them. Today's goes 6 wide, 4. It's been a good start here for Malmo. 26 coming off just the opening 10 deliveries. This time he just overcorrects us, Pritam. Tough call there, probably just there's a whisker of the ball over the line. But again, easier to tell from our angle. So that one strays too far for the umpire's liking. Club down the ground, and that will go for 6. It's already the 4th 6 of the innings, so some batting intent shown by Malmo here. They certainly want to put an end to this losing streak. They move into the 30s, 33. Still 1 ball left of the second. And you can see Hissingen's, they're a side short on confidence. They haven't been able to pick up too many wickets. They are also, of course, missing a few key players. I was mentioning the big misses in Bilal Zaigam and Hassan Zaigam for Malmo. The same could be said for Hissingen's, in particular. Sachin Kumar was a good batter for them. He's not available today. That will be another boundary. So the second over goes magical. 22 runs coming off it. Malmo moved to 37 off just the 2 overs. Mahesh Mohan, he's another big miss for Hissingen's. He's a bit of a star with both bat and ball. He pulled up with a side strain yesterday in the middle of one of his overs that he was bowling. So, not available today. When you've got a few key players who are out, it can make all the difference. And Abhishek Patel's another one for Hissingen's, who picked up 5 wickets in 2 games yesterday. Of course, they were on the wrong side of both of them, but another one who could be key for them, but he's missing. So Hissingen's need other players to step up here as they turn back to Karthikeyan to bowl his second over. Welcome back to everyone joining in the chat. Timothy Lucas, good afternoon to you. Paul Kempin says we're due for a golden ball. 100% agree with you there, Paul. Certainly think the scores that we're seeing throughout this series are worthy of a tingle. I feel like there is one somewhere. Hopefully even keep it back for finals Friday, when of course Vinny will be joining me in the box again. In the meantime, he's having a mini Vinny break, and I'm flying solo for the remainder of today and tomorrow, so it's lovely to have you keeping me company wherever you are on this glorious Wednesday. And speaking of glorious, that's a beautiful shot off the bat of Musadak Mubarak. Again, it's blowing a bit hot and cold. The previous over also started ... 6. That was Abdur Sadais, and Mubarak seems to like that pattern. He goes ... 6 at the beginning of this third over. But it's turning into a promising power play for Malmo. 50 plus is certainly a power play that you'd be happy with, especially having been put into bat by the opposition. 43 is the score so far. Good comeback ball there. Barak fuming with himself that he doesn't manage to get a hold of that one. There's a few spots on the pitch where I wouldn't quite say it dies, but it just doesn't quite have the lift you'd expect from the pace that's being bowled here. That one's right in the slot, and it's been smashed over the circus tents. That's a trick shot there from Mubarak, as he's dealing purely in 6s in this over so far. ... 6.6. Would be well advised to maybe try and just get bat on ball. I suppose if you can hit it, and you can hit it that long, it doesn't matter what happens on the other balls in the over. So to get to just 1 short of the 50. 1 ball left in the power play. Can they get that nice round figure up to cap off what would be a successful power play for Malmo? Slower ball. They do end it then on 49. There's 12 that come off the over, but they're just off 2 big hits from Mubarak. The other 4 balls sail harmlessly through to the keeper, Nitin Ramakrishna. So at the end of the power play, Malmo still be happy with their 3 overs work, 49 on the board. So we take a look at the standings, and certainly for Hisingen, it's a big game, I suppose, for both sides, because Malmo, they're mid-table, but only by virtue of the fact that they've played 6 games. They certainly don't want to be the first side to pick up their 5th defeat. Remember, each team plays 8 group stage matches, and the top 4 go through to finals day on Friday, with the top 2 having the added bonus of the double chance to get through to the final. Teams 3 and 4 will thrash it out in the eliminator early on Friday morning. Into over number 4, Aswin Madhav, who will bowl it. It's going to land into the Bermuda Triangle, and it's a slippy one at that, as the fielder there takes a tumble. And again, flashes through for potential overthrows, but in the end, the batters happy with the runs they've got off that ball. And big old slip there. Luckily there was 3 fielders waiting to field the ball. Good to see Aswin Madhav in the attack early for Hissingens. He didn't play yesterday, but he came into the side early this morning. Was impressed so far. Oh, that's an impressive shot. It goes up and over. It's the 52-meter shot there. Of course, 50-meter boundary. That one just dropped safely over the top, despite the fielder there lurking on the boundary. 6 runs to Abdur Sudais. Aswin Madhav, despite being on the losing side earlier, he can count himself a little unlucky that he wasn't on the winning side. He top scored with 34 off 19 in what was ultimately a losing cause. Big shot into construction corner there, flashes away, drops to the floor. That Sportsall will have a lot of grizzly-sized splat marks on the side of the wall. That one's carved away for back-to-back 6s for Abdur Sudais. So Aswin Madhav finished 34 off 19 and was only run out on the final ball when everything was pretty much said and done. And he picked up a 3 for 22. It was not enough in that game that Hissingens lost to Ariana Kif, but it's good to see him with ball in hand here. It hasn't started off particularly well for him, but he brings out the slower ball. And that's what he did so well in that game earlier today. He's got a lot of variations. Is not afraid to change up the pace. His variations tend to be slow or even slower, but it works well for him on that occasion again. Abdur Sudais has motored along to 34 of just 10 deliveries. That one's cracked away into the leg side. 1 bounce 4. And it looks like it's Abdullah Chinwari doing a bit of maintenance on his equipment there. He might want to turn around. Abdur Sudais looks in the mood here. Just slaps that one away. There you can see there's parts of the pitch that get just a bit more lift on it. And he's filling up his water bottle there. Okay, well, it's good to stay hydrated, Abdullah. But still turn around, because you might have a grizzly coming to say hello. Slower ball again. Again, used to good effect by Madhav. He'll avoid the magical over as they run a single on that one. So 19 runs coming off it. As we get to the end of the 4th, 68 on the board. So it's a good partnership between Mubarak and Sudais. Mubarak new into the side here. Both of them have faced 12 balls. So perfectly equal partnership, but Sudais going at a slightly quicker rate for the moment. Mubarak, though, more than holding up his end of the bargain. But remember, Hissingens, they won the toss. They wanted to chase in this game, so they've gone out into the field. Hasn't been the best possible start for them. They need a wicket quickly to break this opening stand. Chandan Murthy is who they will turn to. Man with 111 on his shirt. Can he find a moment of magic for Hissingens? tucked away. It's a beautiful shot. Textbook cut shot there from Abdur Sadais, who's showing no signs of slowing down here. Moves into the 40s with that, well, in the end, a one-handed cut shot, 43. He's now on after just 13 deliveries. Well, we haven't had, unless my mind is failing me, don't think we've had a 50 yet today, which is unusual in coming up to the 4th game of the day here on ECN. And that's a curse if ever I've heard one. Sadais, you can't do it on this delivery, 43 off 13. I've just had an upgrade to my chair in the commentary igloo. Thank you to Marzi, who has added a nice bit of cushioning to my plastic chair here. It's not all glamour here in the igloo, but certainly now my back says thank you. So we go into the 5th over. Yeah, it's Chandan Murthy bowling it 4 off the first delivery, but comes back well with the dot ball. Slow ball comes out and it's lifted away. It's going to go all the way for 6. Abdur Sadais moves to 49. Not going to say anything. I don't want to put the ultimate curse on him. He's just faced the 15 deliveries so far. He's put Malmo in a commanding position here. 78 runs on the board. Musadak Babarak ably supporting him, 26 off 12 at the other end. Effort ball comes out there from Chandan Murthy, just trying to keep it away from Sadais' hitting arc. He's going very wide on the crease. He bowls that one straight, but because he's bowling it from so wide, just stays the wrong side of that wide line. That's a better delivery, and Sadais fuming with himself that he misses out on that occasion. It was there to be cut. Same fashion he did on the very first delivery of the over. He just misses out. Still 2 balls left before halfway. And look at that expected score, 160, which will be the highest score of the series so far if they do achieve it. But just a couple of swings and misses here from Abdur Sadais. I'm not sure if he knows how many he's on, because the scoreboard here doesn't go into that level of detail. And we certainly know what he's on. Don't want to say any more because we haven't had that milestone yet today. But he's got 1 ball left of the 5th to see if he can get himself there. And he's still got 1 ball left. Chandan Murthy for the 2nd time just falls foul of that offside wide line. You can see by his shirt sleeves there that the wind is actually picking up here in Sweden. It looked for a while that the sun was threatening to come out, and it was certainly out when we were having our little lunch break, but cloud cover has come back. I think that one comes off the leg, so he still will be short of that milestone, but they do add 2 to the collection. So the halfway stage, Malmo going along nicely, 82 for no loss, as I welcome you into what's now a bit of a wind-battered commentary igloo as we go into the final stages of the penultimate day of group stage action here. Of course, we've got Peacock Friday coming up on Friday finals day as well. That promises to be 4 more action-packed games of cricket. And then, of course, it doesn't stop there as we go into the weekend, and we've got 4 more games to bring you, 2 each day. And that will be the women's side from Malmo Husa and Gothenburg, who will be facing off in a 4-game series. So exciting stuff to come across the network here. Both the men's and women's side will be strutting their stuff. But for now, it's Malmo who are absolutely doing the business. But it might be the end of the partnership here. The catch is taken. Very first ball of the 6th over. It's bowled by, I think it's Malavia who's come on here. The catch is comfortably taken, short of the boundary. Well, the curse hasn't struck because it's not Abdul Sadais who's out, it's Musadak Mubarak who departs. Catch taken comfortably in the end by Pritam Harinath, and Mubarak can still be happy with his contribution, having come into the side for this game. Got his team off to a solid start. Nice haircut as well. What do you call that? Not quite a ponytail, it's not quite a top knot. A back knot. Either way, he can show off his hairstyle for just a while longer as he takes off his helmet. Is Vishal Malavia, who's come into the attack and picked up a wicket immediately. Sanola Habibzai is the new batter. Starts off with a big slice of fortune there. That one comes somewhere not off the middle of the bat, flies away to the rope. And you can just see Hissingen's a side short on confidence, short on a bit of spirit. It's not surprising on the back of 3 defeats. Well, the lack of noise coming through the commentary mic and the effects mic suggests they're not really up and about in the field. Just relying on flashes of something to happen in the field here. They've at least broken that opening partnership. Abdul Sadais is still there. He's on 49. Can he get to the half-century milestone? Yes, he can. It's taken a while. I didn't want to put the curse on. We haven't had a half-century so far today. But he gets there from just 19 deliveries. It's been a good innings from him, an explosive one. The wicket-keeper of Malmo does the business here, but the job is not done. He wants to, I'm sure, go big with the best part of, well, 4 and a bit overs still to go. His high score on the network, in fact, Sadais is 56. That came back in 2020. I'd say it's about time he notches a new high score on the network. He's 7 short of that one. And I was teasing earlier today that when he got out in that first game against Ariana CC, that he was just a few runs shy of 500 on the network. He has got to that mark with this 50 as well. So congratulations to him. 500 runs on the network and, of course, a half-century to add to the collection. This one goes long, but it's not going to go the distance. Chandan, oh, he pulls out of the catch. Not quite sure. I mean, the sun is high up in the sky. It's kind of a bit of a halo effect burning through the clouds there. Oh, I don't blame him for struggling with his eyes there. It's always a convenient excuse, but I do think on that occasion, kind of that sun burning through the hazy sky made that a difficult catch. In the end, doesn't get anywhere near it. So at the end of the 6th, Malmo 90 for 1. It's not a bad over actually from Vishal Malavia. Started with a wicket, only gave away 8 runs after that. And it was important to break that opening partnership. But Abdul Sadai still out there, 50 off 19. Sanaullah Habibzai on strike. That one just gets innocuously knocked away for 4 through that vacant backward square region. You can see this outfield. It's not the shortest grass that we'll ever see on the network, but it's been quite dry here the last few weeks, so it does race away, especially when it goes past that inner ring. Takes some stopping. One's hit into the covers. It's a beautiful shot and it's gonna land into that yellow fencing on the full. Abdul Sadais, he continues his charge. He moves to 56, so with that hit, he goes level with his high score on the network. 5-year record that, well, he's just one away from breaking here. Little personal milestone, which, well, I'm not sure if he has it in his mind. If he's any respectable batter, he will do. And that's a beautiful hit. Back-to-back sixes. Even the umpire is looking up to the heavens to wonder how Abdul Sadais managed to pull off that one. He just flicks it dismissively. It was pretty much on middle stump. Not much width offered at all there by Srinivasa Suresh Kumar, but enough for Abdul Sadais, who finds himself in good form now. When you find yourself in a bit of nick like this, it doesn't really matter where the ball is bowled. He's just happy to hit it to all four corners of the ground. Moves into the 60s. This one should be cut off on the boundary though. Remember, we're into the fourth match of the day here. So we're not done after this. We've still got one more game coming up, and Malmo will feature in that one as well. Good slower ball there from Suresh Kumar. And it will be a repeat of the game we saw bright and early this morning. Ariana CC against Malmo. Malmo were on the wrong end of a 31-run defeat at 9 AM this morning, so they'll hopefully come back a bit more firing in this final game, but they've still got over half of this game to go. They've been firing so far though, 108 on the board for 1 wicket, 3 overs left to see if they could power their way up to 130, maybe even 140. Premier Division of the ECC. It's going to be an absolute spectacle. That's coming up towards the end of September. Talking about spectacle, this one's spectacular. It goes over cow corner, and Abdul Sadais, again, he's leading the charge. Well over half of the Malmo runs have come mostly off the middle of his bat as he moves to 69 off 23. It's Vishal Malavia who's come back to bowl the 8th. It's his second over. He did pick up the solitary wicket that's fallen so far. That was Musadak Mubarak, who went for 26 off 13. For a smart catch in the deep by Pritam Harinath. Crunched away by Sadais. Should be stopped by Gautam on the boundary. Anything that's not going to the boundary at the moment is a little moral victory for Hissingens, but you already fear for them just a little. That previous game today, the only one that Hissingens have played, they didn't manage to get to 198 for 8, was what they achieved, which just about got them the consolation bonus point against Ariana Kif. But they can't get through to finals day on consolation points alone. This one goes high up in the air. There's 2 fielders converging underneath it. It's a nice catch in the end by Srinivasa Suresh Kumar, the man with the bandana. He took an outstanding caught and bowled in that game earlier today. This time he's in the point region and goes high up in the air. He's got one of his teammates running in towards him. But Vasa takes it comfortably. That's the second wicket to fall for Malmo. But it is Sanaullah who goes. Means Abdul Sadais still out there on 70 off 24. Rafiq is the new batter to the crease. Can he provide a bit of support to Sadais? Just needs to get him some on strike, really. Well, it's protect the equipment time, but just about goes to the right of the igloo. Thankfully, it just took a left turn as it was heading my way. I will say my instinct was to grab the screen, if anyone is checking my adherence to Rule 1. That one just lands the other side of the igloo. Hamad Rafiq is the new batter then. Well, he does get the single. They think about the two, but this will give Abdul Sadais just the one ball at the end of the 8th. 1-2-3, moves into 1-2-4. Can Sadais hit this one to the boundary? Well, he does the next best thing, which is, well, he does get it to the boundary somehow. I was going to say that should have been cut off by Gokul Srinivasan. He seemed to just give up on it. I'd like to see this one on the replay. It was very much off the toe end of the bat, and I thought it must be cut off here by Gokul, but maybe a trick of the light there in the camera. It looked like he could have put the dive in there. Not the greatest piece of fielding there from the captain, and when you've got your captain not throwing his body on the line, then you know you're in a bit of trouble here at Hissingens. And there's 128 on the board for Malmo. 2 overs left. Abdul Sadais 74 off 25. Hamad Rafiq 7 off 2. Aswin Madhav will come back for his second over. His first one went for 19. He'll start off with a boundary here. Have the slower ball, and again it will be used to perfect effect as he does pick up the wicket. It's a comfortable catch there for Nitin Ramakrishna behind the stumps. It's Hamad Rafiq who falls. He's pretty much done his job though. He hit a big 6 and a 4 and only sticks around for 4 balls, so doesn't eat up too much time for Malmo and propels his side to 132 for 3. Abdul Sadais still there. You'd imagine the new batter coming in. Looks like it's Wahab Hassan. Surely his job here is just to get Sadais on strike. 4 balls left of the 9th over. Aswin Madhav picks up another wicket, so his good day with the ball continues. And the commentator's curse in full flow as the next one just drifts down the leg side. I suppose for Wahab Hassan, he'll also make the argument that he's no slouch with the bat either. Scored a half century in game 8, 52 not out of just 16 deliveries. This one's gone long and far and handsome. And Wahab Hassan says, I'm not going to get a single. I'm just going to score some runs off my own bat. 52 off 16 was backed up then in game 11. This morning with 43 off 16. I think that was the closest we actually got to a half century before Abdul Sadais, duly obliged, 74 off 25 at the non-striker's end. Hassan goes big again. Does he get all of it? I don't think so, as there's a half chance there. Pritam Haranath almost tried to dive underneath it and just let the ball fall onto him. In the end, they run through for 2. This one again goes straight, and Wahab Hassan, he is the perfect foil to Abdul Sadais. Takes a bit of pressure off the striker at the other end. He just says to him, don't worry mate, I'll do some boundary hitting of my own. And he goes 6-2-6. There's still 1 ball left of the 9th. We're looking like we will be facing the highest score of the series so far. If they can get to that 160 mark. Certainly with these 2 batters out there, everything's possible. That one just about got the distance on it. I feel in a bit of danger here. It's, I think, the 3rd or 4th time that Igloo has crept into shot. That one started off very much online and just drifted away. 6 runs despite the despairing dive there of Chandan Murthy on the boundary. 150 is up then, 153 the score after 9 overs, and Aswin Madhav, he goes for 25 in that over despite having time still to pick up a wicket. That one of Hamid Rafiq. But in hindsight, probably not a good wicket to get, because Rafiq, well, he was 11 off 4, but Wahab Hassan is 20 off 4. And we go into the final over, and the carnage continues as Abdul Sadais just leans into the width on offer there. Looks like it's Srinivasa Suresh Kumar is coming on to bowl his second over to finish the innings off for Hisingins. But it won't be finished off before a bit more carnage is unleashed here. Abdul Sadais, how much deeper can he go? And he wants to go for 2 here. I'm sure he wants to get himself back on strike. Chase is on, and I'm going to have to look at the side on here. He doesn't put in the dive, which surprises me just a little. The dive would have surely saved him. Let's have a look. I think he might be struggling here. It's a good pickup from the keeper. And he is out. So Abdul Sadais' innings comes to an end. He falls just short. I don't know why he didn't dive. He would have been in surely with the full stretch body dive. As it is though, he goes for 80 off 26. So still an excellent shift from him. He leaves his team on, well, they did get the single on the first run there, so it should be 160. And then, of course, with the wicket on the second attempted run, a good pickup from Nitin Ramakrishna. It wasn't the best throw in all honesty, but he manages to scrape the ball up and whip off the bails, and a good innings comes to an end for Sadais. Wahab Hassan is joined out there in the middle by the new batter, who spends no time at all getting in on the action. 166 now up. There's the batters here of Malmo. Well, they don't look like a side that have lost 4 games on the spin. I suppose when you are in a bit of a rut, the team you want to come up against is a side that's equally sure on confidence, as Acham is the new batter. It's that first one for 6. Should have probably left that one alone. It would have been a wide. Just gets a bit of something on it. Will be a precious dot ball. Imagine here though, the damage is already done for Hisingins. 166 on the board. Make that 172, as that's just swatted away. Dismissed to the boundary. Srinivasa Suresh Kumar looking a bit shell-shocked here. 37 runs he's conceded off his 11 deliveries so far. It could still get worse for him. Aswin Madhav, remember, he went for 44 runs in his 2 overs. He at least picked up a consolation wicket. Suresh Kumar here staring down. So figures into the 40s, 37 he's conceded so far. Final ball coming up. Maybe he'll get his consolation wicket here. Oh, the run in from the boundary. Pritam Harinath started the innings with a drop catch and will finish it with another drop. They run through for 2. So Malmo finish on an imposing total of 174, the biggest we've seen in this series so far. And certainly a total they'll be confident that they can defend. Maybe even the bonus point total could be out of reach for a Hisingins batting lineup that is short on power hitters and also short on confidence. But it's still only the job half done for Malmo, but it's certainly a good effort from them as they look to put an end to their losing streak of 4 games. As we take a look at the highlights, and there's quite a few highlights. If you're a Malmo fan, it started with Musadak Mubarak and Abdul Sadais at the top of the order. Mubarak into the team, straight into the runs, 26 off 13, dealing almost entirely in 6s, 4 of them before he went for 1 big hit too many and was caught by Pritam Harinath. But Abdul Sadais, he was completely unfazed at the other end, was playing all around the park for his 81 9 6s and 5 4s. This was the end of Sadak Mubarak. Safe hands eventually of Pritam Harinath, who did have a few more chances come his way. It wasn't always the quickest to get his hands in the right place. Well, Abdul Sadais, he notched his second half century on the network and the first one of the day here, as it's been a bit of a low scoring feast so far. That one was taken comfortably. That was the end of Sana Ullah. Suresh Kumar under that one. Vishal Malavia picked up 2 wickets. But just the runs kept on flowing. That was the end of Hamid Rafiq. So it was safely pouched by the wicketkeeper. Then in came Wahab Hassan to join Abdul Sadais, who was just unleashing hell on the Hissingen's bowling lineup. He eventually was run out, and well, he probably could have put the dive in, he didn't. And he ended up just a couple of centimetres short, but it was a well-constructed 81 for him. And then a final flourish was added by Wahab Hassan and Haider Acham at the end, both of whom remained unbeaten. A little flurry towards the end, which boosted Malmo up to an imposing total of 174 runs. You'd say a total that would be tough for any side to chase, let alone a Hissingen side who haven't really found their scoring boots so far this week. Someone who has certainly found a bit of form is Abdul Sadais, the wicketkeeper for Malmo, finishing on 81 off 27. An unfortunate end for him, as he was run out with just a few overs to go. If not, maybe even that total could have been lifted up somewhere near to 190. It's a handsome scorecard for Malmo as they post the biggest total of the series so far. As for Hissingen's, not really pretty reading. Vishal Malavia, he toiled away, picked up 2 wickets in his 2 overs. Aswin Madhav, well, he at least continued his wicket-taking form, but he went for 44 runs off his 2 overs. But no one really escaped from the carnage. Pritam Harinath, his one and only over, also went for 22. Just left Hissingen's scratching their heads, thinking, well, how are we going to scratch together these runs? 175 of them needed, so it will be a tough ask for them as they stare down potentially their 4th defeat in a row. As for Malmo, they're looking to get back to winning ways after the series started so well for them. 2 wins out of 2. But since then, it's 4 defeats in a row. Someone is going to put an end to their losing streak and get that win on the board. Will it be Hissingen's? Will it be Malmo? Well, the big chase is on for Hissingen's. 175 runs needed. So join me, Tina Goff, in just a few moments' time for the run chase here in this ECS Sweden.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Landskrona, where the chase is well and truly on for Hissingens, and it's a big one. 175 is the total that they need to stop the rot and pick up their first win since their first game yesterday against Malmo. This very side, can they make it 2-2? Well, if they do, they'll need to get 175 runs on the board. It'd be an absolutely mammoth chase if they manage it in 7 overs or less. As for Malmo, something that's probably a bit more feasible is restricting a wounded Hisingen side to 121 or less, which would give Malmo all 4 points. It's a battle of the struggling sides at the moment. Malmo, they've lost their last 4 games. Hissingens, they've lost their last 3. Both sides do know how to win, though. They both started their campaigns with a win. Hissingens beating their opposition here at the moment by 30 runs. Malmo, they won their first 2 games before they lost their subsequent 4. So someone's going to get back to winning ways. We'll find out who that is in a maximum of about 35 minutes. It's a big chase for Pritam Harinath and Nitin Ramakrishna, the 2 openers for Hissingens. And they'll be facing up against the imposing figure of Wahab Hassan, who has the ball in hand to open up the bowling innings for Malmo. On the money straight away there, Wahab Hassan. That run rate already at, of course, 17.5 before ball was bowled. It's gone up now to towards 17.7, and that's the size of the task on Hissingen's hands here, that every single dot ball will just ratchet up the tension, ratchet up the run rate. It'll just be a case for the batting side here, if anyone can stand up and can't be counted. The only player who's really threatened to put on a big score so far has been Vivek Sharma. He scored 47 off 16 in that win against Malmo in Game 7. But apart from that, Aswin Madhav, he scored a quickfire 34 in the previous defeat. Otherwise, the likes of Mahesh Mohan, who could contribute with some runs, not in the side this afternoon. So it's just a question of where do those runs come from for Hissingens. Especially against the Malmo side, who, yes, they haven't been at their best in the last couple of games, but they've certainly got wicket takers. The form of, for example, Haider Atcham, picked up 3 for 11 in the 9-wicket win against Seaside. And right on the stumps, starting off from Wahab Hassan, giving the two Hissingens batters absolutely no width to work with here. Big appeal here. The wicket keeper is interested. It certainly sounded like some kind of sound, probably more bat on the ground than anything. Let's take a look. Yeah, the ball passes beyond the bat before, I think there Harinath just nicks the blue pitch with the bottom end of his bat. Oh, bowled by Wahab Hassan, gets his side off to a perfect start here with just the 4 runs coming off the first over. Hissingens certainly can't afford too many slow overs as that run rate ticks up to 19, 31 matches. Talking of ticking up, this is number since the last golden ball. It's been too long as far as I'm concerned, and it's been a couple of series now without one for me. And I dearly love that run to finish. Surely somewhere in Sweden, the golden ball is lurking. We've got 1 match left after this one today, so 2 matches today, 5 tomorrow, 4 on Friday, and then another 4 at the weekend. Somewhere there's got to be a golden ball thriller waiting to be unleashed. Well, talking about unleashing, Nitin Ramakrishna, he's smacked that one for a big 6, the first delivery of Saklan Karamat's spell. It's given the Maximo treatment. Just stands and deliver there from the Hissingens wicketkeeper. Fielded by the man at point there. He's got a glorious head of hair. And Rafiq tumbling away to his right, takes the catch. Hissingens all the ones, 11 for 1. That's Pritam Harinath. Oh, just never really got going. 2 off 5 for him before he goes for the big release shot. And he manages to hit it just outside the inner ring. And Hamid Rafiq obliges with the catch. It's the first wicket in the game for Saklan Karamat. Hissingens here. Oh, you fear for them. It's still early on, but it's a daunting chase. I just don't feel like they've got the batting depth to compete. Shown by the fact that Gokul Srinivasan, the captain, has come out relatively early here. We've usually seen him in the middle orders, in the middle overs for Hissingens, but he's come out here in over number 2. Needs to try and make something happen for his side. That's smashed. Nitin Ramakrishna, he's just getting on with his own work at the other end. He's the only one that's contributed with any boundaries so far. It's his second Maximo. He moves on to 15, just shuffles down the pitch. And an elegant swing of the bat there. See the task at hand here. That run rate almost at 20. Even if this one goes to the boundary, that'll just about be on the run rate. It'll be a magical over. And it will go to the rope. Doesn't quite go all the way, so they don't manage that magical mark. It's 18 runs off it. Even in what would otherwise be a successful over for Hissingens, it's not going to be enough with that run rate creeping ever higher. At the end of the second over, 22 for 1. That over had a wicket as well as 3 boundaries. Hissingens, well, they're in danger of just being cut adrift here. Seaside above them have 8 points, and if Hissingens, in the worst case, don't manage to pick up a point here, then they will be marooned at the bottom, 3 points adrift. As for Malmo, oh, it's difficult to really know where the teams necessarily stand because they've all played a different amount of games, so it will really be about this time tomorrow when we start seeing a clearer picture of who might make it through to finals day. But Malmo would register their 3rd win if they manage to get this one over the line. In fact, it's important for them that they win this one, ideally with a bonus point, because coming up in the final game of the day is in fact their final group stage game. So they'll have played all 8. They'll just have to get points on the board and watch nervously on their televisions tomorrow as the other 4 teams battle it out. For Hissingens, I suppose you can kind of see it's good news that they've got the final 2 games of the group stage. They'll play games 19 and 20. So come this time tomorrow, they'll at least know what the equation is, but there's no point doing all the maths if they're already cut adrift at the bottom of the table. Every point they can pick up could still be vital, but they might find themselves in a situation where going into those final games, either they're cut adrift entirely or they're needing big bonus point wins in those final 2 games against Seaside and Ariana Kiff, who of course are all battling for the same prize, and that's one of the top 4 slots to get them through to finals day. Oh, well, he's taking a clonk to the head there, has the captain Gokul Sinivasan. As Abdul Sadeh's the wicketkeeper, not for the first time today, tries to get a bit cheeky, goes for the underarm through the legs, run out, and all he gets is a bullseye on the side of the head of Gokul Sinivasan. Luckily for him, wasn't coming at quite the speed of the original throw, just a bit of momentum taken out of the ball, but nonetheless, big knock on the side of Gokul's helmet. Can he recover his senses? Well, he's got a bit of extra time as that one just drifts down the leg side. It's Haris Aziz who's come on to bowl this second over. Big swing and a miss there from Gokul, who again just needs to engage a bit of his cricketing brain. He sees that Nitin Ramakrishna's down the other end. He's 20 off 7. Going well. Just needs to get bat on ball here, but now it's the final ball of the power play, so really he just needs to deal in even numbers here, 2, 4 and 6, to make sure that Nitin stays on strike. Well, Nitin very much didn't want to go for the run there. And it's a great piece of wicket keeping as Abdul Sadeh has the throw come in. It's a pretty terrible throw, and he goes for the old underarm scoop and just about gets his foot down, does Nitin Ramakrishna, who was hesitant to go for the run, and the reason why he didn't want the run is he wanted to keep the strike. In the end though, Gokul, he burgles the strike back off his opening batter, and it's a poor power play actually from Hissingens, 26 runs coming off it. Just that second over off Saklin Karamat went for 3 boundaries. But otherwise, it's 2 boundaryless overs for Hissingens. And when they're chasing a big total, they don't have any room for error, especially if you look at that finish from Malmo. Final 4 overs, 3 of them went magical. And the one that didn't went for 18 runs. So unless Hissingens can find a similar sort of acceleration, seems like even the point here looks like far cry. Run rate now over 21. As Kaiser Manir comes into the attack. He gets hit away into the onside. Doesn't quite go all the way, but it will be a 4. So Gokul Sinivasan, at least, having stolen the strike back off Nitin, manages to find the boundary for the first time in his innings. That's a big swing, but it hasn't got the legs on it. There's a man settling underneath it. Does he take the catch? No, he does not. He then slips for good measure. It's Ida Ashtam underneath it. There's a player with 1-1-1 in both teams here. Ida Ashtam, though, he settles himself under it. Oh, it's a bit of comedy of errors. An error, then a comedy. As he shells the catch, slips on the floor. It won't be a boundary. And Gokul there, pretty slow off the mark. I think he's just about in. Yeah, well, actually the ball's not in the keeper's hands, so it's irrelevant either way. You can't exactly say he sped down to the other end. I'm sure there will be a few sore bodies out there for Hissingens. They had their, well, I suppose you could still call it a rest. Ariana Sisi, they'll have the same argument today. They've had an even longer day playing the first game and the last game alongside Malmo. So I suppose everyone's in a similar boat. So it's certainly not an excuse, but you could see that Gokul there not moving too cleanly. He at least has a chance to sit down now. As Vivek Sharma comes to the crease. He's one of the few batters who can fire for Hissingens. You can see the equation. It's a pretty tough one for the batting side. 142 needed for the win. Even for the bonus point, they still need about 90 runs. Well, there's 6 of them. So that one pings up the wood. Well, it's probably new wood for the retirement village, and now it will have a cricket ball shaped dent in it. So that one stroked away by Nitin Ramakrishna, the only batter currently firing for Hissingens. He fires that one into the construction yard. I will say, I don't know again what the Swedish working hours are, but it was lots of bashes and crashes earlier this morning. As soon as the clock strikes around 4, as I'm told in my ear, they pack up and go. So it's not the longest working day for the construction workers. Maybe they know the runs are scored towards the end of the day as well. They get out of there before any more damage is done to either them or their building site. But it does mean it's nice and quiet out here now in Landskrona. 39 for 2 at the end of the 4th. Nizami comes on to bowl the 5th. Even that equation there, you can see at the bottom of your screen, that's just for the bonus point. Hissingens need 83 off 35. So even there, the run rate's creeping up towards 15. Nizami's army picked up 2 wickets in game number 2. That was the win against Seaside. He's only 17 years old, so it's good to see them throwing the ball to a young player here in a situation where they can afford really to test out a few options. And he almost got in on the wickets there as that one's crunched through the covers, just goes over the despairing leap of Kaiser Manier. Enough hot sauce on that to get it to the boundary. Vivek Sharma then moves to 5, slowly creeping towards the 50 mark, Hissingens. But nowhere near enough runs on the board here. Given that Malmo got to 50, well, one short of 50 at the end of the power play. They were 49 for no loss, importantly. And well, the despairing dive of Kaiser Manier there in the covers, I thought it went over his fingers, but it seemed like it took a fair chunk of the finger with him. So he will have to leave the field of play. Get that one strapped up. They do have a 12th to Malmo. It should be the figure of Mohamed Akshaf coming on. As we take a look here, must have just brushed his fingers. Yeah, ooh, perfect replay there from 2 circles. As you can see, the very finger that got snapped back there. Hopefully it's just a cosmetic injury rather than anything worse, because that did get hit firmly by Vivek Sharma. So Mohamed Akshaf, number 147, is on the field. You know what a big number means. We go to the meaning of the number. 147, a sign you're on the right path to a deeper spiritual awakening. Well, he's certainly on the right path onto the field, as he's the 12th man, replacing the injured for now Kaiser Manier. That's a slight misfield. Is it going to go to the rope? No, it's going to slow up, despite the bite there lurking. Nicked away. It won't go to the rope. Run through for a single. I will recommend, if you have a moment of free time, just Google any number and go to the Wikipedia page if you want to feel stupid, as that one would have been actually a great grab by the keeper Abdur Sadais. 147 is the 4th centered icosahedral number, which of course I'm sure everyone in the chat knew. These are a class of figurate numbers that represent points in the shape of a regular icosahedron, or alternatively points in the shape of a cubocatahedron, and are magic numbers for the face-centered cubic lattice. I think actually that's why Mohamed Akshaf chose that number, 147. Unless, of course, he's a snooker fan, with 147 being the maximum break in snooker. Either way, he's on the field. There's Kaiser Manier getting some treatment on that damaged finger. Probably wishing he didn't go for the catch in the end, because it seems like Malmo just cruising to victory here. 72 runs needed just for a point. Monty saying, I hope to see a construction cricket club next time in Sweden. Absolutely. Says all we need to do is throw a bat and some pads over the fence as well. Well, they certainly have enough balls, don't they, to put in a few training sessions. I don't know how many we've lost to the construction corner, but CCC may be coming your way soon on the European Cricket Network here in Sweden. Well, also coming your way is an absolute delight of cricket across the continent. Starting tomorrow in Estonia, we've got a handful of T20Is coming your way. It's the women's T20Is between Estonia and Bulgaria, as well as then some ECIs over the weekend, and then ECSs and the men's side starting on Monday. Well, that's flicked away nicely into the leg side. We'll bisect the 2 fielders out there. Go for 4 runs. A question to the chat then, if you had to have, I think we've had this one before, but it's always worth asking again with all the numbers that pop up on the network. If you had a number on the back of your shirt, what would it be? I think maybe we go for a number over 100. Just, you know, get value for money. We've got 111 on both sides here. for Malmo and Hisingen, and of course 147, the 12th filling in for Malmo. Paul making a good point that the Construction Cricket Club can make their own stumps, and of course Monty chimes in that they'll have their own helmets. Not sure if the hard hats conform to ECN or ICC regulations, but certainly will provide enough protection. What could they use on the building site as a bat? I suppose a shovel. I think there's a few batters in world cricket that could still hit big sixes with a shovel. They could get the cement mixer going to bowl a bit of spin bowling. Haris Aziz, who's bowling here at the moment. Someone will drop safely into the leg side. Actually, a cement mixer would be a pretty good fielder as well. Big hands, straight into the body of the mixer. Put that one at cover, I think could do a pretty decent job, to be fair. Well, speaking of Construction Cricket Club, there's another ball to add to the collection. As well, I thought that feather falling down was the ball, but I think actually it's just gone to the left of CC over there. It's Vivek Sharma and Nitin Ramakrishna out there. Well, if anyone can do it, these two can. I think they've pretty much given up the ghost on the big total, but just for a point, 59 needed off 26. Certainly doable if they continue. And this one's a lovely shot. Again, there's two fielders out there, and it goes through them perfectly and into the men sitting there in the dugout. Looks like they're waiting for a bus. I'm pretty sure they're waiting for the next game. Just the way they're sitting there, though. Just waiting for the number 147 bus to come their way. There's back-to-back boundaries for Vivek Sharma. Haris Aziz has gone for 17 off this over so far. Final ball. It's pumped down the ground, and it will go magical this over. It's a much-needed magical over for Hissingen's, with 21 runs coming off it. Vivek Sharma moves up to 27 off 10. Nitin Ramakrishna, he's on 28. So at least signs of life here for Hissingen's as they look to pick up that consolation point. This partnership now worth 39. It's just not enough, and it's not helped by the fact that the two batters that have got out between them scored 10 off 14, and when you're chasing down a total with that run rate up at 20 and beyond, you can't afford to leave any balls out there not being hit to the boundary. Timothy Lucas says his number would be 125. Why is that, Timothy? It's quite a nice round number. I can tell you what it's like Tina's star signs and horoscopes. I can tell you what number 25 means according to Google, which of course we know is absolutely correct on everything. That one's been hit away to the other bus shelter there. Four men there smiling at that six, and why not, because it was a nice hit off the bat of Nitin Ramakrishna, just waiting back in the crease, stares down his stumps, wills them not to fall over. Gets a nice six to start the seventh over. It's Haider Atchan who's come on to bowl. He's been held back until late in the piece here. 1-1-1. This time he goes offside, and it's called six by Saklan Karamat before the ball even lands. It's into BMW corner over there. Nitin Ramakrishna, he's just having a nice time out there while the wickets are falling around him. I suppose it's only the two wickets that have gone. They just haven't been able to get up to this run rate required. But certainly the point is in play here, 39 off 22. Could be in for another, we christened it earlier, a bonus buzz We of course have the golden ball tingle. And we have these mini thriller games when the bonus point is on the line. Certainly there's a buzz about this one as it's 6-6-6, 3 in a row for Nitin Ramakrishna. As he moves just one hit away from his half century. He has scored some runs on the network before. His only season before this one was 2022. His high score in that year, 79 not out. Scored over 230 runs in the season. And of course, he's scored a half century already in game 10. That was 57 off 30 deliveries in the loss to Seaside. Can he notch his second half century of the series? Well, he gets himself off strike with a single hit. Gets Hissingens up to 90. Timothy, you've changed your number. 180 now. Are you a darts fan? Meanwhile, Monty having some fun with the Construction Cricket Club, saying they should be able to build an innings. And of course, pull out the ramp shots. They're able to dig themselves out of a hole. Keep it coming, Monty. Yeah, Paul says they could construct an innings like Rahul the Wall Dravid. Well, we have got the wall on the one side of the boundary. I don't know if that's been constructed by the construction workers or the Construction Cricket Club. That one's going to be taken on the boundary, and Nitin Ramakrishna, he won't get to his second half century as the curse has been put on him in classic commentary fashion. As he falls for 47. It's a low full toss, no danger of that being a no ball. It's taken comfortably on the rope. Ramakrishna, he's been doing well, he's done his part, but he falls for 47 off 17. So we take a look at the final game coming up in just about 7 minutes time. It's Ariana CC against Malmo. Ariana, they're on a bit of a hot streak here, and they bring in Samuel Hack Guja into their lineup as Bas Ayubi continues to lead the side. As for Malmo, they just need to stop the rot. I suppose they will stop the rot here on this game, barring some kind of miracle. Once the rot is stopped, I'm sure, of course, Construction Cricket Club won't ever have rot because they will have a well-constructed innings. If Malmo pick up the win here, then they'll want to finish with a double win. That will certainly keep them still in contention for those top 4 places to get through to finals day. Abdullah Chinwari comes on to bowl the 8th. Starts with a wide. As Aswin Madhav is the new batter. Monty says he'll go for 141 because his wife and he were married on the 14th of January a few years ago. I think that's a fair enough call. Also means you'll never forget your anniversary if you've got it on the back of your shirt. I suppose no one else would forget your anniversary because you wouldn't be able to see it. But you could be reminded by your teammates of your anniversary. I think that's a good number, with a good reason. I know there's a few weird ones in world cricket, isn't there? Joe Root goes for 66, Root 66. Slap down the ground. The fielder there, but he doesn't get anything on it. So Aswin Madhav continues to be a nice little pinch hitter for Hissingens. Unfortunately for him, he seems to come into bat when the game has already gone, but he's got a chance to at least get the bonus point for his side here. Of course, Chris Gale famously wore 333, which was his highest test score. I think MS Dhoni, he wore the 7 because he was born on the 7th of July, so 7th of the 7th. And he also contrived another reason, which I'll tell you in a moment. High up in the air. It might be protect the equipment time, but in fact it's almost a catch for Hamad Rafiq. He's right on the rope here. I think that's what he's trying to protest to his teammates. He gets his hands on it, but I think he's just put off by the fact he's right back on the rope. And we could have just got maybe a couple of inches back in the end. Burst through, and it will be 6 runs. Emma Stoney then, born on the 7th of the 7th, chooses the 7, and also he was born in 1981. And his argument is, of course, 8 minus 1 is 7. So there's 3 7s. That's why he went for that magical number, which I'm sure is served him well. Well, not serving them well at the moment is the fielding for Malmo. It won't make much difference here to the result, but certainly a few more wickets here and they could still grab that bonus point. Down the ground. I don't think this is a catching opportunity despite the best efforts of Kaiser Manir, who's back on the pitch, having had some treatment to his finger. So 147, snooker man Mohamed Akshaf back into 12th duties. Just want to see if he's got any strapping up there. They get to the end of the 8th, 113, so it's not a bad total actually from Hissingens. They just need the 9 now off the final 2 overs to get the point. And of course, after MS Stoney retired, then the BCCI retired his jersey number. So the 7 will be no more for India. It's a bit of a shame, I guess, because 7's quite a nice number to have. Got 7s in both lineups here. Kaiser Manir, number 7, who leapt for that one, who now has ball in hand. Jeffrey asking, what did I order for lunch today? Well, you clearly missed my shambolic attempt at Swedish earlier, because I wasn't entirely sure what I ordered, but it was, I'll clear my throat for this, kryddor biffgryte med ris plus vegetariska sommarrulle. That one's crunched away through the covers for 4 by Vivek Sharma. And that roughly translated as some kind of beef stew with rice and vegetarian summer rolls, which were delightful. We had about 8:30 this morning an intense conference from members of the Blue Crew. We had the choices whittled down to sushi, Thai or Vietnamese. Went Vietnamese, thought it's not the warmest day today, something warming for the soul. Oof, that's not a good one for the soul as Vivek Sharma wears one. Hand of apology thrown up immediately by Kaiser Manir. He lines up for a big one there, just gets on the hip. I think it comes off his bat, which is why it looks not quite as high as it did in real time. Nothing malicious about that for Manir. Will be a no ball though, as Aswin Madhav gets the honour of hitting the free hit. 5 needed for the point. So we went for the warming option of the Vietnamese food and it went down an absolute treat. I will say it went down extremely quickly. Of course, I'm flying solo, so I don't have Vinny here to relieve me of my duties. So I think it's the quickest that, whatever the Swedish name was for it, a beef stew with rice was consumed in living history. But the bits that I tasted of it were very nice. 3 now needed for the point. And there will be the point, as that one just drops short of the rope, but it will go for 4. Aswin Madhav moves himself to 15 off just 5 deliveries. Continues to be a bit of a key player for Hissingens. It'll be interesting to see how they employ him going forward. They can't keep on putting him into the game when it's pretty much all said and done. I think he could do well a bit higher up the order, a bit more time at the crease. Back-to-back 4s. This is just misdirected from Kaiser Manir. Well, I suppose there wasn't too much wrong with it. It was just drifting down leg side and a big swing by Madhav. Gets it to the rope. Yeah, Jeffrey, it was yummy. Excited to see what delights we'll have in the next few days. As it will be 3 boundaries in a row for Aswin Madhav. This time Abdullah Chinwari on the boundary takes a bit of evasive action as that ball jumps up at him. Probably should have done a better job, to be honest. He tries to just swat it away. In the end, sees it fly past him. So that'll be the end of the 9th, 131. And this game will end up actually probably a bit closer than we thought, but it's down to a bit of a flurry towards the end. They've picked up the bonus point, have Hissingens, but barring something spectacular in the final over, it will just be the consolation point with 44 runs needed. But to be fair to them, Hissingens, they've given this one a good crack. 131 on the board as Kaiba Nazami comes in to bowl the final over, and this one's been pummeled straight past the commentary glue to the left, and it will be a 6 off the bat of Vivek Sharma, who moves to 47 off just 18 deliveries. He goes again. This time it's even longer, slightly wider. Not quite another ball for the Construction Cricket Club. I suppose it could always be the Construction Corner Cricket Club. Either the CCC or the CCCC. Either way, the builders have packed up for the day. I've heard they've taken the Grizzlies with them and doing some practice. Ready for ECS Sweden 2026. Watch this space. As it's 6-6-6 to start the 10th over. Vivek Sharma moves to his half century and then some, 59 off just 20 deliveries. He brought his half century up in 19 balls. And it will just be a consolation half century for him, but again showing flashes of what he can do. It's his first half century on the network. Belatedly raises his bat there. And again, I question why Sharma is down at 4. I certainly think he should be batting higher than the captain Gokul Srinivasan, who hasn't shown too much with the bat so far. I'd argue even someone like Vivek Sharma should be opening the batting, especially when you've got a big run chase on your hands. You can't afford to get off to a slow start. That's unfortunately exactly what happened for Hissingens as the first over went for just the 4 runs. Look at that, last 6 balls all gone for boundaries. 3 4s at the end of the 9th and then 3 6s to start the 10th. He doesn't want to give up the strike now, does Vivek Sharma? That one just a dot ball. So at least adds a bit of gloss to the innings here for Hissingens, who can certainly take heart from the fact that they'll almost certainly get up to 150. Still be on the losing side. They know at least they can hit runs. They just need to do it when it matters. Well, they're not going to get to 150 if Vivek Sharma continues to turn down the singles. There's only 1 ball left, so it'll be interesting to see what he tries here. Final ball coming up. Didn't look so smart turning down those 2 singles as he ends with a big swing and a miss. But at least Vivek Sharma gets a little milestone for himself, finishing on 59 off 23. In fact, he got to 59 off 20 and then didn't manage to add anything else in the final 3 deliveries. So it will be a comprehensive win for Malmo, which is what it always looked like at the halfway stage, having posted 174. Knew it would be a tough task for a Hissingens side that are low on batting firepower, low on confidence. They can take heart from the fact that, well, they didn't quite get to the 150, but they ended on 149. Only lost the 3 wickets, so certainly a bit of room to grow for Hissingens. They don't have too much time, though, to get their act together, as they will stay rooted to the bottom of the table when we've got this final game of the day coming up just about 25 minutes time. It's Malmo who need to get back to winning ways and quick against Ariana CC. Of course, it's a repeat of the game we saw early this morning which went the way of Ariana. But of course, Malmo, they have got back to winning ways in this one as they take this win by 25 runs. It's always going to be a tough ask for Hissingen's. The early wicket didn't help as Pritam Harinath, he departed. It was a nice catch, tumbling away to his right by Hamid Rafiq. Well, there was a knock-knock on the side of the helmet there for the captain. I don't know if that just shook him up just a little, as he didn't manage to go too much further as he holed out to Haris Aziz. Nitin Ramakrishna, he tried to lead the charge for Hissingen's and also provided a few grizzlies for the newly founded Construction Corner Cricket Club coming to an ECS near you soon. As Nitin then, alongside Vivek Sharma, they put on a good partnership. It was worth 59 in the end, as the runs kept on flowing, and we thought, well, if it wasn't for the fact they were chasing such a big total, Hissingen's might be in with a shout here. But it was all academic in the end. There was a nice catch on the rope, which dismissed Nitin Ramakrishna just 3 shy of his half century. It wasn't the tidiest performance, actually, from the Sprite bottles, as Malmo let several chances drop to the ground, and certainly something they'll have to tidy up, especially with that game coming up in just a few moments' time against Ariana CC, a side that certainly won't give them too many chances. As Vivek Sharma then, he top scored for Hissingen's, got to his half century, declined a few singles towards the end of the innings, and then just a big swipe and a miss on the final delivery. But he, I suppose, earned himself a bit of time at the crease, having plundered 59 runs in just 23 deliveries. So, well, if you take it in isolation, it's not a bad batting scorecard for Hissingen's. 149 runs on the board, but unfortunately for them, the damage was already done in the first half of the innings, with them having to chase 175. But certainly some heart to be taken for the Hissingen's batters. They know they can score runs, they just need to do it when the pressure is on. As for Malmo, they do get back to winning ways, then they stop a run of 4 defeats, and 5th time lucky for them as they pick up a win. Because of the big total, they were able to change it around just a little bit using 7 bowlers, as really it was a good shared performance from them, with Saklan Karamat picking up a wicket alongside Kaiser Mania and Haider Acham. So there you have it, match 14 done and dusted, and Malmo finally get the win they've been seeking since back in game 2, their previous win against Seaside. This time they beat Hissingen's by 25 runs. As for Hissingen's, the troubles continue for them, as they will go home from this day 3 with 2 losses in their back pocket, and still seeking their 2nd win of the series. They'll have to wait for tomorrow though, but you won't have to wait too much longer for the final game of the day. In just about 20 minutes time, we'll be back on air for a repeat of the first game this morning, Ariana CC against Malmo. Malmo, they've got back to winning ways. Can they make it 2-2? As for Ariana CC, can they cement their place at the top of the table and maybe, just maybe, put 1 foot already in finals day? Well, join me, Tina Goff, back on air in about 20 minutes time as we go into the final match here on day 3 of this ECS Sweden on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to what is now a sunny Landskrona and the final match of the day here in ECS Sweden, which is a carbon copy of the first match we had this morning between Ariana CC and Malmo. It was Ariana that came out on top by 31 runs on that occasion. Can they make it the second win for the day? Well, before we talk about the teams, let's go out into the middle for that all-important coin toss.
Malmo to call.
I'm going to stick with head.
Sticking with heads, and it is heads. Batting. Okay,
Batting.
Good luck. All the best. Malmo won the toss again. They're having a bat.
Well, sticking with heads, Saklan Karamat, and it's worked a treat for him. In two minds there about what he wanted to do. Sold us the dummy, went to go for the ball, ends up going with the bat. So Malmo will have the chance to put some runs on the board here against Ariana CC. And Malmo, they finally got back to winning ways, picking up their third win of the tournament just a few moments ago against Hissingens. They remain surprisingly unchanged from that team. As for Ariana CC, they bring in Samuel Hack Guja back into the lineup. He's a big player to bring back in as well, having hit back-to-back half centuries on the opening day for Ariana CC, so he's a welcome addition to the side. Of course, Ariana just been licking their wounds just a slight bit as they lost that Ariana Grande rivalry game against Akif. It was a final over thriller. They ended up losing by 6 runs. So it's 1-1 for them in the day. 4-2 overall is their record going into the final game of the penultimate day in the group stages here in Sweden, and the win predictor firmly in the side of Ariana CC, probably due to the fact that Malmo did go on that 4-game losing streak, but they're back to winning ways. And Ariana CC are the ones that have lost their last game. So I'd still say it's anyone's guess here as we go into the latter stages of the group stage. This is match 15. We've still got 5 matches to bring you tomorrow. But certainly by the end of today, we'll have some idea of who's competing for those top 2 spots and who's scrapping down at the bottom for places number 3 and 4. Remember, it's a 5-team group with the top 4 going through. It's just the single group. But the finals day remains unchanged with the eliminator, 2 qualifiers, and of course then the big final, which will be kicking off in pretty much exactly 48 hours from now. Of course, who will make it into that final remains to be seen. Zata Rehman has ball in hand to start us off for Ariana CC. He had a good game 9, picked up 4 for 4 on that occasion. Got hit for a few runs though in the Ariana derby. Opening the batting for Malmo will be the familiar figures now of Musadak Mubarak and Abdur Sadais. Why change a winning opening partnership, especially Abdur Sadais? 81 he scored, biggest score of the day so far. But it's Mubarak who gets us off with a bang. That's the first one, goes all the way for 6 runs. Malmo certainly got a bit more confidence back into their batting lineup, having put on an imposing total in the 170s in the game just gone. In the end, they only beat Hissingens by 25 runs. It threatened to be a big demolition. Hissingens did well, even in the face of, well, pretty much a lost cause. They managed to scratch their way up towards 150. It was not enough against what has now been the biggest score of the tournament so far. nice outswing delivery by Atareman. Just squeezed away for a single. Welcome back to everyone in the chat. I'm loving your contributions to what we have crowned the new team founded here in Sweden. It's the Construction Corner Cricket Club, CCCC. Monty doing a lot of heavy lifting in the chat to establish the side. In fact, he's come up with a whole lineup. Of course, Bob the Builder, he's the captain. Saka Bricks. Yeah, where's Saka Bricks from? Sounds like he could be a Safa of some sort. Concrete. Yeah, Concrete. Con for short. I feel like he'll be a bit of a brick wall in the field. Nothing gets past him. Sandy Pyle, of course. I think he'd be a bowler. Ian Smullen rightly points out there's got to be a space for Vinny Sand, who in the lineup. This one has been crunched towards the construction site, which, well, we're going to have to start a petition. It should no longer be what I believe is going to be a retirement village. It should be the new clubhouse of CCCC. We certainly have a few Grizzlies there to start off their training. Bob the Builder needs to get his team together. They haven't got long before they'll get the call up for the next ECS. Well, that one burst through the hands of the man at square leg. It was a chance there. Goes missing. Would have been a big early wicket for Ariana CC, as the two Malmo batters in quite a bit of form now after that previous thumping. I think we'd still call it a thumping of Hissingens, despite the fact the winning margin was only 25 in the end. Get to the end of the first over, then 14 runs on the board, despite that chance going down. 174 was what Malmo achieved in the previous game. Abdus Sadace finishing 81 off 27. Musadak Mubarak, he put in a good shift as well, 26 off 13, so their partnership was worth 82. Only got broken up at the very beginning of the 6th over. Something similar here will certainly put Malmo in contention. And would also, a win here for Malmo would level up their record. It's 3 and 4 at the moment. If they can just snatch a win here, put them in contention. As importantly as well, as that one skips away to Construction Corner. More importantly, this is actually the final group stage game for Malmo. They've got the day off tomorrow, so their work after this one will be done, unlike the construction workers. So they just have to get as many points as they can in this game and then just sit back and hope that the results go in their favour tomorrow. Seaside and Hissingens are the two teams that have, well, actually, and Ariana Kif all have triple headers tomorrow. So each of those sides have got 12 points up for grabs. Of course, they'll be playing each other as well, so they'll be taking points off one another. But certainly Malmo need to get a win here just to make sure their name is firmly in the hat for finals day on Friday. So that one's coming my way, straight down. Just drifts away too long off. It has enough on it to go to the rope. And Musadak Mubarak, he's taking the lead here in this opening partnership. The opposite was true in the previous game, as Abdus Sadace plundered 81 runs. This time though, Mubarak, he's moved to 22 off just 8 deliveries. It shows how quickly things can change here on the European Cricket Network, as that one goes for another boundary. Malmo yesterday, it felt like they couldn't buy a win. They were depleted in numbers, had to play a couple of games with 10 players. Suddenly, one win, and it's all rosy for them. As they've started this game brilliantly, 30 off just the first 10 deliveries. That's a tough call there. Let's have a look if this caught any of the line. It seemed to be good delivery. I would argue that went straight over the line despite the big theatrical lunge from Mubarak trying to plead his case to the umpire, and it does fall in his favour. So 17 runs off the first 4 deliveries of this Hamid Arabzai over. Make that 21. Does go magical. It's punishing as a fast bowler bowling in the power play when you have hardly any protection out on the boundary. Just the 2 fielders allowed outside the inner ring for the first 3 overs. And there's hardly any room for error with these 50-metre boundaries. Mubarak races to 32 off 10. Abdul Sudais has only faced the 1 ball. He won't mind being at the non-striker's end though, as long as Mubarak keeps on ticking along nicely here. It's the final ball of the second over coming up. Slower ball. It gets the same treatment. There's a man out there. He can only watch that drop to his right, and 27 runs come off that second over. It's a dream start here for Malmo as they employ the policy of batting again. It worked so well for them in the previous game. You could see the delight on Saklan Karamat's face as he called correctly, was able to put his side into bat again. It's paid dividends so far, 41 runs coming off the first 2 overs. What do Ariana CC have in response here? They're going to go back to Atta Rehman. It wasn't the worst first over from him. 14 runs coming off it. It did start with a big 6, but after that he was able to pull it back. That one's just unfortunate from Rehman. Not much he could do about that one. Abdul Sudais gets in on the boundary action. Not his most elegant of shots. Certainly there was a few elegant stroke plays in the 81 he scored just about an hour ago. That one though brought himself a bit of luck. The first ball of the third over goes to the rope. Of course I'm flying solo today, so I've been channeling a bit of Vinny, a bit of Rico when I can. I've got a final on this day story to tell you, and it's a bit of a beauty as well. On this day in 1927, it was the birth of ball-by-ball radio commentary. I'm sure it will never catch on. It'd already been happening for a few years in Australia. They'd covered matches since 1922. But it was only in 1927 when the BBC drew up its new charter. They decided to have a go at live sports commentary. And in April, The Guardian announced that the BBC had proposed adding cricket to its offering of radio sports. Of course, 1920 is not the most progressive of times, so the reaction was pretty lukewarm at best, with, well, the Daily Herald saying coverage of the chess championship or billiards would be more enthralling. That's an enthralling shot there, as it slapped away to the boundary. 6 runs. That brings up the half century for this partnership. 51 on the board, still in the power play here. But it was announced on April the 25th of that year, so 1927, that Reverend Frank Gillingham, a former Essex batsman and well-respected preacher, would be the man who would deliver the first cricket commentary from Essex. That one goes flat to the boundary. It's force signalled on field by the fielder, and the umpire agrees. And it was a match between Essex and New Zealand, and the plan was for him to be on air for just the 10 minutes, and then for a further 4 5-minute bursts on the hour, with a general summary at the end of the day. And in between, the London Radio Dance Band would keep listeners entertained. So maybe we need to employ a dance band here on the European Cricket Network. Not sure what Frank Gillingham is complaining about with only having these 5-minute bursts. The Daily Telegraph, though, said it's difficult to see how else such a broadcast could be made thoroughly interesting. Well, I agree. Cricket commentary, thoroughly boring unless you make it fun. And that's what we try to do here on the European Cricket Network. The Radio Times admitted that cricket was one of the slowest games in the world, and as such, not exactly what people would want to listen to for long. They will not have to sit through descriptions of maiden overs and while the batsmen send to the pavilion for their caps. You can see innovation in the 1920s was slightly frowned upon. Gillingham tried to innovate though. He sat next to the secretary's office on the pavilion balcony and sat outside so some of the noises of the crowd would be picked up by the one microphone. Nevertheless though, it was heralded a partial success. Partial success on that hit as it goes down. Should be stopped on the rope. It must have gone down well enough that BBC decided to cover more matches, initially just London-based broadcasts from Lords and the Oval. And then they managed in a couple of months to have short spells from Old Trafford and test trial at Sheffield as well. So we'll go to the rope. And clearly the expansion in the coverage suggests that the public warmed to the idea, much like the expansion of the coverage here on the European Cricket Network. I hope the public are warming to this idea as well. By the end of the summer, regional stations had joined in. So the birth of ball-by-ball radio commentary back in 1927. Someone gets chipped up in the air. I feel like cricket's come a long way since then, but still, there's something pure about listening to the commentary on the radio. It wasn't until the 50s then we actually had the non-stop ball-by-ball broadcasts. Of course, the birth of Test Match Special. But maybe I need to get on the phone to my agent and have whatever agent Frank Gillingham, or Gillingham I suppose, had, with 4 stints of 25 minutes. I've slightly exceeded that for today, I think. Someone's hooked away into the leg side, 1 bounce 4. The carnage continues out there in the middle. Just Sadace, just ticking longer a runner ball. That time he has the invitation to lift that away to the leg side. He obliges. Sadak Mubarak, meanwhile, has got to his half century in record time. Well, not quite record time, quick time. 15 balls he required. As Malmo look like they're threatening the second big score on the second time of asking. But it will be broken here as Abdul Sadace doesn't quite repeat the heroics of the previous game where he scored 81. On this occasion he falls for 11. It's the final ball of the 4th over. You'd say he's done his part here. A partnership worth 66 to open up for Malmo as he does fall in the end. Delawar Khan picks up his first wicket. So at the end of the 4th over, as the scoreboard just attempts to catch up with the boundary spree that we've been having out in the middle. Malmo 66 for 1. Yeah, maybe we need a live band. Not sure if we can get the, what was it called? The London Radio Dance Band. Certainly live music could be an addition. We of course had a bit of live music from the Cartama Oval. Never during the games though. We've had a bit of a party there at the end of the ECCW and of course at the end of the Western Shield. But if anyone knows of the London Radio Dance Band, if they're still available for hire, then we can add that to our repertoire as the green bus goes back through the shot there. Start of the 5th over will be bowled by Sami Ibrahimkil, who's often turned to in the middle overs here by Ariana CC, the spin bowler, just to try and stop any momentum. It worked well in game 13 where he picked up 3 wickets for 26. Of course, it wasn't enough on that occasion as Ariana CC fell the wrong side of the result in the Grande Derby. That one goes all the way to the rope. It's down the leg side. It's given 5 wide. He doesn't give too much of an opportunity there to his wicketkeeper, Kader Sadat, especially with this left arm around angle. Sadat is pretty much unsighted for anything that goes down the leg side. the chance here. Man coming in. Not only does he not stop it, but it rolls away to the boundary. It was Yusuf Babak who took an unbelievable catch earlier in the day. A one-handed special in the covers. And this time he's out at long off. Doesn't manage to repeat the trick. In fact, he's immediately ousted from long off. Goes back into his cover position, which maybe he's a bit more happy with. He didn't look the most mobile there, running in from the rope. He's replaced here on the long off boundary by Delaware Khan. Clubbed away by Mubarak. Should just be a single. That gets Sanaullah Habibzai on strike. The wicket fell on the final ball of that fourth over. So he'll get his first chance here with 76 on the board. The scoreboard just catching up. At 76 for 1, halfway through over number 5. I mean, not exactly a happy chappy at the moment. He threw down those 5 wides. That was then backed up with a 4 down the ground that probably should have been stopped by Yusuf Babak. But he's responded well here with 2 singles. Sanaullah Habibzai did his job perfectly, just getting Mubarak back on strike. Mubarak repays the favour. That's a bit of a filthy drag down by Sami. It's hit all the way to the rope as Malmo charge into the 80s, 83 for 1, with 1 ball left of the 5th. "17 runs off this 5th over so far. Can Sami pull it back, or will it go magical on Mubarak? You wouldn't bet against him at the moment. He goes for the big hit. Actually, the result is not too bad as he retains the strike at the halfway stage. Then Malmo 84 for 1. Going well here against an Ariana CC side who I think are still smarting a little from that Derby defeat earlier in the day. As for Malmo, they're looking to win 2 games on the spin. As you join me again in what's now a bit of a fresh commentary igloo. It's the final game of the day. It's been a thrilling day so far. Maybe we can even sneak in a golden ball finish. It's been a bit too long since our final golden ball. We've had golden ball 77, 78, I'm sure is waiting in the wings somewhere. Of course, it's the final day of action here as well, the penultimate day before group stage action tomorrow. So if you do have any random questions for me, throw them my way and I will duly oblige with an answer. As that one is cracked away, leg side. Musadak Mubarak, having stolen the strike on the final ball of the previous over, continues the carnage as Baz Ayubi, the captain of Ariana CC, has brought himself on, but has been slapped away first delivery. Down the ground, chance taken. And it will be a wicket. It's a subdued celebration, because Musadak Mubarak does depart, but he's done a considerable amount of damage here to Ariana CC. It's the second wicket to fall, 90 for 2. But Mubarak has contributed 71 of those. He does depart on his 22nd delivery. A great shift from him, as he's been a good addition actually to the Malmo side, having contributed 26 in the win against Hissingens in the previous game. This time he goes almost 3 times as well. Musadak Mubarak departs 71 off 21. Second wicket to fall for Malmo, 90 for 2. Still 4 balls left of the 6th, so absolutely nothing to worry about in terms of run rate. Ahmed Rafiq is the new batter. Good slower ball from Baz Ayubi. Deceives Rafiq, who was already eyeing up that leg side boundary. Hi to Dave in the chat, of course, reminds us that he sang in the fan zone at the ECC in 2023. And of course, we had some music in the commentary box during the Western Shield as well. Member of the World 11 joining Vinny. Vinny got a surprise little keyboard shoved in front of his face as well. They managed to put on a nice little duet there. That was Jack Wood, a multi-talented Australian. Not only a brilliant cricket player, but also an excellent musician as well. I think he was on, was it Australian Idol? Got pretty far in that, and also was featured in the Big Bash. Sickeningly talented individual. It was great to see him under the lights of the Western Shield. So we get to the end of the 6th. Good over from Baz Ayubi. Started with a 6, but he pulled it back with a wicket, and the final 4 deliveries went for just the 1 single. So 1 for 7 off that over. 91 for 2 for Malmo. Certainly well positioned here to go for the big finish. I suppose the good news for Ariana CC is that Sadak Mubarak and Abdur Sadais, the 2 destructive opening batters for Malmo, are back in the shed. And it's the 2 relatively new batters out there in the form of Habib Zai and Rafiq. They've got license to thrill here. It's wickets in hand. There's just less than 4 overs to go. Oh, that's a bit of a filthy no ball as it goes on the full to Sanaullah Habibzai, who immediately says he's fine. That one flush. Was that off the bat or off the helmet? I think it was the helmet in the end, because there will be a check undertaken by the umpire. He's asked his name, asked his postcode, and all seems to do well. Big thumbs up from the umpire. Smile on the face of Sanaullah Habibzai. He's probably smiling at the fact that he's got a free hit coming up. Is this another Wafa, the bowler? Yeah, I think that one was just flush off the helmet. You could hear the metallic clunk as it flew through. As always, all of these games have been played in a brilliant spirit. Absolutely no danger of that one escalating. Just kept on rising though. He didn't manage to run through on it, so Habibzai will have the free hit, which is something I would like to implement. It's one of my rules I'd like to see. I know it would be a nightmare for the scorers, but for me, if you get hit on the free hit, you should have the free hit. Maybe Rafiq at the other end is wishing they did run through for a single, as Habibzai misses out on that occasion. So I know logistically it'd be a bit difficult, but I'd like to see that, yes, you can run on a no ball, but whoever then was the unfortunate victim of the free hit should then be allowed to have the benefit of having the bonus ball. That's my cricket hot take. Let me know what you do. If you could change one rule for ECN, I know we've had similar questions before, but one rule, what would it be? Or maybe otherwise, what's your unpopular cricket opinion? And I don't want to hear mancads, you know, the M word is thrown about so often. That's so unpopular, it's become popular. But what's your unpopular opinion or your hot take when it comes to cricket? Mine would be, yeah, free hit should only be taken by the batter who had to suffer the pain, potential pain of getting a full bunger to the head. I'd say the same though if it's a double bouncer off the pitch. I think you've played your part as a batter if you've put off the bowler in some way, so you should be able to reap the rewards. But let me know what you think in the chat. Tell me if you think it's a terrible idea or what else you would change. Otherwise, it's been a great over from Ihsanullah Wafa despite that ugly full toss. Only goes for 6 runs off it. And the momentum has been well and truly halted in this Malmo batting innings. Still haven't got over the 100 mark. It's 97 for 2, the end of the 7th. As we take a look at what's coming up tomorrow. It's a big day for, well, I'd say all of the teams, apart from Malmo, who have the day off. Otherwise, there's points up for grabs, especially for Seaside, KIF and Hissingens, who all have triple headers. Ariana CC, they just have the one game. That's an important game, though, for them as well. They come in for the one. They know, especially against a Hissingens side who are low on confidence, they want to pick up the points on that one. This one's heaved away into the leg side, will just be the one. We've got a bat injury here. Hamad Rafiq at the striker's end will have to wait as Sanaullah Habibzai gets a replacement for his bat. It didn't come very much off the toe on that occasion. I'm glad Wayne agrees with me in the chat. And the no ball gets bowled. The batter who suffers it should have then the joy of hitting the free hit. Though there is a bit of a free hit curse, isn't there? We have first the free hit amnesia, which is the rule that whenever a no ball is called, everyone in the field immediately forgets that it is a no ball, so you have those premature celebrations. Crunched away, 4 runs, 6 runs even, as it takes a ping off the scaffolding. That's another one added to the clubhouse of the CCCC. The Construction Corner Cricket Club certainly have a whole collection of Grizzlies to choose from now. They'll come back tomorrow morning bright and early to a few bonus cricket balls. That one's even bigger. It's gone to the leg side. It's actually more high than long. It's given the treatment, and Hamad Rafiq goes back-to-back sixes in this 8th over. So they do get beyond the 100 mark with those double sixes. Malmo move to 110. Baz Ayubi has brought himself back on for this 8th over. Insmullen says, allow the bowler to bowl consecutive overs. I suppose you kind of have that floated in the 100, don't you, where you can bowl 2 lots of 5 in a row. Bowled him straight through the gate. It's a nice full and straight delivery from Baz Ayubi. It's a nice comeback from the double sixes. He was on the receiving end of, misfired with the wide, but absolutely dead on that occasion. And Hamad Rafiq's little stay at the crease is over. Nice short cameo from him. 16 runs coming off 10 deliveries, but Nelson rears his head again. 111 for 3. Nice bit of induck, and I think Rafiq just gets a slight edge on that one as well. He looks suspiciously at his bat. Will be the 3rd wicket to fall. Malmo still have license here to go for it as Hassan comes in. Well, it might be 2 in 2 here. Fielder settles underneath it. It's a comfortable take. Baz Ayubi comes back well in this 8th over and suddenly finds himself on a hat-trick. Muted celebrations all round for ACC. As they know, well, they've already got a chase on their hands. 111 on the board. It's double Nelson strike. Baz Ayubi, we haven't had a hat-trick so far in this ECS Sweden. We've had a fair few 2 in 2s. Can Baz Ayubi go one better and pick up a hat-trick on the final ball of the 8th over? It's the final ball of his spell. He's picked up 3 wickets already. Can he make it a 4th as Haider Atcham comes in? He's a bit of a pinch hitter. He won't be holding back on this delivery. Bang. It won't be a hat-trick. It'll be a wicket 6. Haider Atcham straight into business. 6 off the final ball of the 8th over. 117 on the board for Malmo. Much like the CCCC, they've laid the perfect foundation here to go big in the final 2 overs. Sanaullah Habibzai will be facing the all-important 9th. Yeah, Monty makes the good point that all the restrictions in all formats or shorter formats of the game restrict bowlers, but batters pretty much don't have any restrictions, do they? Of course, we've got the timer, so they need to be in within 60 seconds, but that's not much of a restriction, is it? Everything else kind of makes it a batter's game. The power play, the fact that bowlers can only bowl 2 overs. Yeah, I mean, make it more of a batter's restriction. It's already hard enough for the bowlers, I'd say. And especially when you can just swing with impunity. And is this catch taken? I don't think it is in the end. And Sami Ibrahimkil's underneath it. He had about 4 or 5 bites of the cherry. The view was restricted by Sami himself, squirming along on the deck. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think by the reaction there of both him and his teammate looming above him. It went safely to the deck. So another missed opportunity there for ACC. And it's insult to injury as that one gets clubbed down the ground. Haida Acham. He's faced 2 balls. Both of them have been pummeled to the boundary. Malmo move into the 120s. 1, 2, 4 for 4. Kroom says strict wides at lower 11 level. There were 114 extras our game, so you want more, yeah, less strict wides is what you want. Yeah, I think that's fair. You often have this rule as well, which I know people balk at because it's not proper cricket, but having wides not delivered again and just a 2 to the score. Well, there's a 6 to the score there. There's that one. Oh, that went somewhere deep into the construction site. I'll have to look for that one. Certainly a task for the builders tomorrow morning. It's Haida Acham, 18 off 3 for him. He is an absolute monster when he gets going. He doesn't need too much of an invitation. 33 off 10 in game 1. 3 sixes so far in his innings. Malmo 130. They've really found their batting power in the last 2 games. Won't quite get up to 174 here, you'd imagine, but certainly a competitive total nonetheless. Does miss out on that occasion though. Brings an end to his 6th streak. Monty says he'd like stump holes marked on the popping crease. You do see that on some pitches, especially on the artificial ones. I suppose a lot of batters go through the old ritual of asking for middle, asking for 2, asking for leg. It does seem something that has a very easy fix though, and often you have it, I don't know if it's just groundskeepers that want the game to flow a bit quicker, but you sometimes have the 3 lines scratched into the pitch. Certainly would save time. I don't see any reason not to do that, especially on the AstroTurf, where if you've got the paint available, put it down as well on the pitch. Yeah, I like that one. Final over then coming up, 130 on the board. How high can Malmo push this score from here? Certainly eyeing up 140 plus. Sanaullah Habibzai, he's 4 off 8. He just needs to get going here or get himself off strike. Does neither. As Haida Acham itching to get down the other end. He's 18 off 5. I've got to run on this occasion, surely. They do manage it. Isanullah Wafa has come back on to bowl the final over. In his second, he went for just the 6 in his first. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. Wayne says he'd bring in last man's tucker. I assume that's the same as last man standing. Last bat standing, I guess we could call it. Yeah, I like that, especially in T10. I suppose whoever gets out as the 10th wicket would just have to act as a runner at the non-striker's end. Clubbed away to the leg side. Good work done out there in the deep by Samuel Haq Guja. Good backing up which hasn't always been the case here in Sweden. I've lost track of the amount of overthrows we've seen here. On occasion, though, they just run through for the single. It's been a good final over so far from Wafa. Just the 2 runs coming off it. Suddenly Malmö look like they might not get to that 140 mark. Well bowled again. I'm not sure why they don't try and go for a single there. Worst case, they just add another wicket to the collection. That one is heaved away. We'll just bounce a few times before going to the boundary. So they get a 4 to finish the innings. Malmö move their way up to 136. Based on the averages we've seen so far, it's probably just a slightly above average total. Ariana CC, though, they've got some big hittings batters in their ranks. Ayan Saweri, he can hit a long ball, as can, of course, Samuel Hakguja, who's come back into the lineup here for Ariana CC, as well as the international experience of Delawar Khan. So if anyone can do it, Ariana CC, sitting pretty at the top of the table, will back themselves. It'll be a tough task late in the day here in Sweden as we go back and see what happened in that first innings. And it was a good start led by Musadak Mubarak and Abdur Sadais. In the previous game, it was Abdur who went big, scoring 81. On this occasion, it was Musadak who came into the team earlier today and showed us exactly what he could do. The man with 71 on his back. See exactly the score he achieved, 71 off 22, including 6 fours and 7 maximos. That was the end of Abdur Sadais. He just feathered one through to the keeper. Sanaullah Habibzai, he came in at 3 and somehow only managed to face 12 deliveries in the remaining balls of the innings. That was, in the end of Musadak Mubarak. Good catch on the deep by Delawar Khan. Mohammad Rafiq, he added a few crashes, bangs and wallops of his own before he departed for 16. Baz Ayubi, he went for a couple of big boundaries but came back dead-eye, middle stump. Thank you very much. The good news for Malmö is just they kept plugging away. Haider Atchan came in, hit his first 3 deliveries for 6s. He went 6-6-6, but then went for a couple of big swings too many, as a few more balls were added to the retirement over in Constructors' Corner. In the end, 136 is the score that was put on the board. It looked like for a while it might have been going up towards 150. Ariana CC, well, I suppose they'll back themselves. They've got the batting power to get those runs on the board. But it's thanks to Musadak Mubarak, who scores over half of his side's runs, that Malmö have certainly what they would see as a defendable total. Haider Ashtam at the end then adding 19 off 7. Otherwise, not too much to speak of, but when you have just the 10 overs, you just need 1 or 2 batters to go big. That's what Mubarak did on this occasion. 6 bowlers used for Ariana CC. Delawar Khan, a man with international experience, picks up a wicket, but 3 wickets go to captain Baz Ayubi. Does go for a few runs though, 27 off his 2 overs. Ihsanullah Wafa, meanwhile, was tidy, not managing to pick up a wicket, but going for just 11 runs off his 2. So at the halfway stage of the final game of the day, Malmö, 136 runs on the board for them. They will need to defend that if they want to continue their winning ways, having picked up that win against Hisingans in the previous game. As for Ariana CC, they lost their last game to their bitter rivals Akif. They want to get back on that winning streak, which has seen them sit pretty at the top of the table. So the run chase coming your way, just over 5 minutes time. It's the last innings of the day. Get in your random questions, join in the chat, and join me, Tina Goff, for the run chase here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the final innings of the day here in the ECS Sweden from what's now a slightly chilly Landskrona. And Malmo for 136 runs on the board. Ariana CC looking for that bonus point win if they chase down the total in 7 overs or less. As for Malmo, if they want to make it 2 wins on the spin, 95 is the golden number. Anything below that, and it will be 4 points to Malmo in what is their final game of not only the day, but of the group stages for them. They'll be sitting back tomorrow hoping that the results go their way and they can book their place in finals day on Friday. Certainly a win here will do wonders for their hopes. They've got a 3-4 record so far, so this will at least restore parity. It will actually sandwich those 4 defeats they suffered in the middle stages of the group games with 2 wins either side. They won games 1 and 2. And looking here to win matches 14 and 15. It will be the familiar opening pairing for Ariana CC of Sami Ibrahimkil and Ariane Saweri. The left-hand, right-hand combination, and it'll be the captain who takes the ball for Malmo, Saklan Karamat. So starting off immediately with a bit of pace off, or Saklan at least. Goes off a few steps. It's enough pace though to send the wicket-keeper back, Abdul Sadais. The Malmo keeper standing back here for Karamat as this one flashes away, and it will be an unfortunate start for Malmo. The perfect start for Ariana as that one flashes off the side of Sami Ibrahimkil's bat. Goes away for a 1 bounce 4. Welcome back to everyone in the chat, and a big congratulations to Dave, who has picked up his silver spanner, member for 24 months. Of course, a treasured member of our ECN family, and congratulations to you. So we can celebrate your success and hopefully, well, the success of one of these sides here going into the final innings of the day. So that one's been hit hard. I'm pretty safe here in the igloo because that's gone a good few meters up and beyond off the bat of Sami Ibrahimkil. Well, if the first one didn't quite come off the middle, that one certainly did on the elegant left-hander. As he pummels that one straight down the ground, 6 runs. High up in the air, there's a man out there. Can he get the catch in? Well, he completely misjudges it, does Abdullah Chinwari. Not only doesn't get the catch, doesn't get a finger on it at all, and it just skids past his shins for 4 runs. Sami Ibrahimkil living a bit dangerously. It's the second time he scored a boundary in that part of the field. Makes a meal of it there, does Chinwari. Seems to have all of his fingertips taped up. It's no wonder if that's the way he approaches his catches. Boundaries or nothing so far for Sami. 2 dot balls in this opening over. It's still gone for 14, 13 and a half. That's 1 for the over for the Malmo captain. It's the final ball though coming up, so he just needs to make sure not to bowl another bouncer. That is moderately short. There's a mix-up here. It could be a run-out. Very well should be a run-out, and the finger is raised by the umpire. Doesn't even have to refer that one upstairs. And there's a bit of a stare-off happening between Sami and Ariane. Sami wanted to go here. Take a look. It's not really his call. As Ariane, well, he takes more than a few steps forward before putting up the big no sign. That's a good call by the standing umpire. Doesn't need to use the technology, as it was a despairing lunge there from Sami, who doesn't want to take himself off the pitch, but has to drag himself off. Luckily for him, there's no timer on getting off the pitch. But the new batter just needs to be a bit quick here. I don't see him in shot. He's just coming on now. But certainly doesn't have any kind of sense of urgency. So take a look at this one again. You can see why Sami went for it, because Arjan certainly giving him all the signals that he was interested. In the end, slams the door in his face and the throw came in. And that's the end of the over. So Isanula Wafa, the new batter, I suppose that's why he took his time just a bit longer, because he knew he wasn't on the strike, but still going more for a Wednesday evening stroll than striding out with intent. 32 matches since a golden ball. It's certainly in that tingle territory. 136, slightly above par score. And exactly on the run rate are Ariana CC, despite losing that early wicket. 14 runs is pretty much what they need. Arian Saweri then hasn't faced a ball yet. Certainly played his part in that first over run out. Got some making up to do. And he chips this one into the leg side, and it could have and probably should have been a catch, as it's the captain out there, Saklan Karamat, who makes up good ground. But then just the definition of hard hands, as that one just pops in and straight back out. You can see a slight crocodile coming out here. And it just pings, I think, off his thumb on his right hand. It's always a strange one to have the captain fielding on the boundary. And certainly, you can argue for it if he's got good hands, but on that occasion, the chance goes a-begging. I mean, we were always talking about it in the German national team that you want your captain in the ring, in the action, making sure they can see all of their troops along the pitch. And also, of course, importantly, being able to speak to both the bowler and the keeper. Saklan Karamat, he's maybe a bit lucky and happy that he's on the boundary hiding away after that missed opportunity, as Wahab Hassan is bowling the second over here. That one's cut away, it'll be 4 runs. Nothing stopping that one. Isanula Wafa. Oh, it was a bit of a waft at his first delivery, and this one, a bit of width on offer. He tries to step away to leg, readjusts, and Wahab Hassan rightfully shows a bit of frustration kicking the turf, as he doesn't manage to get a wicket, and he's hit away there. Of course, into the final innings of the day, so throw in any random questions, comments, complaints, praise, anything you might think of into the live chat. Of course, let me know where you're joining from as well, as we're coming to you live from what was earlier, for a brief moment, sunny Sweden. Now it's more slightly overcast and chilly Sweden, but a beautiful setting nonetheless. You can see the trees in the distance shaking around. There's a bit of a wind out there. I'm wrapped up here in my winter coat in the igloo. Also, actually, it's Vinny's winter coat. Wasn't able to pack every single coat. I had the gilet and the nice raincoat with me. Obviously in Corfu, treated to beautiful weather. Gone a bit further north here in Sweden. Certainly when the sun's not out and it gets to later in the day. Just approaching 6:15 local time here. Does just get a tiny bit nippy. It's heating up out there in the middle. Less than 50 balls to go. They just can't afford these kinds of overs where it just slips out of their grasp for Ariana CC. Just the 6 runs coming off that second over. Still, though, very much in the Goldilocks zone. Currently in favour of Malmo with those 136 runs already posted. I just need someone for Ariana CC to stand up, be counted. We take a look at the standings. Very briefly, blink and you'll miss it, but you can always go back on the YouTube stream to see what the situation is in the table. Certainly Ariana CC find themselves at the top end where they want to be, despite that defeat to Akif. In fact, they've played 6, won 4. The only 2 defeats have been against their rivals, going down twice to Akif, who find themselves breathing down CC's neck in 2nd place. As for Malmo, currently in 3rd place. As that smacked, Isanula Wafa gets a hold of that one. I can hear the ball landing somewhere to my right. I didn't hear the neigh or a whinny of a horse, so they're not out there at the moment. They've been told to stay well clear while the action is out there, and rightly so. That one was launched for 6 runs to start this 3rd over. It's Saklan Karamat who's come back on to bowl. So Malmo currently in 3rd on 12 points, but they just need to be careful here that they don't concede too many more runs, because then, well, the golf, which continues to be smartly hidden behind the dugout there. You can see the reaction of the fielder. Absolute despair. So that one goes a good 10 meters beyond the boundary, under the bench. Just as well, no spectators watching. Yeah, so Malmo, it's the final game for them in the group stage. That one's called wide, both by the batter and then by the umpire as well, as that one rose and kept on rising. So in the best possible situation, if Malmo pick up 4 points here, if they restrict Ariana to 95 runs, then they'll end up on 16 points. That'll actually take them to the top of the table. Looks like a long way away at the moment though, as Wafa getting into his work here. So you'd imagine 16 points would be enough to take them through. It would put them maybe even top of the table. Ariana CC currently have 16 points, but they will have 1 game to play after this. As for KIF, they've still got the 3 games to play, so they're certainly in a good position. They're currently 2nd place with 14. And then a bit of a gulf emerges until we go to Seaside in 4th. They've played 5, got 8 points. Hissigan's played 5, 6 points. So it feels like it might be a bit of a scrap between Seaside and Hissigan's for that all-important 4th spot. And both of those sides have 3 games coming up tomorrow, so they certainly have every opportunity to pick up points. They play against each other in what could be a mouth-watering fixture. So that one's flat batted away for 6 runs. Hissigan's against Seaside is match 19, so the penultimate match of this group stage. And that could, well, end up being a winner-takes-all fixture. And then it's rounded out with Hissigan's against Ariana KIF. So I suppose Hissigan's at least have the benefit of the 2 final games. And they will certainly know going into those final games what they need to do to get through. I'll make sure to bring my calculator with me tomorrow in case we have to go to bonus points or net run rate. I'm sure Vinny on his mini break will be on hand if it gets a bit technical. The end of the power play then. Ariana moved to 46 for 1. Certainly a steady power play from them. Losing just the 1 wicket. And well, 26 of those 46 runs came in that over number 3. 4 Maximos coming off it. Saklan Karamat then brings up the 40 off his 2 overs. Not the kind of figures he'd want. Goes wicketless as well. A big move bringing himself back on. And in hindsight, not the best move, as the over number 3 goes magical. 91 now is what Ariana need to take home the win. Haris Aziz will come on to bowl the 4th over, the first over of the game for him. A bit of a hot spot there, as again it will roll away, and oh, we've almost got a rope clothesline there, as Abdullah Chinwari, He 2-foots the rope, almost 2-foots the fielder that comes flying in the frame from the left. The end result is it does go for 4, but take a look at this one. Abdullah, despairing, tries to put on the brakes. He's lucky that he doesn't do himself or his teammate a bit of mischief there. Manages to almost garrote himself. And that's the 50 up for Ariana CC with that boundary. Listen to Lawafa, 33 off 11. Run rate just above 13. Ariana certainly don't want it going much above 15. As long as it's in that 12 to 14 region, you can swing hard and just hope to get 2 or 3 boundaries, and then pretty much the over is yours. Ariane Saweri, remember he opened the batting, was involved in that run out in the first over. He's only facing his 3rd delivery here, and he lifts this one high. Up and away, and it does go all the way for a Maximo. So there are those 2 boundaries that Ariana looking to get in every single over. 11 runs coming off this over number 4 so far. Still 2 balls to come. It's a wicket. He feathers one through, does Ariane Saweri. He's seen most of the action happen from the non-striker's end, especially Sanula Wafa going incredibly well, 34 off 13. But Saweri, who has to take the long walk off, just as the skies clear here in Sweden, and maybe a bit of a clearing opening up for Malmo. So that one just had a nice bit of extra bounce from Haris Aziz. It's comfortably taken behind the stumps by Abdur Sadais, who is certainly one of the better keepers on show here during this ECS Sweden. 57 for 2 then, 1 ball left of the 4th. But the big hitters keep on coming for Ariana CUC. Delaware Khan is the new batter. He hasn't quite got his half century at all actually on the network. 48 he scored off 18 in game 3. 44 off 14 in game 13. That was the tight loss to Akif. The final over defeat by 6 runs. He's got a chance here to take his side home. He starts with a clubbed 6 down the ground. It was an inviting ball from Haris Aziz. As the over probably does go the way of Ariana CC despite that wicket. Goes for 17. That's the run rate and then some. Delaware Khan, given that he's got a bit of international experience, plays for Denmark, it's surprising that he's never got a half century on the network. His high score before this series was 46. That came back in 2021. Of course, he bettered that by 2 in game 3. Actually, interestingly, his top 2 scores have both come in losses. So this would be about the time to put in a winning batting performance. He started perfectly there. Haris Aziz at least picks up the wicket, goes for 17 in his first over. So Ariana CC 63 for 2 at the end of 4. Certainly on the run rate here. Just need to keep their heads. As Kaiser Manir, did he just lose his shoe there? I think he might want to put that on a bit more tightly. You know what happens here? I think he maybe just notices belatedly that his, well, is it shoe or is it cramp? Actually, it looks like it's maybe a bit of cramp there. Probably because his shoes aren't done up properly. Well, he's got a very, it's hard to describe it. I'd call it almost like a flat bowling action. He just stamps down on that right leg. It's certainly gonna not help the cramp situation. Maybe he needs to just do his laces up a bit tighter as well. They look like they're going to come undone at any moment. But if you just take a look at his action, he kind of just thumps forward onto his left leg. And that one's not quite thumped, but it will go away to the boundary. It's a nick, a genuine edge from Delaware Khan. The left-hander rides his luck on that occasion, flies through the grasp of Abdur Sadais, goes for the goalkeeper dive, doesn't quite get anything on it, goes to the boundary. That's a better delivery though, as Delaware can just knock that one down the ground for a single. After this game, Ariana will just have the one match tomorrow. That'll be game number 2, 17 in the whole group stage, but the second game of tomorrow. They'll come up against Hissingens, who certainly have something to play for. I'm sure Ariana will fancy their chances in that one. So that's a bit of neither here nor there, fielding on the rope. Couldn't decide whether you wanted to go for the catch or the stop. And in the end, does neither. There's Wahab Hassan on the boundary there. You see, he catches the ball in his eye straight away. Well, I suppose the camera and the action replays can be a bit unforgiving. He gets himself in all sorts of bother there. In the end, turns away his head, employing the policy of, well, if I don't see it go over the boundary, maybe it won't be a 4. Sorry, Wahab, still counts. As Wafa moves to 39 off 15. Kazamanir is bowling this 5th over. Good comeback ball on that occasion. So the sun finally comes out here. You can see the long shadows being cast across the ground. Currently the sun is shining on Ariana CC as they just keep on plugging away. But more or less the run rate is below 13. They'll be happy with that as they get to the halfway stage with 74 runs on the board. So we take a look at what's coming up on the network with the T20Is starting in Estonia tomorrow morning. It's Estonia women playing host to Bulgaria. Starting off with T20Is, then go into the ECIWs between the same two sides over the weekend, and then Monday morning the ECS begins with the men's sides doing battle in Estonia. So it'll be a good week and a half of action over in the east before we continue our stay in the east of Europe. We go over to Romania. This one's chipped down the ground. Isanula Wafa gets to 46 in good time as well. Just the 18 deliveries required. As Haris Aziz comes back for his second over. Picked up that wicket in his first over. It was the 4th over of the game. Ayan Saweri was his victim. But this would be an important scalp if they managed to get it, Malmo. Wafa on 46. He will get to his half century. That one's cut away, just avoids the electrical cables. He gets his half century. 42 coming up in just 19 deliveries. I think the message coming out to him, he does raise his bat. Gets a high five as well from Delaware at the non-striker's end. He'll know though, the job is not done. Still 51 runs needed. I think very much the bonus point not in play here. They've just got 10 balls to get those 51. Not impossible, but certainly not probable. But they'll be eyeing up the win here. Ariana CC to get back to winning ways, having lost their previous game to Akif. A final over thriller. As for Malmo, if they go down here, they'll be left with a a nail-biting day in front of the TV tomorrow as they wait to see whether 12 points will be enough. I suppose 13 points, assuming they pick up the point here. If I had to guess, I'd say it probably will be enough. It would require Hissingens to pick up at least 7 points from their remaining 3 games. So that would be, well, 2 wins and a bonus point, or a bonus point win and a win, or however you get to 7 points. But Hissingens, of course, they only won their 1 game so far out of 5. So Malmo certainly be hoping, even if they fall here, that those 12 or 13 points will be enough to see them return on finals day. Would be likely though, well, actually certain that if they do return, it will be in that 3rd or 4th spot, because they won't be able to overhaul the points tally of either Ariana's side, Kif currently 2nd place with 14, and CC on 16 points before this game, as this one has been absolutely launched into orbit. The catch is on for the fielder, Ariane Saweri, who, of course, is enjoying what he's seeing out there in the middle by Wafa. I can't overstate how high this ball went. So, of course, some trouble for the birds that you see sweeping around this pitch here in Landskrona. Wafa moves on to 58. Good comeback ball though from Aziz. Doesn't give himself any room on that occasion. This over's already gone for 18 with just those 3 big strikes in the over. The run rate drops down to around 11. Almost need something to happen here. Otherwise it feels like Ariana will just cruise along to this total. Oh, there's a chance for a catch. It would have been a spectacular one. We've already seen one brilliant one-handed catch in the covers. This time just gets his fingertips to it. Isn't enough to stop the Grizzly Express heading for the boundary. Delaware can't. Just watching from the non-striker's end as Isanola Wafa plunders 22 runs from that over number 6. Would have been spectacular. Gets his hand to it. Does Sanaola Habibzai. Not enough to get the catch or stop the boundary. So magical over number 6, all off the bat of Isanola Wafa. He moves to 62 off 23. Delaware Khan, he's only faced 3 balls. You know how dangerous he can be. And of course, they've still got some dangerous batters to come. Ariana CC, if they're needed. Samuel Hak-Guja back in the team. He scored double half centuries so far. Kader Sadat as well. The wicket keeper, he can hit a long ball. With him scoring 47 off 22 in the win against Malmo this morning in the first game of the day. So Ariana certainly in a comfortable position for now. Just 40 runs needed now. That run rate, well, we usually see it go up and up in a tough run chase. Now it's just going down and down. Delaware Khan happy to just rotate the strike and get Wafa back to the danger end. And that's why. Bang. That one goes long. Where's it going to land? Oh, the car there safely tucked away again. And the dugout there doing some perfect protecting. We've got the brick wall on one side and the black dugout on the other. That one just drops in front of those benches. Sensibly, the spectators there on their feet, they're ready to move away at a moment's notice. As Isanola Wafa moves to 68. Down the ground. Should just be the single. That's all Ariana need at this point to take what would be, still not done, would be their 5th win of the series so far, with just the 1 game left to play. Almost certainly say, and my maths is not quite quick enough to keep up, but I'd say we will be seeing them in the final on Friday. They'll certainly want to finish in those top 2 places to give themselves just a bit of a longer line as that first versus second qualifier number 1 coming to you at 11 AM local time. It's a 9 AM start for the eliminator before we go into qualifier 2 at 2 o'clock, and then the big final starting at the customary time of 5:15 local time. Wahab Hassan, who's bowling this 7th over. It's not been a bad over, just that one big hit off the middle of Wafa's bat. Otherwise, just a handful of singles. Ariana need here 32 runs. Just over 3 overs left. It's the final ball of the 7th. It's a good finish to the over there from Wahab Hassan. You can hear the grunt of effort there as he digs another one in short. So a rare few misses there for Isanullah Wafa. 32 still needed in 18 as we take a look at the final day of group stage action here in this ECN in Sweden. It's a big day because around this time tomorrow we'll know who's booked themselves a place in finals day. Seaside, who of course, well, maybe they spent their day at the Seaside today with their day off. They'll come back early in the morning against Ariana Kif and then have back-to-back games in matches 18 and 19. Again against Ariana Kif, so we see that matchup twice tomorrow. And match 19, I'd say that's one to look out for. Bit of a bottom of the table screw to finals day. Delaware Khan getting into the Maximo action here. As Musadak Mubarak done the business with the bat. Gets thrown the ball here. Not the best of starts for him. As that's a lovely swing of the bat from Delaware Khan. Just all about balance here. Doesn't try to overhit it. Just gets his bat nice underneath it. Hits it all the way to the rope. So 26 now needed. Make that 20. There's that one, a bit of a filthy full toss from Musadak. It's given the treatment by the Danish international. It feels like here, Malmo just running out of ideas. Musadak they've turned to as their 5th bowler. They just don't quite have the bowling depth. They've got Kaiba Nazami they could turn to. He picked up 2 wickets in game 2. He's also been hit for a few runs subsequently. A perfect piece of double foot fielding there from Kaiser Munir and Hamad Rafiq. The old 1-2, worth taking a look at this one. It's completely unintentional. He hurts though, as Kaiser Munir realises as well. There's a reason we go with our hands in cricket, as that Grizzly comes at you hard and fast. I suppose the consolation for him is that he at least managed to stop the boundary. And well, it's a double punch actually, as the tumbling away figure there of Hamid Rafiq, who was part of the double act on the previous ball, then does it all by himself on the next delivery. So here's the end of Isanullah Wafa. He's just being told to wait here, is Wafa. And in fact, he's being sent back. Just wondering on the height. Well, yeah, well, it's a tough call. He's not standing up tall. And yeah, he has put his helmet back on. And now he's been told to take it back off again, as it is being given out. I think that is the right call, as he was not standing tall at the crease and it was on the way down. But a good innings comes to an end. He's done a good job for his side here. Has Isanullah Wafa, came in at number 3 with the team just rocking. It was 14 for 1, but he posted 69 off just 28 deliveries, including 8 sixes to get his side almost over the line here as Samuel Hakguja comes in. And that's exactly the batting strength I was talking about for ACC. The man who's already scored 2 half-centuries in this series. He doesn't need to contribute as many on this occasion, with just the 18 runs needed now. 14 deliveries. Good slower ball by Musadak Mubarak. It's been a good comeback from him after he was pummeled for back-to-back sixes at the start of the over, but got the final laugh as he got the wicket. Oh, in fact, it was Khan who scored the sixes. He's back on strike now. They just run through for a bite. There will be 3 sixes in a row off the bowling of Mubarak for Delaware Khan. He likes the look of this bowling as that one goes into construction corner. Now just a few hits away. Oh, Ariana CC, that is the end of the 8th. So it will certainly go into the 9th. Malmo at this point just need to see how deep they can take it. Just the 11 runs needed in 12. It can be done in singles. I don't think that will be on the minds of either Delaware Khan or Samuel Haq Guja, knowing how both of these batters play. Malmo just have to keep believing here. A couple of wickets. Pressure does funny things to people. It looks like it will be Kaiser Manir, who showed off his silky footwork in the previous over. Now gets a chance to come back for his second over. His first just went for 11, and that's exactly what ACC need to take home their 5th win of this series. Give them a record of 5-2 with just the 1 game coming up for them tomorrow. Guja on that occasion doesn't even have to move. That one goes down leg side. It's only the 3rd wide that's been bowled in this innings, so it's not been terrible from Malmo. They've just come up against a fiercing batting lineup. That one's hit hard down the ground, and it's a good catch. It came hard at Musadak Mubarak, who went in for a bit of punishment in the previous over, went magical, 21 runs coming off it. And he finds himself on the receiving end of a big hit on this occasion. Sticks out his hands, manages to hold on. So it is another wicket to fall for Ariana CC. It's the 4th to go, 127 for 4. Good catch on the boundary. It was coming quick. Kaiser Manir picks up his first wicket. That brings Yusuf Babak to the crease. Hasn't had too many opportunities to bat, actually. Hadn't batted at all on the network before this series. He's got a chance to finish it off for his side here. 10 needed in 11. Oh. Well, he's been finished off in some way. Not the way he would have expected. He's at least got a smile on his face. The legs, they've got to go up. That's how you do it. Up go the legs. Well, obviously I'm not an expert, but I've seen it enough times on the European Cricket Network now. If you get hit, get your legs up in the air. Goes for the big hit. He just gets hit flush. There's not even a deflection or anything. That's just a bullseye. At least he can see the funny side of it as he goes down, and there we go. The good old-fashioned leg raise. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be done when you're dizzy, but I suppose the men tuning in could tell me probably is a bit of a dizzying feeling, especially with the pace that Kaiser Manir bowls at. Yusuf Babak, well, he'll get himself on social media for that brilliant one-handed catch he took earlier. Bit of drama followed by a bit of comedy there. This time it's bat on ball rather than almost the other way around. And 9 needed here for Ariana, as Yusuf Babak just stretching at the non-strikers end, making sure everything is still whole and exactly where it should be. That one goes high. Should have the... Well, it's actually going to hold up in the air. That's a big catch taken by Hamad Rafiq. That one came up and down with absolute speed. Thought he was going to make it. Just holds up in the swirling Swedish wind here. It's a well-judged catch by Hamid Rafiq. Not quite over yet this game, as the set batter in the form of Delaware Khan has to depart. He scores 32 off 10. Nice little innings from him. He'll be a bit frustrated that he doesn't see his side over the line. Well judged again here by Hamid Rafiq. Again, he's a player that always plays with a smile on his face. Love to see it. As Wahab there has a few words for the batter departing Delaware. So we will be going to the final over here, unless there's, well, I suppose it's 9 needed and 8, so he can still do it in 2 balls. It's Kadir Sadat. If anyone can do it, he can. The left-hander comes to the crease. Probably could have run a single there, but he says no, does Sadat. Now you'd say he pretty much has a free hit. It's the final ball of the 9th, so we will be going down to the final over. 9 runs needed. Sadat could take all the pressure off Yusuf Babak if he can find the rope on this final delivery of the 9th. He does ease all the pressure with a big 6 down the ground. Kadir Sadat does exactly what he's been tasked to do. Gets 6 of the 9 runs required, leaving just 3 needed off the final 6 deliveries. We will have a final over finish. I'd say it's probably not quite a thriller yet. If somehow Malmo can find a few dot balls or wickets from somewhere, could take it deep. Ariana now just 3 runs away. DJ Toothy in the chat saying it's a universal pain. I suppose it's universal for half of the population. Yusuf Babak, though, still standing. Normally bumping on your heels is recommended, yet I guess it's just distracting from any pain that might be felt. I'm sure the pain will be a distant memory, though, if Babak is able to hit the winning runs here. It's a decent over, actually, from Kaiser Munir, that 9th over. Spoiled somewhat with that big 6 at the end, but only went for 8 runs, picked up 2 wickets as well. Seems like it will be a little too late here. Ariana CC 1 hit away. Hamid Rafiq will be bowling this final over. He's been active in the field, taking 2 catches. They've turned to him here, the spinner, to see if he can do something. Try and take this game as deep as he can. Yusuf Babak, 1 off 3 so far. He just needs to get to the boundary on 1 occasion. And that will do it as it's lifted over point. And those will be the winning runs. Yusuf Babak. Oh, he had a bit of pain. Now he has the glory. As Ariana CC take home the final victory of this match day number 3. And that will be their 5th win of the series. Almost certainly booking their place, not only in finals day, but putting them firmly in the driving seat for one of those top 2 spots. As Malmo, well, we thought we would be seeing the resurgence of the Sprite bottles with that win they had just about a couple of hours ago against Hissingens. That put an end to their 4-game losing streak, but the losing streak has come back to haunt them as they lose match number 15 by 5 wickets. Malmo, that's their series done as well, at least for the group stages. They're now going to have to sit back and watch the action on day 4, like the rest of us, as Seaside, after they've had their rest today, will come back for 3 games tomorrow, along with Hissingens. Big game, big day for them, as 4 of the 5 sides will come back for finals day, as we take a look at the final highlights of match 15 here. Well, it was just a bit sloppy from Malmo. That was the run out that marked the end of Sami Ibrahimkil. He scored 14 runs. The good news, though, for Ariana CC is that they have batters that go up and down the order. And Isanullah Wafa, the man who bats with his hands the wrong way around, he managed to get it all going right in this game. And, well, the rope almost caused a casualty there. Wafa got 69 off 28, and that one was caught behind. That was the end of Ariane Saweri, who never really got going. But Delaware Khan, the left-hander, who's got international experience for Denmark, joined Isanula Wafa out of the crease, and it was that partnership that was worth 61, which really saw Ariana Sisi almost home. It's a bit of showmanship there from Saweri, who didn't manage it out in the middle, but was happily watching from the sidelines as Isanula Wafa hit 8 sixes and 4 fours on his way to 69. Just 3 short of his high score on the network, but a good effort from him nonetheless. Ahmed Rafak, he covered himself in glory in the field with 2 great catches. This was the 3rd one taken by Musadak Mubarak, but at this point it just seemed like it would be a matter of time. Time was of the essence here. Get your legs up in the air, Yusuf Babak. Consolation for him, though, was that he was able to hit the winning runs despite this late wicket. Again, Hamid Rafiq taking the catch, but Yusuf Babak, everything still in place as he hits that one over the fielder for the winning runs. So Ariana Sisi, they do take the win, more or less book their place in finals day. As for Malmo, well, they're just going to have to sit and wait. Their job is done in the group stages. They've played all 8 of their games. So there you have it. The final match of the day goes the way of Ariana Sisi, and what a day it's been. Had 5 games. We haven't quite got that golden ball. I'm hoping we'll get that one very soon. Maybe we'll keep it for finals day for Peacock Friday. And well, we don't know quite yet who will be there on finals day. There's still 5 games to come tomorrow. Starting with Seaside, who've had a day to recover, maybe been at the Seaside themselves. They've got 3 games coming up, as well as Ariana Kif, who have 3 games, and Hissingens, who have 3 games. So Malmo are the only side who have had all 8 of their games so far. There's 5 games to go. It could go in any direction, and we do know the top 4 teams will go through. So the main thing is you've got to come back tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting one. And of course, the action starts over in Estonia as well, so make sure you have your 2 screens up as the group stages come to an end here and the action kicks off in Estonia. We have the Estonia women playing against Bulgaria in T20Is. But for now, we're going to go to the highlights. All that's left for me to say is thank you for keeping me company in the chat. You've been brilliant as always for me flying solo. As Vinny, he'll still have his mini break tomorrow, but he'll be back on finals day. So for now, keep safe, have a nice evening, and see you for the culmination of the group stage tomorrow, bright and early, here in Sweden.
my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back.